Chapter 77. In the cabin, Gu Fei, who was in his room, didn't know that Ling Luoyan and the rest were already suspicious of his identity. He was sitting cross-legged on his bed, using his internal vision to observe the situation in his body. However, it was no wonder that Ling Luoyan and Uncle Zhong were suspicious. How could there not be a disciple of the Taishan sect, one of the three great Taoist sects, who did not cultivate the way? However, Gu Fei's body really did not have the otherworldly aura of a cultivator. Moreover, cultivators walked the path of core formation, nascent soul, and ascended to the way of immortals and gods. They condensed their essence, qi, and spirit, and attracted the spirit of heaven and earth into their bodies. What was the way? That was the collective name for the way and magical power that cultivators referred to. Therefore, there was bound to be a fluctuation of magical power spreading from the body of a cultivator. However, Uncle Zhong could not have imagined that Gu Fei was different from the Taishan sect. The cultivation method of the Green Spirit Peak was not a way, but a martial art. It was a kind of body refining technique that originated from ancient times and was now lost. Therefore, Uncle Zhong could not sense the fluctuation of magical power on Gu Fei's body, and thus became suspicious of Gu Fei's identity. This was not something that Gu Fei could think of, and he did not need to think about such things. He was now at ease, and he was focused on advancing bravely on the path of martial arts. He could not be bothered with the gazes of others. Under the inner vision, Gu Fei found that not only were his forearms fractured, but even his sternum had cracked. Although Zhao Xuanji's sword could not break through Gu Fei's weapon refining technique and could not hurt his flesh, the power contained in the sword light was too great. Even if it could not hurt Gu Fei's flesh, it had broken the bones of Gu Fei's forearms. That was not all. Gu Fei's hands were in front of his chest, and when the sword light hit his arms hit his chest. The huge impact caused cracks to appear on Gu Fei's sternum. What a powerful flying sword technique! Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. If he hadn't used the weapon refinement art to fuse the divine weapon qi into his body to block the flying sword's sword light, he would probably have been killed by Zhao Xuanji's sword on the spot. Even so, Gu Fei already knew that not only had his muscles and bones been injured, but his internal organs had also suffered internal injuries. Zhao Xuanji, I will return all of this to you tenfold. Gu Fei had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Zhao Xuanji had already threatened his life twice. The first time was at the foot of the Green Spirit Peak in the Taishan sect, beside the bamboo forest. At that time, Zhao Xuanji, dressed in black and masked, had strangled Gu Fei with the fiery sword qi, almost taking his head from his body. This time, he had sent him flying off a cliff. Fortunately, below the abyss was the Yen River that spanned 800 kilometers across the Yunmeng Mountains. Otherwise, even if Gu Fei's body was as tough as steel, he would still have broken his bones and died on the spot. The impact of falling from the bottomless abyss was simply too great, and Gu Fei would definitely not be able to withstand it. If he really smashed into the ground, not only would his muscles and bones not be able to withstand such a great force, even his internal organs would be shattered. Someone had already reattached his arm and fixed it with a wooden board, so Gu Fei began to use the body refinement art to heal his injured body. Gradually, a strange sound came from within Gu Fei's body. It was a soft and muffled explosion. As his tendons, bones, and flesh trembled, a huge amount of vitality emerged from his qi and blood, converging on his injured body. The cracks on his sternum immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Where his forearm was fractured, the vitality turned into threads of light that penetrated his flesh and wound around his broken bones. The threads of vitality gathered around the wound from all directions, connecting the bones and muscles, circulating qi and promoting blood circulation. The clotted blood that had accumulated in the broken bone was immediately forced out of his body. The pain in Gu Fei's wound gradually subsided, and a refreshing feeling slowly seeped into his muscles and bones, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. At this rate of recovery, my arm will be able to move in less than 2 days. I estimate that it will be completely healed in 5 days. Gu Fei felt the condition of his wound and was already well aware of the state of his injury. As the saying went, it took 100 days to recover from an injury. This meant that if one's muscles and bones were injured, they wouldn't be able to recover without a few months of medical treatment. However, Gu Fei cultivated the body refinement art. Not only was his body 100 times stronger than an ordinary person's, but his flesh and blood also contained the vitality of the 5 elements. Even if his forearm was fractured, the broken bones and broken tendons could be regenerated in a few days, and he would be completely healed. It had to be said that Gu Fei's body's recovery speed was truly astonishing. This was perhaps the advantage of being a martial artist. Not only was his body strong, but he could also quickly recover from injuries. The Haotian merchant group's ship rested at the pier of the Yen River for a night, then set sail again when the sun rose. Even if the wind and water were smooth, the Haotian merchant group's ship could only travel 100 or 200 kilometers a day. Of course, this was also because the ship only traveled during the day. There weren't many boats that dared to sail on the Yen River at night, as it was simply too dangerous. There were countless dangerous shoals and submerged reefs along the waterways of the Yunmeng Mountain. Even during the day, there were still dangers. Who would take the risk to travel at night? In the next 2 days, apart from the servants who brought him 3 meals a day, no one else came to disturb Gu Fei. Perhaps because they knew that he was recuperating, even that handsome young man who looked like a girl didn't appear. Gu Fei couldn't have asked for more than anyone to disturb him, so he naturally seized the time to recuperate. Now, the broken bones in his forearms had already healed, and he could move them again. However, if he wanted them to be as good as new, he would have to continue cultivating for a few more days, using boundless vitality to refine his new bones and make them as hard as before. However, through the idle chatter of the other people on the ship, Gu Fei also learned about the general situation of the Haotian merchant group's 3 ships, as well as their destination. To Gu Fei's surprise, the destination of the Haotian merchant group's fleet was a town called Bluestone Town at the exit of the Yen River, outside the Yunmeng Mountain in the south. As Gu Fei's injuries gradually healed, not only his strength, but his acute spiritual perception also returned to the level it was before he was injured. During these 2 days, Gu Fei paid a little attention and spread his spiritual perception on the ship. He discovered that the ship he was on was actually carrying over 100 people. Most of the people on the ship were agile and had a murderous aura about them. They were clearly experienced guards. Although Gu Fei was a little puzzled, once he understood the situation on the ship, he no longer paid attention to the outside world and began to cultivate on his own. On the evening of the 3rd day, the Haotian merchant group's 3 ships sailed into another dock. After the ships anchored at the dock, young master Ling Yan sent servant girl Xiaoye to invite Gu Fei over. Chapter 78. Fishermen sang in the evening as the sun set. Those who had gone out to fish returned one after another with their fishing boats and fishing nets. The Yen River basin within the 800 miles of the Yunmeng Mountains wasn't completely deserted. On both sides of the Yen River, where the water flow was steady and slow, there were docks every 100 to 200 miles for ships traveling from the north to the south to rest. Although it was in a primeval forest like the Yunmeng Mountains, there were many people living at the docks along the river. In order to ensure that this 800 miles of waterway would be unimpeded, the Yen Kingdom had set up relay stations at each of the docks, and there were even troops stationed in the relay stations. Even so, there were still many cases of bandits robbing merchant ships in these remote areas. Some fugitives were constantly eyeing this waterway that connected the north and the south. The Haotian trading group's 3 large ships were docked at the dock, their flags fluttering in the wind. In the evening, many people walked out of their cabins and stepped onto the dock, entering the small village at the dock to buy some food or daily necessities. At this time, Gu Fei followed the servant girl, Xiaoye, to the deck at the bow of the ship. There were more than 10 ships of various sizes anchored at the dock, but there was no doubt that the Haotian trading group's ships were the most eye-catching. Brother Gu, how's your injury? I've been busy with chores these few days and haven't been able to visit you. I hope Brother Gu doesn't mind. Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man, hurriedly stood up when she saw Gu Fei walk out of the cabin. Thanks to Brother Ling, my injury is no longer a problem. I'll be completely healed in a few days. Under Xiaoye's guidance, Gu Fei sat down at a carved red sandalwood table on the deck. When Ling Luoyan heard this, A strange look flashed across her eyes. At the same time, she also noticed that the wooden planks used to fix the broken bones on Gu Fei's arms had disappeared. Evidently, the broken bones in Gu Fei's arms had been reconnected and could be moved in the past few days. How could his injury have healed so quickly in just a few days? Although Ling Luoyan was shocked, she remained calm and collected as she sat down with a faint smile. Brother Gu's injuries actually healed so quickly. It's really surprising, Ling Luoyan said with a smile. She was very curious. Could it be that Gu Fei had taken an elixir of immortality? For normal people, it would take at least a few months for broken bones to regenerate. Ling Luoyan no longer doubted Gu Fei's identity. Actually, in these 3 days, Ling Luoyan hadn't been busy with the ship, but had used the Ling family's information network to investigate Gu Fei's identity. Although they were on a ship, and the ship was sailing in the Yunmeng Mountain, Ling Luoyan had ways to communicate with the outside world. With the power of the Haotian trading group, news about the Taishan sect and Gu Fei quickly reached Ling Luoyan. My cultivation method is a little unique, so even if I'm injured, I can recover very quickly. Gu Fei told the truth and did not intend to hide anything. The reason why Gu Fei was so calm was because he already knew that there were no particularly powerful experts on the 3 ships of the Haotian trading group. Although this young man called Ling Luoyan also had a good cultivation base and was not an ordinary young master, he was still a far cry from Gu Fei. Even if Ling Luoyan was playing some tricks behind his back, he was not worried at all. Gu Fei had overwhelming strength. No matter what tricks he had, they were no match for his fists. Oh! Ling Luoyan was a little surprised and said, Brother Gu is from the Taishan sect, but if I'm not wrong, you don't seem to be a cultivator. Gu Fei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This Ling Luoyan was interesting. With his cultivation base and knowledge, how could he see through me? It must have been that old man called Uncle Zhong who told him. In the past, he had heard from his master that in the secular world, the so-called martial arts techniques were just fancy but useless. Those who truly understood the true meaning of martial arts were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, from the aura that Uncle Zhong exuded, he was clearly a cultivator and had already refined his qi and blood. However, it seemed that this person's cultivation had stopped there. Could it be that he had only scratched the surface? Had he not truly inherited the true meaning of martial arts? After Gu Fei left the mountain, he immediately met a warrior with a strong cultivation base. This made him a little curious. He faintly felt that in the secular world, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I'm not a cultivator, and not everyone in the Taoist sect is a cultivator. Gu Fei replied. Although he had a straightforward personality, he was still very clear about what could be said and what couldn't be said, and he would never be vague about it. Oh! Ling Luoyan smiled noncommittally. She didn't seem to want to continue discussing this with Gu Fei. She then changed the topic and said, Brother Gu, would you like to come ashore with me? Come ashore. Gu Fei was a little stunned. Looking at this person's manner, he must be from a wealthy family. What was there on the boat? Why was he going ashore? Could it be that he was going ashore to play? A small village by the pier. I've never been to such a place before. I want to go up and take a look. I'd like to invite Brother Gu to come ashore with me. In fact, this Ling family's 13th daughter, who was disguised as a man, had been on the boat for the past few days and was bored to death. Hearing Ling Luoyan say this, Gu Fei knew that if he didn't agree, it would be a little unreasonable. Moreover, it was this youth called Ling Luoyan who had saved him from the river. Gu Fei had never wanted to owe anyone any favors. There were no restraints in the world better than favors. This was the so-called agreeing to something is worse than owing someone money. Too many restraints would affect one's state of mind, which in turn would affect one's cultivation. In the eyes of Taoists, this was karma. Taoists were particular about the unity of heaven and man. The Supreme was emotionless, and only by severing all karma in the world could one comprehend the Tao and become an immortal. All right, since Brother Ling has invited me, I'll decline. Gu Fei said. After 3 days of recuperation, the crack on his sternum had already healed, and the bones in his arms had also regenerated. As long as he didn't engage in any violent collisions, there wouldn't be any problems. However, Gu Fei's injuries had only just healed, and his arms couldn't burst forth with great strength for the time being. His broken bones had been regenerated, and he couldn't withstand too much yuan qi for the time being. Then let's go. Seeing that Gu Fei had agreed, Ling Luoyan's face instantly revealed a brilliant smile. It was as if 100 flowers had bloomed at the same time, extremely dazzling. This. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Her smile seemed like, when junior sister Zhao was happy, she also smiled like this. However, this brother Ling was clearly a man. Gu Fei had been cultivating the ancient body refining technique on Taishan Mountain's Ling Chui Peak since he was young. There weren't many female disciples in the sect, and the women he had seen were either Zhao Zairu or a few female seniors in the sect. How could he tell that the Ling Luoyan in front of him was a woman disguised as a man? In fact, if it was someone who had some experience in the world, they would have long seen that Ling Luoyan was a young girl, and a girl with a peerless beauty that could captivate even the birds and put the moon to shame. Young master, do you want me to wait by your side for your orders? When Ling Luoyan and Gu Fei were about to go ashore, Uncle Zhong, who was wearing a green robe and had a stooped body, suddenly appeared behind them like a ghost. Aya, you scared me to death. Ling Luoyan's body suddenly trembled, and she almost fell from the edge of the boat because of the sudden voice that came from behind her. Uncle Zhong, you're going to scare people to death by appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Ling Luoyan said with a lingering fear in her heart. Her appearance was that of a girl. But in fact, she was really a girl. Only a person like Gu Fei, who was not familiar with the affairs of the world, would not be able to see it. I really deserve to die for scaring the young master, but I didn't do it on purpose, Uncle Zhong analyzed. Although he called himself an old servant, he was clearly different from the other servants. In fact, Gu Fei already knew that Uncle Zhong had been secretly observing him and Ling Luoyan. How could this be? Was he a man-eating beast that would eat Ling Luoyan? This feeling of being watched made Gu Fei feel very uncomfortable. Thus, when Uncle Zhong came out from the dark, his expression became somewhat displeased. All right, you stay on the boat. I won't be at ease without you watching the boat. Ling Luoyan said. She did not want anyone to be between her and Gu Fei. Yes. Uncle Zhong took a look at Gu Fei and retreated. The two of them leaped onto the pier and disregarded the astonished gazes of the people on the pier as they headed towards the shore. Leaping from a boat that was dozens of feet high onto the pier was no different from suicide for an ordinary person. Thus, the bright red sun above the mountains in the west gave off the last rays of the day, dyeing the clouds in the sky a fiery red, as if there were balls of fire burning in the clouds. The two of them were stepping on a bluestone pavement. Gu Fei realized that the bluestone pavement not only had traces of horses and carriages passing through it over the years, it was obvious that this pier had some history. Beside the pier was a relay station. At the entrance of the relay station, there were a few armored soldiers surrounding a table, shouting until their ears were red. There seemed to be an upside-down white porcelain bowl on the table. What are they doing? Gu Fei stopped in his tracks and asked curiously. From the looks of the soldiers, they did not seem to be quarreling. No way. Ling Luoyan looked at Gu Fei as if she was looking at a monster. You don't even know this? I don't know. Should I know? Gu Fei said with an awkward smile. His tone was very serious, and he was not putting on an act. Open. 4, 5, 6, 15 points, ha. I win, pay up, pay up. A bearded man who looked like a military officer lifted the upside-down porcelain bowl on the table and shouted loudly. They're playing a game. There are 3 square objects in the bowl with 6 sides, and each side has 6 points from 1 to 6. These objects are called dice, and they're betting on big or small. If they bet on a big number, they win, and if they don't, they lose, Ling Luoyan explained with a smile. Hearing this, the trace of surprise on Gu Fei's face immediately disappeared. He did not stay any longer and walked forward. No wonder there was only 1 in 10 million people who could transcend reincarnation. To a large extent, it was because they lost their will to play and ruined their future. The small village on the pier was actually not much to look at. After the two of them walked around the village, they came to a quiet forest outside the village. Brother Ling, is your ship heading south? Where's your destination? Gu Fei suddenly asked as the two of them walked on a small path in the forest. Gu Fei already knew that the Haotian trading group's ship was heading south. Ling Luoyen thought for a while before saying, "The ship's destination is Bluestone Town after leaving Yunmeng Mountain, but our caravan is heading to Dragon Emperor City in the southern wilderness." Chapter 79. Southern Wasteland Dragon Emperor City? I didn't expect us to travel the same way, Gu Fei said in amazement. This was too much of a coincidence. Ling Luoyen's group had actually expanded their business to the southern wasteland? If Nangong Chu knew what kind of business group Haotian Business Group was, he wouldn't be surprised. Haotian Business Group could be said to be the largest business group on Tinglong continent. The Haotian trading group's tentacles had practically extended to every place in the continent where humans resided. The three kingdoms of the Central Plains, the Buddhist land of the West, the northernmost Devil Land, and even the extremely mysterious and illusory plentiful city ghost estate of legend had business dealings with the Haotian trading group. Brother Gu is also going to the southern wasteland? We're going the same way. Why don't we travel together so that we can take care of each other? Ling Luoyen was a bit surprised, but soon became happy. If they could establish a relationship with Taishan sect, one of the three major Taoist sects, because of Gu Fei, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for Haotian Business Group. That's great. It was Gu Fei's first time going down the mountain, so how could he know how to go to the southern wasteland? Ling Luoyen's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. If he traveled with Ling Luoyen's caravan, he wouldn't have to worry about not reaching Dragon Emperor City. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was walking with Ling Luoyen on a tree-lined path, suddenly stopped in his tracks and furrowed his brows. Then, the sound of birds flapping their wings could be heard from the forest in front of them. A few black birds soared into the sky from the forest and flew into the distance. At this moment, Ling Luoyen also noticed Gu Fei's abnormal behavior and the birds that were obviously startled out of the forest. It seemed that something in the forest ahead had startled the birds that were resting in the forest. As the sun set, the sunlight was already blocked by the mountains. The forest seemed very gloomy and gloomy. Wisps of thin, gauze-like mist lingered in the forest. It was very quiet all around. Just as Ling Luoyen was in a state of shock, Gu Fei, who was beside her, suddenly pulled her along and quickly rushed into the forest beside the small path. Just as the two of them hid behind the tree, a black shadow rushed out from the forest in front of them with a whoosh sound. Gu Fei's gaze was like lightning. In an instant, he clearly saw the appearance of the person who had suddenly rushed out of the forest. When he saw this person, Gu Fei couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. That was because that person could no longer be called a human. That person's body was an existence that existed between a corporeal and incorporeal. This person had a face that was even whiter than a piece of white paper, and a pair of eyes actually flickered with a strange green light. The black clothes on his body seemed to be covered by a layer of fine gauze. Moreover, Gu Fei discovered that when this extremely strange person walked, he was actually as light as a feather, as if his feet did not touch the ground. Just as that extremely strange person rushed out from the forest ahead, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the forest behind that person and rushed out from the forest. The speed of that streak of light was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it had caught up to the person in black from behind, and with a twist, it actually twisted that person into two. Ling Luoyen, who was hiding in the forest beside the road, could clearly see this scene. She couldn't help but be shocked, and was about to let out a cry of surprise. However, just as Ling Luoyen was about to cry out, a large hand covered her wide open mouth. Ling Luoyen's cry of surprise was forcefully blocked in her mouth. Of course, she couldn't cry out. However, a shocking scene occurred. The body of the black-robed man, who had been sliced into two by the vigorous light that was like a soaring dragon, actually seemed to have no physical body. It was hazy and covered with a layer of black gas. There was also no cry of pain, and there was no scene of blood splattering. The two halves of the body that had been cut into two actually merged together, and in an instant, a black light flashed, and that person's body actually became whole again. Hiding behind a tree, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The cultivation of this white-faced person in black did not seem to be very high. His body was twisted into two, but he could still instantly recover. What kind of remarkable ability was this? It was really too shocking. The pale-faced person in black seemed to be very afraid of the person behind him. After his body recovered, he hurriedly turned into a gust of cold wind and rushed up the mountain. "Where do you think you're going?" In the forest, a cold laugh sounded. Following that, a white figure walked out from the forest. The cold streak of light made a turn in the air, and with a whoosh, it flew towards the person in white. With a clang, it entered the person's sword sheath behind him. A disciple of the Guangxing celestial sect? When Gu Fei saw the streak of light that flew out from the forest, his expression changed. Then, he saw that the streak of light twisted the person in black who seemed to be covered in a layer of black gas, and then saw the person in white who walked out from the forest. Gu Fei's eyes immediately narrowed into a line. Why did the disciple of the Guangxing celestial sect appear here? Gu Fei's heart was filled with questions. Who was that strange person in black who was being chased by the Guangxing celestial sect? The person in white who walked out from the forest was a young man in white who carried a long sword on his back. After that young man kept his flying sword, he did not stop at all. He immediately used the divine movement technique and chased after the escaping gust of cold wind. Obviously, this young man from the Guangxing celestial sect did not cultivate the sword immortal technique to the realm of one with the sword. He could not merge his body with the sword and control the sword to fly in the sky. However, that young man in white's divine movement technique allowed him to fly like the wind. He stepped on the treetops and chased after the escaping gust of cold wind like lightning. His speed was not slower than the escaping gust of cold wind. Go! Let's go take a look. A sharp light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. Then he extended his hand and hugged Ling Luoyan's waist. Flying up, he stepped on the treetops and chased after that young man in white. Ling Luoyan's face could not help but blush when Gu Fei hugged her waist. Her heart was pounding. Although she was dressed as a man, she was still a girl after all. Being hugged by a man made her feel shy. Ling Luoyan was the little princess of the Haotian business group. She was a proud daughter of the heavens who was pampered by her family. When had she ever been so close to a man? At this moment, Ling Luoyan's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. The three of them walked through the forest as if they were flying. Very quickly, they left the forest outside the small village on the pier and entered the mountains. In this primitive forest, 1,000-year-old trees had intertwined roots and 100-year-old vines intertwined. Under the trees that were 20 to 30 feet tall, there were all kinds of extremely dangerous ferocious beasts roaming about. After chasing for 100 miles, the young man from the Guangxing immortal sect finally blocked the man in black who was escaping in front of them in a small valley. Gu Fei hugged Ling Luoyan and arrived outside the small valley. They hid behind a large rock outside the valley. Looking into the valley, they saw that the ghost-like black shadow was confronting the young man in white. At this moment, the sky had already darkened completely. However, this did not affect the vision of these practitioners. Don't push me too far. The dark figure's green eyes were like the wisp, and they seemed extremely evil in the night. His voice was also incomparably cold, and there was a chill in it. You ghosts, instead of staying in the ghost palace of Plentiful City, you actually came out to drive people's souls and absorb their divine souls to cultivate that evil ghost weapon, the 5-ghost pennant. You really deserve to die. With a shake of the young man's shoulder, the divine sword on his back immediately flew out of the scabbard with a clang sound. It charged towards the black shadow that seemed to be illusory. A sharp sword chi immediately spread out from the valley. Chapter 80. Ghost cultivators were a special existence among the cultivators in the Tenglong continent. They refined the 3 souls and gathered the 7 spirits. They condensed the essence, chi, and spirit of their entire body into the extreme Yin ghost body. They separated themselves from the physical body and became a kind of existence that had no substance. There were thousands of cultivation systems among the cultivators in the world, but all of them had the same goal. They fought against the heavens and pursued immortality. However, the path of immortality was vague and difficult to achieve. On the other hand, the ghost path was a shortcut to immortality. Moreover, after condensing the ghost body, the person was equivalent to already dead. Although they could live in the world in the form of ghosts, they had become an abnormal species that could not see the sunlight. In order to live in the world forever and not grow old and die, they abandoned their physical body and became a ghost. From then on, they could not see the sunlight and walk in the darkness forever. Not everyone was willing to walk on this path of ghost cultivation. However, there were some people who did not succeed in cultivation and had no hope of immortality. They would rather live in the darkness forever than fall into the cycle of reincarnation and suffer the pain of reincarnation. Thus, they chose to enter the ghost palace of Plentiful City and cultivate the ghost path. At this moment, in the valley, the young disciple of the Guangqing immortal sect had already started fighting with the ghost soldier of Plentiful City. The sword light was like a rainbow, twisting and turning in the air. It emitted a dense sword aura and continuously attacked the ghost shadow. Everything that was swept by the sword light, whether it was a boulder or a tree, was all shattered. The power of the 100 Steps flying sword could not be underestimated. And in the hands of the ghost soldier of Plentiful City, there was a pitch-black long banner that was surrounded by black gas. As the long banner waved, the ghost aura surged and the ghost shadow blocked the sword light, not allowing it to get close to its body. That is the 5 ghost banner? Gu Fei's heart shuddered. That strange black banner that was shrouded in ghostly aura and seemed to be haunted by countless vengeful spirits did not seem to be an ordinary object. It was actually able to withstand the slash of that youth's 100 Steps flying sword. Ling Luoyan curiously followed Gu Fei to look around the valley. The ghostly cultivator holding the 5 ghost banner had already started waving it. The ghostly aura that surged out from the banner immediately engulfed the ghostly cultivator, and a ghostly head appeared on the banner. Ling Luoyan only took a single glance before she felt her mind become unsettled, as if her soul was about to fly out of her body. She couldn't help being shocked and hurriedly focused her mind. How sinister! Ling Luoyan didn't dare to look anymore. At this moment, Ling Luoyan suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing behind her, and a creepy feeling welled up in her heart. In the next moment, she felt Gu Fei's arm around her waist tighten, and her body soared into the air. Boom! There was a huge tremor, and a golden light flashed. Ling Luoyan's body shook, and she was carried into the valley by Gu Fei. At this time, she saw that 4 pale, skinny people had appeared out of thin air around the valley. They were shrouded in black gas. One of them was surrounded by black aura and had a ghostly aura. He was holding a black banner that was about 2 feet long, and his body was faintly discernible. He was looking at them with a face full of surprise. Mist and clouds rose in the mountains. On this Hei-Tian night, 4 people holding black banners suddenly appeared. Their expressions were indescribably gloomy and mournful. Gu Fei floated down from the sky with Ling Luoyan in his arms. When his feet touched the ground, there was a dull sound. What happened to you? At this moment, Ling Luoyan realized that the sleeve on Gu Fei's right arm had disappeared, revealing the bronze-colored skin on his arm. Although Gu Fei's right arm wasn't very strong, many tendons appeared at this moment. They were like tiny horned dragons coiling around his muscles, giving off a strong feeling. It was obvious that in that short moment, Gu Fei had exchanged a blow with the ghostly cultivator who had launched a sneak attack. Without a doubt, all the muscles on Gu Fei's body were now filled with explosive power. If he wanted to, every muscle could explode with astonishing power. Sneak attack from behind, you scoundrel! Gu Fei's gaze was like a sharp sword as he stared at the ghostly cultivator who had just attacked him. The yuan qi in his body began to circulate rapidly. Only a small portion of his power was concentrated in his dantian, forming a 5-colored ball of light to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he had absorbed through his pores. Most of Gu Fei's power was actually refined into his muscles, bones, and flesh. Therefore, with just a thought, he could instantly launch a ferocious attack against his enemy. He didn't need to be like other cultivators, who had to spend time to cast spells or use treasures. Although the time it took to cast spells and use treasures was actually very short, it was that short instant that allowed Gu Fei to gain the upper hand when fighting against cultivators of the same level. The two people fighting in the valley didn't expect that there would be uninvited guests outside the valley. The young man from the Guangxing immortal sect and the ghostly cultivator who was controlling the ferocious ghostly head with the 5 ghost banner were both shocked. When the young man from the Guangxing immortal sect saw the other 4 ghostly cultivators holding the black banners, his expression instantly changed. With a split second of concentration, the ferocious ghostly head that was spitting out jade-green ghostly fire immediately spat out a mouthful of ghostly fire at the sword light. Buzz! The sword light that was spat out by the ghostly fire seemed to have dimmed a little. The young man was instantly shocked. The ghostly fire that the ghostly head formed from thousands of ferocious souls from the 5 ghost banners spat out was actually able to damage the split sword. It was beyond his expectations. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. The 5 ghost banner that the 5 of us refined just so happens to lack 3 ghostly generals. We'll use the souls of the 3 of you to refine the banner's ghostly generals. The 4 ghostly cultivators who suddenly appeared outside the valley held ghost banners that were shrouded in black qi and pressed towards Gu Fei and Ling Luoyan from 4 directions. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably grave. He could feel a huge wave of yin qi from the 4 ghostly cultivators, especially the 5 ghost banners in their hands. He could vaguely see ghostly shadows flickering on the banners, as if those ghosts were about to rush out from the black banners. The aura that was emitted from the black banners made Gu Fei feel uneasy. The cultivation of these ghostly cultivators didn't seem to be weak, and with the 5 ghost banner in their hands, the situation was very disadvantageous to Gu Fei and Ling Luoyan. At this moment, the ghostly cultivator who was fighting with the young man from Guangxing immortal sect suddenly controlled the 5 ghost banner and retreated, abandoning the young man. The young man waved his hand, and the sword light immediately flew back to him. It danced around his body and swept away the cold ghostly qi that was surging towards him. Ghostly qi was something of extreme yin and extreme cold. It could corrode the yang qi in a person's body. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with a trace of ghostly qi, they would either fall sick or die. The ghostly cultivator didn't just let the young man from Guangxing immortal sect go. Instead, he and the other 4 surrounded the 3 people in the valley. The 5 ghostly cultivators laughed sinisterly as they waved the 5 ghost banners in their hands at the same time. As the black banners danced, ghostly qi surged out and quickly spread out. In an instant, ghostly qi surged in all directions, and ghostly cries could be heard. The pitch-black ghostly qi sealed the entire small valley. 5 balls of pale green ghostly fire wrapped around 5 ghostly heads that were the size of car wheels. They emitted a terrifying and eerie aura, constantly appearing in the surging ghostly qi in the surroundings. Their hair was disheveled, their eyes flashed with green light, and their bloody mouths were wide open with fangs intersecting. Every ghostly head looked extremely frightening, as if they were evil spirits that came out of hell. "Brother Ling, what's wrong?" Gu Fei suddenly realized that Ling Luoyan, who he was hugging, seemed to be acting strangely. He hurriedly took a look and couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, Gu Fei still didn't know that Ling Luoyan was a girl, nor did he know that her original name wasn't Ling Yan. However, the young man in Gu Fei's eyes, Ling Luoyan, had actually become dizzy at this moment, as if she had lost her mind. A layer of black qi even vaguely appeared on her face. Gu Fei knew that Ling Luoyan had been affected by the surrounding ghostly qi, and he couldn't help but become anxious. He hurriedly placed a hand on Ling Luoyan's back and sent a wave of pure yang qi into Ling Luoyan's body. Gu Fei had the body of a child, and the pure yang qi on his body was incomparably pure, without a single flaw. Moreover, after cultivating the ancient body refinement technique, the blood and qi in Gu Fei's body were extremely vigorous, and the powerful pure yang qi on his body was the nemesis of the extreme yin ghost qi. Obediently accept your death. A deep and cold voice came from within the surging ghostly qi. It was sometimes near and sometimes far, making it hard for people to grasp. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with these ghosts. After a wave of pure yang qi entered Ling Luoyan's body, the black qi on Ling Luoyan's face was immediately dispelled, and her face regained its normal color. Gu Fei couldn't help but be delighted. Even if I have to destroy my Tao power today, I'm going to exterminate all of you ghosts. The young cultivator from the Guangqing immortal sect roared angrily. He actually bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the sword light. Wang! A crisp sword chime soared into the sky and resounded throughout the entire valley. The sword light in front of the young man instantly shone brightly and grew to a height of 10 zhang. The young man formed a seal, and the bright sword light immediately protected the 3 people who were forced together in the middle. The sword light was like a dragon, and also like a bolt of lightning, forcing the surging extreme Yin ghost chi away, making it difficult for them to take another step forward. I am the disciple of the Guangqing immortal sect, Lu Yunhe. This is a pure yang pill, and it can dispel this kind of demonic qi. Quickly consume it. The young cultivator from the Guangqing immortal sect suddenly took out 2 golden elixirs and handed them to Gu Fei and Ling Luoyan. Many thanks. I am Gu Fei from the Taixin sect, and this is my friend Ling Luoyan. Gu Fei didn't act pretentious. After revealing his identity, he took the 2 elixirs from Lu Yunhe's hands. So you are a disciple of the Taixin sect. That's great. Lu Yunhe was startled, but his face was also filled with joy. The Taixin sect and the Guangqing immortal sect were both part of the 3 great Taoist sects, and they were of the same branch. If the 2 of them worked together, they might be able to break through this ghost formation. At this time, Ling Luoyan, who had received the pure yang qi from Gu Fei to force the extreme Yin ghost qi out of her body, also woke up. After consuming the pure yang pill, the surrounding ghost qi couldn't touch her body anymore. As for Gu Fei, he didn't need to consume the pure yang pill at all. His body was full of blood and yang qi, and the extreme Yin ghost qi couldn't get close to him at all. What's going on? I was scared to death. Ling Luoyan, who had woken up, couldn't help but scream when she saw the surging ghost qi around her. This was especially so when the huge ghost head suddenly spat out green ghost flames from the surging ghost qi and bit towards her. However, she was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. Chapter 81. The power of the sword light that was imbued with the essence of the young disciple of the Guangqing immortal sect, Lu Yunhe, was greatly increased. It was no longer afraid of the profound Yin ghost fire that was spat out by the ferocious ghost head that was condensed from the essence of thousands of souls on the 5 ghost banner. The sword light that was like a waterfall completely blocked the surging black gas and ghostly mist. The sword light formed a light screen that protected the 3 people within it. Good. The Guangqing immortal sword is indeed extraordinary. Brothers, activate the formation and turn them into ashes. Then, capture their souls and refine them into the main ghost general of the banner. A soft and ethereal voice that seemed to have floated up from the depths of hell sounded out from the surging ghostly mist. When Gu Fei and Lu Yunhe heard this voice, they didn't feel any discomfort. They weren't affected in the slightest. However, when Ling Luoyan heard this voice, it was a completely different matter. The ghostly words drilled into Ling Luoyan's ears, immediately causing her to feel as if she had fallen into an icy cavern. Her entire body trembled as a chill ran down her spine, causing all the hair on her body to stand on end and goosebumps to fall to the ground. Don't be afraid. Gu Fei held Ling Luoyan's hand and said in a deep voice. His pair of bright eyes constantly swept across the surroundings. He wanted to find the 5 ghost cultivators of the ghost palace of Plentiful City that were hidden in the black gas and ghostly mist. Lu Yunhe, who was standing beside the 2 of them, looked at them with a strange expression. The intimacy between the 2 of them made him feel a little surprised. Weren't cultivators supposed to have a pure heart and few desires? Why was this Gu Fei so intimate with a girl? Compared to Gu Fei, Lu Yunhe had more experience in the world. From the first time he saw Ling Luoyan, he could already tell that this fair-skinned and extremely handsome youth was actually a girl disguised as a man, and not a man. At this moment, the 5 ghost cultivators had already activated the formation. 5 terrifying waves of evil energy spread out from the surging black gas and ghostly mist. Then, the 3 of them heard the sound of teeth grinding. Following that, 5 ferocious ghost heads the size of wagon wheels appeared from the black gas and ghostly mist. Their bloody mouths violently spewed green flames as they charged towards Gu Fei and the other two from 5 directions. The skulls of the 5 evil spirits were so solid that they seemed to have solidified into tangible objects. They directly and fiercely pounced on the sword screen formed by the dazzling sword light. When Lu Yunhe, who was controlling the sword light, saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. The attack of the 5 ghost heads was extremely ferocious, and it greatly increased the pressure on him. He hurriedly formed a sword seal and pointed towards the golden light. Wang! With a loud bang, the sword light exploded and swept away the 3 ghostly heads that were surrounded by ghostly flames that were charging at him like a bolt of lightning. Taking care of 3 sides was already the limit of Lu Yunhe's current sword path. After sweeping away the 3 ferocious ghost heads with the sword light slowed down. It was too late to force back the other 2 ferocious ghost heads. Gu Fei let out a cold laugh. He pulled Ling Luoyan behind him and shook his fists. His fists instantly turned purple. Then his fists blasted towards the 2 gigantic ghost heads that were spewing flames from their mouths and pouncing towards them. Instantly, a purple aura surged out from Gu Fei's fists. The fist force was like a torrential river, unstoppable, and dyed the heaven and earth purple. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, 2 loud sounds exploded. The dull sounds made people feel endless pressure. Gu Fei's fist force instantly collided with the 2 ghost heads that were surrounded by ghostly flames. Under the incomparably shocked gazes of Lu Yunhe and Ling Luoyan, Gu Fei directly dispersed the mysterious Yin ghost flames around the 2 ghost heads. The 2 ghost heads were blasted away and disappeared into the churning black ghost fog behind them. Using the essence of the divine weapon that had been refined into his body to protect his newly healed arms, Gu Fei directly blasted away the 2 ghost heads. At the same time, he also avoided the danger of his new bones breaking. Gu Fei let out a low roar as the muscles, bones, blood, and flesh in his body surged. Then, a powerful aura spread out from his body. At the same time, streams of essence shot out from the pores on his body. Ling Luoyan, who was standing behind him, immediately felt as if a breeze had come out of nowhere from Gu Fei's body, making her feel as if she was in the wind. Under the control of Gu Fei's divine sense, invisible streams of essence chi spread out and formed a force field around him, blocking the surging cold ghostly aura and enveloping Ling Luoyan and Lu Yunhe. However, compared to Lu Yunhe's sword light, it was even more pervasive and impenetrable. What kind of technique is this? Seeing this, Lu Yunhe could not help but be shocked. The magic power that Gu Fei had displayed was too strange, and it was beyond his understanding. There was no fluctuation of magic power, but he was still able to explode with such shocking power. He did not see Gu Fei use any technique, but he was able to block the black ghost fog that rushed over like a storm. This not only surprised Lu Yunhe, but also made him doubt Gu Fei's identity. Is he really a disciple of the Taishan sect? Lu Yunhe thought to himself. This Gu Fei had displayed a technique that he did not know, but he was sure that it was definitely not a magic power of a cultivator. At this time, Lu Yunhe did not have much time to think, because the black ghost fog that enveloped them was getting thicker and thicker. It was as black as ink, comparable to the monstrous demonic chi of the demon lord of 6 paths. In the ghost fog, there seemed to be thousands of ghosts roaming and howling. The ghostly cries made one's hair stand on end. Ling Luoyan, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, was so scared that her whole body was shaking like a sieve, and her face was deathly pale. She, who had been pampered since childhood, had never seen such a terrifying scene. In the ghost fog, the 5 ghost cultivators who were hidden in the fog were obviously very angry after the first wave of attacks from Gu Fei and Lu Yunhe. The 5 ghost streamer was refined by the 5 ghost soldiers of Fengdu over many years. It was refined from the essence of countless souls. It looked tangible, but it was actually intangible. It was a rare treasure in the ghost realm, and it was extremely powerful. However, it was obvious that these 5 ghost cultivators had not successfully refined the 5 ghost streamer. Otherwise, the ferocious ghost head that had condensed on the 5 ghost streamer would have spat out a mouthful of ghost fire and tainted Lu Yunhe's flying sword's essence energy, causing the flying sword to turn into ordinary iron. Pang! Suddenly, the ghost fog rolled, and a pale green ghost fire surged out from all directions. In an instant, the three people who were surrounded by the black ghost fog were enveloped in the monstrous ghost fire. However, the force field formed by the essence of the skin pores on Gu Fei's body. Without his consent, any external force would be repelled and blocked by him. Not a single feather could be added, and the insects could not fall. Once the demonic ghost fire pounced on them, it was as if it had hit an invisible wall, and it could not advance even an inch. The 5 ghost heads, hidden in the ghost fog, spat out the pale green ghost fire with all their might. It was as if they really wanted to use the ghost fire to refine Gu Fei and the others. This profound ghost fire did not have the slightest bit of temperature. Instead, it was cold and oppressive. It was a kind of cold flame. Although it did not burn the 3 people, the cold air emitted from the ghost fire caused a thin layer of ice to form on the ground. Gu Fei was fine. He cultivated a body refining technique, so his body was full of essence and blood, and it was difficult for the cold air to attack his body. However, Ling Luoyan and Lu Yunhe did not feel so good. Chapter 82. Not a single feather could be added, not an insect could fall, and not a single technique could touch him. Gu Fei used the essence qi that shot out from his pores to form an aura field that enveloped a radius of 50 feet. All kinds of ghost fire and ghost fog were blocked outside, and could not take a single step forward. Everyone was shocked by the strength of the martial skill and divine ability, especially Lu Yunhe. His sword ray pierced through Gu Fei's aura without any obstruction. With the protection of Gu Fei's domain-like Yuan Qi field, Lu Yunhe's flying sword was like a bolt of lightning as it fiercely slashed into the surging ghost fire outside. The sword was like a dragon, and the person was also like a dragon. The aura of the person and the sword were interlinked, and the sword light was like a part of Lu Yunhe's body. It swept away the green ghost fire that filled the sky, and stirred up the monstrous ghost fog that was sealed in the outermost layer. Wherever the sword light passed, ghostly cries and screams could be heard. Dozens of ghostly figures appeared and disappeared from the ghost fog. They were the evil spirits that had been refined from the 5 ghost banner. After being slashed by the divine sword, they once again turned into a cloud of mysterious ghost qi. However, these ghosts relied on the fact that their bodies were refined from the true Yuan spirit. They could separate and combine, gather and disperse, and were not afraid of the sword light slash. At most, they would only need to be refined again, and then they would once again turn into evil spirits. As long as the 5 ghost banner was not destroyed, the thousands of souls' essence qi could be reborn with it, and could not be destroyed. We can't continue like this. How can we break this ghost formation? Gu Fei asked in a deep voice. He was currently circulating the 5 elements' true essence in his body with all his strength. Every time the pores on his body opened and closed, streams of pure Yuan Qi would spurt out. His muscles and bones emitted continuous crackling sounds, and every inch of his flesh and blood was emitting waves of powerful essence qi, causing his body to be enveloped in a layer of 5-colored splendor. Streams of essence qi circled around his body. His body seemed to be forged from fine iron, and it emitted an incomparably powerful pressure that caused Ling Luoyan's mind to tremble. It was as if she had forgotten the ability to think, and her mind was completely blank. Gu Fei's tall figure had already been imprinted in the depths of her heart. They're hidden in the ghostly mist, making it difficult to determine their location. It's going to be difficult to break this formation. At this time, Lu Yunhe was already sweating profusely. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans flowed down his face. The magic power in his body was being rapidly consumed, causing him to feel like he was about to collapse. This was a bad sign. If his spiritual power was exhausted, then he would definitely not be much stronger than an ordinary person. The abilities of a martial cultivator could be said to be derived from the spiritual power within their bodies. The source of the Tao was the foundation of the Tao. Without the existence of magic power, all sorts of Tao techniques and divine abilities would not be able to be used, and cultivators would become mortals. Of course, such a situation only occurred to low-level cultivators who hadn't condensed a Tao core within their bodies. Cultivators who had formed a Tao core in their bodies could communicate with heaven and earth and breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as there was an endless supply of spiritual energy, their magic power would not dry up. This was the reason why cultivators in the transcending mortality stage could have endless magic power. You want to break our 1,000 ghost devourer formation? Dream on. A sharp and unpleasant voice, like that of a night owl, came from the black mist of ghost flames. Kill! Lu Yunhe listened to the voice and pinched his fingers together. He suddenly pointed in the direction of the voice. The sword light was vigorous like a soaring dragon. In an instant, it tore through the void and shot over. The unparalleled sword chi swept away the layers of ghost chi. Faintly, a black shadow could be seen flashing and vanishing under the sword light. A large banner that was shrouded in dense black chi and emitted an extremely cold and terrifying aura was twisted by the sword light and cut into 2 pieces. Good. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although he hadn't dabbled in the path of formations, he was a member of the Tao sect. Even if he hadn't learned about formations, he knew that the power of a formation would sharply decrease when its magic weapon was destroyed. However, the ghost banner in the black smoke did not dissipate because of this. Instead, it continued to be broken and restored to its original state. Moreover, it swayed continuously, causing people to feel their minds shaking and their souls wanting to fly away. It was as if the 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to be pulled out of the body. Only then did Gu Fei know that these 5 ghost cultivators' ghost Tao magic was really powerful. The 5 ghost banners were condensed from the essence of evil spirits and spirits. They couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps only a pure yang magic weapon could destroy the 5 ghost banners. Gu Fei and Lu Yunhe hurriedly calmed their minds. They knew something was wrong. Dark clouds rolled around them like galloping horses. Mixed with the chilly wind and ghost howls, it was really terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, there was a thud. Someone fell behind them. Gu Fei was shocked and hurriedly turned to look. He saw Ling Luoyan's eyes tightly shut. She fell to the ground with a face full of pain. She had already fainted. What's going on? The Xian Yin ghost chi didn't penetrate into the area covered by my Yuan chi. How did he still get hit? Gu Fei was shocked. Actually, what he didn't know was that this 5 ghost banners was actually an extremely sinister magic weapon of the ghost Tao. Not only could it emit black ghost fog and condense the form of evil spirits, it could also bewitch the mind. Between Gu Fei and Lu Yunhe, one was a martial artist and the other was a sword cultivator. Their minds were incomparably firm, and it was hard for external objects to sway them. But Ling Luoyan was different. Her cultivation was far from Gu Fei and Lu Yunhe's. She was born in a noble family and grew up under the protection of her family. She had never experienced any hardship or suffering. Thus, she only took a few glances at the 5 ghost banners that appeared from the fog and immediately closed her mind. Her mind suddenly became muddled, and she fell to the ground, fainting. Suddenly, a dark green flame flashed. The black ghost fog that Lu Yunhe's sword light had dispersed rose again and enveloped the ghost banners. The ghost banners disappeared, and only the ghost flames that surged out from the black fog were still locked in a stalemate with Gu Fei's Yuan Qi force field and Lu Yunhe's flying sword. Ling Luoyan, what's wrong? Gu Fei was shocked and hurriedly asked. He was currently using all his strength to resist the green ghost flames that were surging in from all directions. His body was like being sandwiched in the middle of a large mountain, unable to move at all. She's fine. She's just bewitched by the ghost techniques of the ghost banners, Lu Yunhe said indifferently. Only then did Gu Fei relax. But he immediately realized that there was an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. He's unconscious. Why am I so nervous? Boom! 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 A part of the world trembled violently. The ghost flames and black fog sealed the heavens and trapped the earth. The ghost formation once again changed. Loud noises sounded continuously, and the power was vast. It was as if thousands of vengeful spirits and evil spirits had appeared. The chilly wind howled, and the black clouds rolled. Streams of terrifying lunar ghost energy attacked Gu Fei's force field, causing his body to shake violently. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the profound Yin ghost flames from the ghost formation were refining his Yuan Qi force field. The range of the Yuan Qi force field was shrinking. 50 feet, 40 feet. He couldn't hold on any longer. His clothes were already soaked in sweat. His skin and flesh were trembling slightly. A powerful martial artist's Yuan Qi was surging in his body, flowing through his muscles and bones. There were bursts of explosive sounds. The thunder of the heavenly drum forged his muscles and bones. Even when he was fighting with others, Gu Fei's ancient cultivation method was still circulating. He was also cultivating. He was cultivating at all times. To him, fighting a life-and-death battle was also a way of cultivation. It could even be a shortcut. At this time, Lu Yunhe also noticed Gu Fei's strange state. He knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. The 5 ghost cultivators were actually planning to use the power of the ghost formation to drive the lunar ghost flames to refine them. If their bodies were refined and their souls were captured, they would become ghosts on the 5 ghost banner. There would only be one outcome. They would never be able to reincarnate, and their souls would scatter. If I ignore Ling Yan, I might be able to break out of the ghost formation. Gu Fei thought. His body was extremely strong, so he didn't have to worry about being attacked by the profound Yin ghost qi. If he were to disregard everything, Gu Fei would still have a chance of escaping. However, this young man called Ling Yan had saved him in the river. With this karma, if he were to escape alone, it would definitely leave a shadow of ingratitude in his heart, and a flaw would appear in his unwavering heart of cultivation. It would become an obstacle that was difficult to overcome in his cultivation, and this was something that Gu Fei could not allow to happen. Just as the surging Yin ghost flames were getting closer and closer, and the two of them were struggling to hold on, there was a sudden rumble. Thousands of thunderbolts struck down from the sky. Rolling black qi and ghost flames immediately swept in all directions. A ball of extremely cold lunar ghost qi was immediately dispersed by the thunderbolts, and specks of stars once again appeared in the sky above the two of them. The vast waves of magical power shook the heavens and the earth. The golden thunderbolts were like countless golden snakes dancing wildly, like mercury flowing on the ground. They swam in all directions, and a ghost Dao formation that was filled with towering ghost qi was instantly destroyed. Several terrified screams could be heard. In the midst of the thunderbolts, thousands of evil souls and malicious ghosts were destroyed, turning into wisps of green smoke. The 5 most powerful ghost heads also seemed to have lost their spiritual qi due to the thunderbolts. They became unstable, as if they were going to disappear at any time. 5 ghostly shadows appeared and turned into a gust of chilly wind. They carried the skulls of the 5 evil spirits and flew towards the west at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, they disappeared into the mountains in the west. Quickly, follow me. At this time, a loud shout came from the sky. Gu Fei saw a Vajra shooting down from the sky. It carried Lu Yunhe and flew toward the south at an extremely fast speed. Flying on a sword? A transcending mortality stage sword cultivator? Seeing this sudden scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked, but he didn't panic. The terrifying pressure that was as strong as a mountain suddenly disappeared, causing his body to sway, and he almost fell to the ground. Ah, junior brother Qi, why are you in such a hurry? Come and catch up with your senior brother. At this time, a loud laugh came from the north. It wasn't loud, but it echoed far and wide, echoing through the mountains. Chapter 83. Carrying the unconscious Ling Luoyen, Gu Fei dashed into a pile of rubble in the valley. Just as he hid, he saw a streak of rainbow-like fiery light shooting over from the northern horizon, chasing after the golden sword light that had swept Lu Yunhe away. The 2 streaks of sword light were extremely fast, seemingly even faster than the 5 ghosts that had escaped. They disappeared into the distance in an instant. Zhao Xuanji, you traitor! Indistinctly, a weak voice came from the southern sky. It was evidently the voice of the person who had used the power of thunder and fire to disperse the dense ghost fog, breaking the ghost Dao formation set up by the 5 ghost banner, and saving Lu Yunhe. Zhao Xuanji. Gu Fei stared at the flashing fiery light in the sky, a baleful aura surging from his body. Twice, Zhao Xuanji had forced him into certain death twice. Gu Fei clearly remembered this debt. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Fei had cultivated the weapon body refining technique that Taoist Xian Tian had passed on to him, and had fused the unremarkable purple rod into his body, allowing him to narrowly escape death at the critical moment of life and death, Gu Fei would have long since died under Zhao Xuanji's flying sword. Now isn't the time. Wait until I break through to the transcending mortality stage, then I'll deal with you. A sharp, murderous light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Zhao Xuanji was a sword cultivator at the transcending mortality stage. Amongst cultivators of the same level, sword cultivators were an absolutely powerful existence. The current Gu Fei didn't have the strength to fight against a cultivator of this level. Withdrawing his gaze, he walked out of the rubble with Ling Luoyen in his arms. He didn't dare to stay in this small valley any longer, so he hurriedly rushed out of the valley and into the ancient forest outside. He had grown up in the mountains, so he was extremely familiar with this kind of ancient forest that was filled with unknown dangers. Indeed, not long after Gu Fei left, a streak of fiery light suddenly flashed in the southern sky, shooting towards the valley. Very quickly, a faint sound of something tearing through the air came from the sky, and a figure standing on a blazing flying sword appeared in the sky above the valley. That person stood on a flying sword and stood in the air. His black clothes fluttered in the wind, and a pair of cold and evil eyes swept over the people below. This person was the fire sword demon, Zhao Xuanji, who had already fallen into the demonic path of Gu Fei's disciple. I seem to have sensed that person's aura when I passed by this place just now. Zhao Xuanji's hazy face was so dark that it seemed like it was about to drip water. It was so dark that it was terrifying. That person has already been sent into the abyss of my sword of that of my sword. How can he still live? After a moment of thought, Zhao Xuanji fused with his sword and turned into a 30-meter-long streak of sword light. He flew north and disappeared into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Of sword, yang sword of yang of, and was Chen of the sword, he refined the sword into the sword of the sword of. With the help of the psychic sword artifact, he could enter and exit the dark world and roam the world. To be able to shoot out a sword pellet from one's mouth and kill the enemy from miles away, among the transcending mortality stage cultivators, only sword cultivators could do this. Gu Fei had already experienced how terrifying Zhao Xuanji was. Thus, by the time Zhao Xuanji returned, he had already carried Ling Luoyen and traversed more than 10 miles through the ancient forest. Gu Fei had entered the forest like a fish in the sea. How could Zhao Xuanji discover his tracks? However, walking in the primitive ancient forest, there was no starlight or moonlight, so it was difficult to accurately determine the direction. Therefore, Gu Fei found himself lost in the dark and dense forest. If an ordinary person were to get lost in such a dangerous ancient forest, there would only be one outcome, and that was to become food in the stomach of a ferocious beast. Gu Fei didn't dare to leap onto the treetops, as it would be too conspicuous. Even in the dark, for someone of Zhao Xuanji's cultivation, there wasn't much difference between night and day. If Zhao Xuanji discovered his tracks, it would be very dangerous. After all, he had only managed to escape from Zhao Xuanji's sword by a fluke the last 2 times. If they were to meet again, Gu Fei knew that he would die without a doubt. Even with the protection of the weapon refinement art, he would still die without a doubt. After carefully walking about 3 to 4 miles through the dense forest, Gu Fei found that the trees around him seemed to have grown taller. He seemed to be walking into the depths of the ancient forest. Trees that required several people to wrap their arms around were intertwined with each other, and vines that were hundreds of feet long intertwined. The forest seemed to be a dangerous place, and there might even be ferocious beasts roaming about. This was because he found that there were no signs of weak beasts in the nearby forest. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of fishy wind gushed out of the forest without any warning. The thick layer of withered leaves on the ground was swept up into the air and fluttered in the air. At the same time, a huge black shadow scuttled out of the forest in front of him and entrenched itself on the ground. A pair of green eyes emitted a sinister light as it stared at Gu Fei. The forest was immediately filled with a fierce aura. Gu Fei fixed his eyes on it. It turned out that the black shadow that had pounced out of the forest in front of him was a huge tiger, a big black tiger that was 4 to 5 meters long. The clouds came from the dragon, and the tiger gave birth to the wind. It turned out to be a huge worm. Gu Fei chuckled. He didn't think much of this ferocious tiger, but he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. Swoosh! With Ling Luoyen in his arms, Gu Fei disappeared from where he was, and the next moment he instantly appeared beside the huge tiger. At this moment, the huge tiger was shaking its head, wanting to let out a tiger roar that could intimidate all beasts. However, Gu Fei couldn't let this black tiger roar. In this quiet forest, the roar of this huge tiger could probably be heard dozens of miles away. If Zhao Xuanji was still nearby, it would be terrible. Turning his body and kicking his leg, Gu Fei's right leg swept out at the tiger's head like a rapidly swinging whip. The force of his leg compressed the air, instantly producing a low explosive sound that sounded like thunder. It was as if the air had exploded from his kick, and the atmosphere screeched, making one's heart skip a beat. Pang! Crack! The huge tiger, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, was sent flying by Gu Fei's kick, producing a bone-chilling sound of bones shattering. The ferocious tiger was also very pitiful. It had wanted to roar and show its might, then pounce on the food that had been delivered to it. However, before it could roar, it was kicked by someone. Its skull was shattered on the spot, and blood spurted out of its 7 orifices as it flew out like a broken sack. Pang! It smashed heavily onto the withered branches and withered leaves, causing the entire ground to shake. The broken leaves on the ground were mixed with dust and rose into the air. This giant tiger lay motionless on the ground. It was as dead as it could be. Chapter 84. Half an hour later, at the bottom of a short mountain in the primitive forest, there was a cave. The entrance of the cave had been blocked by branches and leaves, and there was a bonfire in the cave. The entrance was blocked by branches, so there was no need to worry about people discovering the fire from afar. Beside the bonfire, there were 2 people. One of them seemed to be asleep, lying on the ground, while the other was sitting cross-legged on the ground. From time to time, he would flip the golden and glossy pieces of meat on the wooden rack. The tempting smell of meat lingered in the cave. I haven't eaten tiger meat in a long time, it's so delicious. The man sitting beside the bonfire, eyes staring at the roasted meat on the rack, almost drooling, was Gu Fei. The youth lying on the ground was the cross-dressing Ling Luoyen. Although Ling Luoyen had been bewitched by the soul-stealing technique of the 5-ghost banner, her spirit had not been taken away by the banner, so she was only unconscious. However, although Ling Luoyen's spirit had not been taken away by the 5-ghost banner and had become a walking corpse, it had still damaged her spirit, so she did not wake up so quickly. Gu Fei had expended a lot of his yuan qi after the battle, and when he calmed down, he immediately felt his muscles ache and his bones go limp. He had given it his all in tonight's battle. The yuan qi in his body vibrated his muscles, bones, flesh, and blood, seeping into every part of his body. When Gu Fei looked inside himself, he could see a faint layer of 5-colored light shrouding his bones. Gu Fei's cultivation seemed to have deepened. Every time he fought a life or death battle, he could feel himself improving. As long as the 5 elemental yuan qi in his body completely refined the muscles and bones in his body, and the yuan qi that had been refined into his bones reached a full state, then he would have completed the bone transformation. His muscles and bones would all become vessels to store yuan qi. After that, he would take the last step of transforming his flesh and blood, and Gu Fei would only be a step away from the transcending mortality realm. It was easy to say but extremely difficult to do. Gu Fei had just stepped into the 8th heavenly layer, and was still thousands of miles away from the bone transformation realm. However, he believed that as long as he continued to train and improve a little every day, he would eventually be able to take that step. In the ancient primitive forest, the night was far more dangerous than the day. Most of the poisonous insects and ferocious beasts liked to hunt at night. That was why Gu Fei had found this cave. He planned to spend the night in the mountains and find his bearings before leaving the mountains at daybreak. Looking at the beast meat roasting on the fire, Gu Fei's appetite was aroused. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and directly reached out to tear off a piece of meat that weighed a few kilograms. Not caring if it was hot or not, he threw it into his mouth and chewed. The few kilograms of beast meat was quickly devoured by him. After letting out a burp and rubbing his slightly bulging belly, Gu Fei walked to the cave wall in satisfaction and sat down cross-legged with his back against it. Although the entrance of the cave wasn't big, the inside of the cave was very spacious. Originally, this cave had an owner. The owner of the cave was a black bear, but it was chased away by Gu Fei. The unlucky black tiger, on the other hand, had one of its hind legs torn off by Gu Fei and thrown into the forest as food for other ferocious beasts. This place was already far away from the small valley where he had fought the ghost soldiers of Fengdu. Therefore, Gu Fei was no longer worried that Zhao Xuanji was really so resourceful that he could find him in this primitive forest. Therefore, as usual, he let a wisp of his soul sense wander outside his body, constantly sensing the movements in the outside world, and then immersed himself in cultivation. His slender and strong body didn't move at all. He began to guide the surrounding wood essence into his body, and then let it flow throughout his body. The wood essence nourished his flesh, muscles, and bones, making Gu Fei's body full of vitality, like a new sprout of flowers and trees in spring. At the same time, while absorbing the wood essence, Gu Fei also guided the power of the stars from the outside world to penetrate into his body through the top of his head. Among the 5 elements, the power of the stars belonged to the metal element. As time went by, streams of green wood essence swirled around Gu Fei's body, while the top of his head was shrouded by a cluster of faint starlight. As he operated his cultivation method, the ground around where Gu Fei was sitting also began to rise and swirl around him. The water and fire essences drifting between heaven and earth were also gradually gathered by him. He was guiding the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to condense the 5 elements inside his body. The outside world was the outside world, and the inside of Gu Fei's body was equivalent to the inner world. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth and the inner 5 elements inside Gu Fei's body formed a subtle connection in Gu Fei's body. Channeling the inner 5 elements and the outer 5 elements was a body-tempering method, and it could also be called a divine ability. Not only could cultivators communicate with heaven and earth, but martial artists could as well. Wisps of imperceptible, holy light formed by the power of the 5 elements flowed inside of Gu Fei's body. The wood essence nourished his fleshly body like sweet dew, while the star power gave his internal organs, bones, and flesh a layer of golden light. His internal organs were being strengthened, and the power of the 5 elements inside of him didn't repel each other. On the contrary, there was a feeling of complementing each other, like milk and milk, blending together. Time seemed to stop as Gu Fei immersed himself in the wonderful realm of cultivation. Plants were the most abundant thing in primitive forests. It was a moonlit night, and the sky was filled with endless stars, while the earth was filled with endless earth power. The power of the stars, wood essence, and earth power gathered more and more, while the power of water and fire were the weakest among the 5 elements. Gu Fei was enveloped in a hazy layer of colorful light, and his whole body was emitting a faint light. At this moment, he had ascended to an ethereal state. Although his eyes were closed, the surrounding scenery appeared clearly in his mind. He gave off a light and graceful aura. Every inch of his body was surging with colorful light. The 5 elements and the 5 elements interacted and blended in Gu Fei's body. The impure essence in his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones was expelled through his skin. His flesh and blood were constantly purified and improved by the purest origin of the 5 elements. Gu Fei's physique was changing without him knowing it. The rising sun emitted a soft light, illuminating the heaven and the earth, as well as the 800 miles of cloudy mist mountain. Light shone through the gaps in the tall treetops, sparkling with dew and specks of light. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged with his back against the cave wall, opened his eyes. A faint layer of colorful light quickly faded from his eyes. The bonfire in the cave had long since been extinguished, leaving only faint smoke rising from the ashes. The roars of beasts could be heard from the nearby mountains. His aura is long, and his life signs are stable. Looks like he should be fine after a night of sleep. Gu Fei nodded as he sensed the aura of Ling Luoyan, who was lying beside him. Then, Gu Fei stood up and walked out of the cave. As he stood outside the cave, he was greeted by the fresh scent of grass and wood. After a night of rest, Gu Fei felt that the vitality in his body had completely recovered. The injury caused by Zhao Xuanji's sword a few days ago had also completely healed. This was a few days earlier than he had expected. Gu Fei jumped onto a huge rock in front of the cave entrance. Facing the eastern sun, he began to absorb the wisp of sun essence between heaven and earth. Chapter 85. Facing the sun, Gu Fei's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fire qi. Indistinctly, there seemed to be tiny flames dancing on his body. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have really communicated with the sun true fire. The pure yang qi and the power of fire in his body resonated, and the essence of the sun was smelted into his body. Communicating with the 5 elements inside and outside made Gu Fei able to absorb the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to refine his own 5 elements and 5 qi. At this moment, Gu Fei finally clearly felt that there was something different from the past. His vitality seemed to be a lot stronger. Gu Fei was overjoyed. The human body was like a treasure trove. As his cultivation deepened, he realized that the treasures in his body were endless. After opening a treasure trove, there would be an even greater treasure trove waiting for him. After communicating with the 5 elements of heaven and earth, Gu Fei didn't know what would happen in the future. But now, his vitality was indeed becoming stronger. The benefits of having a strong life origin energy were enormous. The injured body would be nourished by the abundant life origin energy, and the speed of recovery would be much faster. Severed limbs could even grow back, bones could grow back, and flesh could reach the realm of immortality. When the sun was high up in the sky, Gu Fei gradually stopped absorbing the sun qi. The redness on his skin gradually receded, and the hazy flame that shrouded his body also converged into his body. After a night of cultivation, although Gu Fei did not make any breakthroughs in his cultivation, he felt that his body seemed to be much lighter and more powerful. The 5 elemental qi in his body was lively, constantly nourishing his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones. He gently moved his body. Swoosh! He jumped down from the rock and rushed into the forest. A few afterimages flashed past. He waved his hands and shot out a few dazzling blade-like auras. Wherever they passed, the giant trees were chopped down one after another. With a rumbling sound, the fallen giant trees in the forest set off clouds of smoke and dust, and leaves fluttered in the air. At this time, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Seeing the figure moving quickly in the forest, she was shocked. Gu Fei, she saw too many surprises in this person. Swoosh! In the next moment, a figure flickered at the entrance of the cave. Gu Fei appeared in front of Ling Luoyan, leaving behind a series of afterimages that had yet to dissipate. You're finally awake. Gu Fei looked at Ling Luoyan's face and saw that she was sickly pale. Her spirit was dispirited, and it seemed that her mind had suffered quite a bit of damage. Actually, Ling Luoyan was lucky. The 5 ghostly cultivators from the Ghost Palace of Plentiful City hadn't completely refined the 5 ghost streamer. If it had been a fully refined 5 ghost streamer, with just a shake of the streamer, regardless of whether it was a human or a beast, their souls would be extracted and turned into nourishment for the streamer. What is this place? Ling Luoyan looked around and asked. Gu Fei shrugged and said, I also don't know where this place is. I only know that we are in the mountains, a primitive forest full of dangers. What do we do now? Ling Luoyan couldn't help but furrow her brows. Her disappearance would definitely cause chaos in the caravan. This was predictable. You should be more familiar with this mountain than I am. Gu Fei smiled awkwardly. This was his first time leaving the mountain, so how would he know where he was? Ling Luoyan pondered for a moment and said, the 800-mile cloudy mountain. This is a primitive mountain in the south of the Yen Kingdom. We must return to the ship. Do you know which direction to go? Gu Fei asked. Although it was possible to distinguish north, south, east, and west in the mountains during the day, He didn't know which direction was towards the big river. Even with Gu Fei's sharp hearing, he couldn't hear the sounds of people and the sound of flowing water. This place should be a desolate and uninhabited land, and there shouldn't be any big rivers. Why did you bring me to this godforsaken place? Ling Luoyan couldn't help but panic. She looked at the surrounding terrain and found that this was simply a desolate land. In the distance, the silhouettes of ferocious beasts could be seen moving in the forest. There were towering ancient trees with their crowns blotting out the sun, century-old vines twisting and climbing, and the crisp cries of unknown birds resounding in the forest. This was the first time Ling Luoyan had set foot in such a desolate land. She was at a loss and didn't know what to do. After all, she was a girl, a flower in a greenhouse. She had never experienced something like this before. Her eyes reddened, and she had the urge to cry. "You're a man, why are you acting like a girl? You're just lost in the wilderness." Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Ling Luoyan's pitiful appearance. At this time, Gu Fei still couldn't tell that Ling Luoyan was a girl. Even though he had smelled a faint fragrance when he hugged her last night, and she was very light, it didn't take much effort for him to carry her. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "All right, although we don't know where we are, I still have a way to return to the river." "What way?" Ling Luoyan hurriedly asked. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. "A stupid way. The place we are at now should be no more than 200 li from the river, and the river flows from the north to the south, passing through the 800 li of Yunmeng Mountain. Then, we can use this place as a starting point and walk 200 li in a straight line to the east and west." "Won't we be able to return to the river then?" Gu Fei said seriously. 200 li in the east and west? You're joking, right? Ling Luoyan said in shock. This was a primitive forest. Even if they didn't die, they would be half dead if they walked a few hundred li on foot. Even if it was a broad road, the soles of their shoes would be worn through after walking a few hundred li. Wouldn't their legs be crippled? Ling Luoyan couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate when she thought of this. "Do I look like I'm joking to you? Unless you have a better way, this is the only way," Gu Fei said in a bad mood. If it was up to his character, he wouldn't even want to return to the river. He would just walk in this primitive forest and keep heading south. There should be quite a number of fierce beasts in the mountains, and he could fight with them as he hurried along. When he reached the southern wilderness, his cultivation would definitely improve by a lot. A comfortable life would make people lazy, and this wasn't what Gu Fei wanted. Only by constantly being in danger would his cultivation improve. Only with pressure would there be progress, and he had to constantly maintain that fierce spirit of improvement. Ling Luoyan couldn't help but be startled when she heard this. She really couldn't think of any other way at the moment. "Why don't you wait for me here? I'll go scout the way. Once I've confirmed the direction, I'll come back to pick you up," Gu Fei said to Ling Luoyan when he saw her hesitation. "No, I don't want to stay here." In a moment of desperation, Ling Luoyan went forward and tightly grabbed onto Gu Fei's arm. Her face was full of panic. It was no wonder that she was afraid. In this primitive forest, there was no lack of all kinds of fierce beasts. How could a girl dare to stay in such a place alone? "All right, then which direction should we go first?" Gu Fei asked. "East and west, the chances of returning to the river were 50-50ths. You said we should go in that direction." How could Ling Luoyan have any ideas? Everything would be decided by Gu Fei. "The sun rises in the east, so let's go east." Gu Fei looked at the sun in the east and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Since the decision was made, Gu Fei's figure flashed and he headed east. Ling Luoyan hurriedly shouted and chased after him. Walking in the endless primitive forest, Gu Fei would often see some broken bones, but most of them belonged to large herbivores. For example, when he walked through a swamp with lush water plants, he would see a few 10-meter-long and several meter-tall elephant skeletons lying in the water plants, or a few bull skeletons scattered among the rocks. However, Gu Fei also found some unknown giant skeletons scattered in the forest. They looked especially terrifying as they were hidden in the forest grass. He became much more cautious, because this unknown beast bone could very well have been left behind by those extremely ferocious beasts. It would not make sense if there were no ferocious beasts in such a primeval forest. However, Gu Fei did not encounter any particularly ferocious beasts after traveling for dozens of miles in the primeval forest. This surprised Gu Fei. Fierce beasts might be nightmarish existences to others, but to Gu Fei, they were his whetstones. Gu Fei would learn a lot of fighting techniques that would be beneficial to him during his fights with the dire beasts. Hey, do you know how many miles we've walked? At the foot of a hill, Ling Luoyan sat down on a rock, took out a large red fruit from her bosom, and took a bite. There were many unknown fruits in the primitive forest, but Ling Luoyan only dared to pluck some familiar ones to fill her stomach. She had plucked quite a few along the way. Gu Fei turned around and saw that Ling Luoyan had stopped. He stopped moving forward and walked to a large tree, leaning his back against the trunk. Then he took out a bamboo tube from his waist, pulled out the stopper, and raised his head to drink a large mouthful of cool spring water. He had done this himself when he passed by a forest. After all, walking in the primitive forest without food was a small matter, but not without water was out of the question. It's still too early. According to my estimation, we haven't even walked 100 miles. Based on his experience of living in the mountains, Gu Fei knew that they had actually only walked a few dozen miles in this primitive forest. Of course, this was because they were carrying Ling Luoyan, who was as weak as a girl. Gu Fei thought that Ling Luoyan, a disciple of an aristocratic family, was pampered since childhood, but he did not know that this handsome young master in front of him was not a man. What? How can this be? Hearing Gu Fei's words, Ling Luoyan immediately screamed. Then when can we get out of this damn place? Ling Luoyan wailed. Roar. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the depths of the mountain in front of them. The sound was deafening, and it pierced through metal and rocks, causing chaos in the depths of the mountain. Thump. 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 It was as if a huge creature was running. The heavy footsteps hit the ground, causing the forest in front of them to tremble. The heavy footsteps quickly approached the two of them. Not good. Gu Fei was also shaken by this sudden roar, causing his blood to surge. His body trembled, and his eardrums almost ruptured. He threw the bamboo tube in his hand and leaped towards Ling Luoyan, who was still in a daze, with lightning speed. He grabbed her under his ribs, jumped onto the top of the tree, and left like the wind. Chapter 86. Gu Fei carried Ling Luoyan and sprinted for 20 to 30 kilometers, leaving the unknown savage beast's territory. Only then did he stop beside a small stream. He put down the still shocked Ling Luoyan. Gu Fei looked around and realized that this was a rare place with picturesque scenery. The mountain spring water converged into a small stream. The water was so clear that one could see the bottom, and one could vaguely see some unknown fish swimming in the stream. The surroundings of the small stream were covered with wisterias. All sorts of flowers bloomed beautifully. The fragrance of the flowers lingered in the air, giving one a refreshing feeling. In addition, there was the pleasant chirping of birds coming from the branches of the large trees beside the small stream. This was definitely a good place to rest. The tall trees blocked the scorching sun in the sky, and there was a large area of shade under the trees. Gu Fei sat down on the protruding root of a huge tree. He still had lingering fear in his heart. That savage beast just now was the most powerful savage beast he had ever seen. Even a transcending mortality realm cultivator would have to retreat if they met this savage beast. What was that? Ling Luoyan was so shocked that her face turned pale, and she asked with a trembling voice. Although she hadn't seen what that thunderous roar looked like, just the roar alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. One could imagine how terrifying that savage beast was. The 800 miles of Yunmeng Mountain is indeed not simple. It actually has such a powerful savage beast, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He didn't answer Ling Luoyan's question, as he was also frightened. Just now, they had unknowingly barged into the territory of a terrifying savage beast. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place anymore. Hurry up and think of a way to get us out of here. Ling Luoyan had witnessed the cruel law of the jungle this time, and it could only be described as ghastly. How can you see the rainbow without going through a storm? If you can't even endure such a small pain, How can you step into the ranks of the strong? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. The performance of this ridiculously handsome youth in front of him, who had white teeth and red lips, made him a little disappointed. Were all aristocratic family disciples this weak? Gu Fei couldn't help but think of Wang Yuanji, who often bullied him in the past. Wang Yuanji was a fellow who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When Gu Fei's cultivation was low, he would bully Gu Fei as he pleased, but once Gu Fei's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds, he no longer dared to find trouble with Gu Fei. However, Dong Fangchen was also a descendant of an aristocratic family, and he was a decent opponent. It seemed that not all aristocratic family disciples were mediocre. Gu Fei looked at the sky. After a round of torment, the sun was already high in the sky. It was noon. Fei thought, Luyan, and Gu Fei, and Gu Fei, Luyan Gu Fei. Ling Luoyan glared at Gu Fei and said loudly, "Who said that to become an expert, one has to be a savage in the mountains? Hee, if you want to leave this place quickly and return to your comfortable ship, there's actually another way." Gu Fei suddenly looked at Ling Luoyan with an evil smile. "What do you want to do?" Ling Luoyan asked. Hee, if you want to leave this place quickly and return to your comfortable ship, there's actually another way. Gu Fei suddenly looked at Ling Luoyan with an evil smile. "What do you want to do?" When Ling Luoyan saw Gu Fei's expression, she subconsciously tightened her clothes and shrunk back a little. Gu Fei walked towards Ling Luoyan with an evil smile and reached out to grab her. "Don't!" Ling Luoyan was afraid and immediately dodged. "Don't my ass!" Gu Fei cursed in a low voice, then used one hand to clamp Ling Luoyan under his ribs. His feet stepped on the ground, and he flew up, jumping onto the crown of a nearby tree. So he wasn't up to no good. Ling Luoyan couldn't help but blush as she thought of this, revealing an infinite amount of shyness. Moreover, she was dressed as a man, so compared to when she was dressed as a woman, it added a different charm. Tugiti, what am I thinking? So embarrassing. However, deep in Ling Luoyan's heart, she also felt a little disappointed, as if Gu Fei didn't do what she had expected. The thoughts of a girl were really hard to fathom. She obviously wanted to do it, but once it really happened, she would reject it. Was a woman's heart really like a needle at the bottom of the sea? Gu Fei clamped Ling Luoyan under his ribs and stepped on the crown of the tree, flying towards the east. He didn't dare to pass through the territory of the unknown and terrifying beast, so he took a big detour and avoided it. Just the roar of the unknown beast was enough to shake the heavens and the earth, shaking one's soul. One could imagine how powerful the beast was. If he really met the beast head-on, Gu Fei would definitely die. Very quickly, Gu Fei and Ling Luoyan's figures disappeared into the forest. At dusk and sunset, a group of people traversed through the uninhabited primitive mountain forest. Walking in front were two men in green clothes who were wielding shining sabers in their hands. The two men waved the blades in front of them, chopping down the weeds and thorns in front of them, while the others were shouting someone's name. One of the shouts was slightly aged, but it was full of energy. It spread far and wide, echoing in the mountain ridges. It was much longer than the others' shouts, and it also traveled the furthest. The one who let out such a shout that was clearly different from the others was an ordinary old man with a head full of white hair and dressed in a small green gown. "Grandad Zhong, do you think Miss has been kidnapped by our enemies? Otherwise, why would she suddenly disappear?" A young girl in an emerald green dress, dressed like a maid, said to the old man. Tears were already welling up in her eyes, as if they would roll down at any time. Her face was full of anxiety. With young Mrs. Marshall's skills, who would be able to kidnap her without saying a word? "There must be something fishy about this," Uncle Zhong said in a low voice, his expression extremely solemn. "The identity of that Gu Fei has already been investigated. There is such a person in the Taishan sect, and he is an expert. With him by young Mrs.'s side, no one can touch young Mississippi. Could it be?" Uncle Zhong suddenly thought of a possibility, and his expression immediately became very ugly. When Gu Fei was discovered by young Miss and the others, he was seriously injured and floating in the river, unconscious. Could it be that the people who injured him had come looking for him again? If that was really the case, then young Miss would be in trouble. This group of dozens of people was the Haotian caravan that had entered the mountain to search for Ling Luoyen and Gu Fei, as well as Ling Luoyen's personal maids, Xiao Cui, Xiao Yu, and the others. In fact, they did not enter the mountain with just one group. Instead, they had divided the hundreds of guards on the 3 large ships into 8 smaller groups, and entered the Yunming mountain from different directions to search for Ling Luoyen and Gu Fei. Unfortunately, after a night of searching, not only did they not find the 2, but they also lost 6 or 7 well-trained guards in the 8 groups. The primitive mountain forest was full of unknown dangers. Even though the guards of the Haotian caravan were all experienced and had extraordinary skills, it was difficult to avoid casualties. "Young miss, where are you?" Xiao Yu, who was wearing a light yellow dress, murmured with an anxious expression on her face. Xiao Cui and Xiao Yu were both Ling Luoyen's personal maids. If Ling Luoyen had really met with an accident, then they would definitely not survive. A group of people searched carefully while shouting loudly. However, only the echoes of the crowd could be heard in the mountain ridge, and there was no response from their Ling 13 Mississippi. Under Uncle Zhong's lead, this group of people crossed a slope, passed through some bushes, and walked into a piece of land. The group of guards carefully walked through the towering ancient forest in the piece of land with knives and swords in their hands. No one knew if there were any ferocious beasts or venomous insects hidden in the bushes or behind the trees. Among this group of people, 3 people had already lost their lives to the sharp claws and bloody mouths of the ferocious beasts that hid nearby and attacked people when they walked past. Gotcha! Suddenly, someone stepped on a bone on the ground and crushed it. Everyone was startled and stopped. Seeing that there was nothing strange, the group continued forward. Gotcha! Another sound of bones being stepped on was heard. There seemed to be many white bones hidden in the misty forest. At this moment, the crowd's shouts gradually weakened. As they walked further in, there were more and more skeletons of unknown animals scattered in the bushes. The white bones were ghastly. It was extremely terrifying. Soon, everyone could no longer shout, because they seemed to have walked into an evil place. Someone discovered that among the white bones scattered on the ground, there were actually human skeletons. This place didn't seem right. Uncle Zhong frowned and his face became incomparably dignified. At this moment, everyone felt that there was something wrong with this piece of forest. This piece of land was terrifyingly quiet. Not to mention those small beasts, even a bird couldn't be seen. The towering ancient trees in this piece of land were lush with leaves. Although it was dusk, it still looked gloomy and frightening. Clang! Even Xiao Cui and Xiao Yu pulled out the long swords from their waists and vigilantly looked around. Seeing that there were more and more skeletons on the ground, the blond youth waved his hand to stop everyone. "Uncle Zhong, the situation is not right. Let's retreat first and take a detour," Xiao Cui said to Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong glanced around and then made a hand gesture to stop everyone. This piece of land was really strange. There was no fiendish aura of the ferocious beasts in the forest. It seemed that there were no powerful beasts entrenched here. Everyone relaxed their hands and feet and slowly retreated, wanting to leave this piece of land. Suddenly, a ghastly white bone claw stretched out from the leg of a guard wearing a green robe and holding a saber, and instantly grabbed the ankle of that guard. Chapter 87. No one knew when, but a layer of gray mist rose from the Pandi and shrouded the sky, causing the heaven and earth to darken. The sunlight of dusk could no longer shine into the Pandi. The sky was gray as if a part of the world was pressing down, causing people to feel endless oppression. The dense forest of the Pandi was ghostly and extremely evil. The trees in the Pandi were originally very tall and lush. As a result, the light became even darker as if the night had fallen. In the depths of the forest, there seemed to be spots of pale green ghost fire. There seemed to be a kind of creepy evil power that shrouded the entire Pandi. "Be careful! Be on guard!" The group of guards immediately cried out in alarm. Since that unlucky guard was suddenly pulled into the ground by the bone claw, everyone was inexplicably shocked and had goosebumps all over their bodies. Uncle Zhong, who was dressed in a green gown, looked around with a dignified expression. His eyes emitted rays of light like the stars in the night. A powerful aura appeared from his body. The ordinary old man, at this moment, became not ordinary anymore. Meanwhile, the two maids, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, who were beside him, were already frightened by the sudden change of events. They tightly grasped the long swords in their hands and looked around anxiously. Dozens of guards in embroidered clothes held weapons in their hands and formed a circle. They were nervous and vigilant as they slowly retreated from the path they came from. The guards of Haotian Business Group were well trained. Even though they walked into such a dangerous place, they did not panic. However, at this moment, the surrounding ground suddenly surged like a wave. A scene that shocked everyone to the extreme appeared. They saw a skeleton struggling to stand up from the bone fragments and soil. The white skeleton was still considered complete. What was inconceivable was that it was actually moving as if it was alive. It opened its two skeletal arms and pounced towards the crowd. The white bone claws were like 10 sharp bone spurs. If one was scratched by it, there would definitely be 10 bloody holes in one's flesh and blood. Xiao Chui, Xiao Yu, take the people and retreat first, Uncle Zhong said in a deep voice. At the same time, he took a step forward. A violent force immediately penetrated into the ground from his feet. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, and the white skeleton that was pouncing towards them was immediately blown away, disintegrating into thousands of pieces in the air. The broken pieces of bone shot out in all directions. The other skeletons that were breaking through the soil and crawling out of the ground were immediately shaken to pieces, or suppressed underground and crushed into pieces by the soil. This secular world warrior showed his powerful side. Although he didn't grasp the true profound meaning of martial arts, Uncle Zhong had refined his muscles and bones. His strength was strong enough to be comparable to a practitioner in the third heavenly layer. Unfortunately, his cultivation would stop here for the rest of his life, and he would not be able to advance any further. In a situation where he did not receive the true inheritance, this Uncle Zhong was actually able to train his body to such a strong state with such a simple martial technique. This was truly an anomaly. After all, only those who had truly touched the threshold of martial arts could be called a true expert. For example, those guards only knew some fighting techniques. Once they were proficient in those techniques, they would be much stronger than ordinary people. However, in the eyes of a true expert, those techniques were merely showy but impractical, not up to standard. Martial arts had declined, and the profound things had long been lost. The martial arts that were widely spread in the world only had the form, and there was no spirit inside. No matter how refined the external moves were, they could only play the role of tempering the muscles and bones. Uncle Zhong took a step forward and shattered more than 10 skeletons that were crawling out of the ground. Then he punched out, and the rolling fist's strength surged forward. The sound of kata was incessant. More than 10 skeletons that were rushing over were immediately swept away by the fist's strength. They disintegrated and collapsed in the air, and a piece of white bone sprinkled down from the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. Roar! Kill! Fight! In an instant, dozens of guards who had formed a circle roared and brandished the weapons in their hands. They clashed with the white skeletons that were pouncing on them. A great battle broke out. Suddenly, the shadows of swords and knives flashed in the forest. The cold light reflected off the swords and knives flickered in the forest. A cold light flashed, and a skeleton was chopped into 2 halves. The bones scattered on the ground. Bang! One of the skulls was sent flying, and with a kacha sound, it smashed into the sternum of a skeleton that was pouncing on him from behind, and got stuck in that skeleton's chest. Then that skeleton was kicked to pieces. Those skeletons weren't as terrifying and powerful as they had imagined. The fear in the hearts of the guards immediately subsided. Their spirits were greatly aroused. They shouted and brandished the weapons in their hands, and ruthlessly hacked those skeletons that were rushing over. Soon, a layer of broken bones and broken skulls was spread under everyone's feet. Everyone slowly moved out of the forest. However, there were still skeletons crawling out from the ground. It seemed like there was a strange power that was summoning these skeletons from the ground. In the forest, the shadows of ghosts collided. Not all of the skeletons crawled out from the ground. There were also some skeletons that walked out from the depths of the forest. While the skeletons were walking, their bones made a kacha sound, which made people's hair stand on end. Being surrounded by thousands of skeletons that were supposed to be buried in the yellow soil, there was no one who wouldn't be afraid. Swoosh! Xiao Chui pierced the skull of a white skeleton in front of her with her sword. She said to Uncle Zhong with a pale face, "What should we do? These damn things seem to be endless." But at this time, a tall guard's arm was grabbed by the sharp claws of a skeleton. He was dragged out of the circle. "Help! I don't want to die." The guard brandished the single blade in his hand in terror, chopping the skeleton that had dragged him into the crowd of skeletons. He wanted to rush back to the group, but he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. A bloody bony claw had pierced through his back. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and his eyes instantly lost their luster. After that, the guard was pounced on by the skeletons that surged from all directions, and he was forcefully torn into pieces. The scene was extremely bloody. All of this happened in a short moment. Even if everyone wanted to save him, it was already too late. Send a signal, gather the people nearby to help. Seeing this, Uncle Zhong's eyes couldn't help but turn red. This group of guards that followed Ling Luoyan was personally trained by him. Every one of them was an elite, and they weren't any weaker than the veterans that had survived hundreds of battles. Servant Xiao Yu immediately took out a signal flare from her bosom, lit the fuse, and with a peng sound, a fist-sized fireball immediately shot up into the sky, rushing towards the layer of hazy fog in the sky. With a loud peng sound, that fireball exploded in the sky tens of feet high. A fireball that was like a brilliant firework appeared in the sky. Even though it was dusk and the sky was still bright, the light that the fireball emitted was extremely eye-catching, and it didn't extinguish for a long time. In particular, that loud bang could be clearly heard within a radius of dozens of miles. The person who designed this kind of signal flare seemed to have considered the possibility of using it during the day. Even if the fireworks in the sky couldn't be seen, the sound could still be heard. The sound traveled tens of miles, and when the people nearby heard it, they would also gather in the direction of the sound. Chapter 88. The ghastly white skeletons seemed to have received some sort of summons when this extremely evil ghost howl rang out. They fought to be the first to pounce at the crowd. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking much more ferocious than before. The sound of the white bones colliding and the movement of the joints was extremely ear-piercing. Outside the defensive circle formed by the crowd, there were skeletons everywhere. What greeted their eyes was a dazzling white, densely packed together. Although these skeletons couldn't be said to be endless, there were at least 8,000 of them, if not 10,000. This was simply invincible. Uncle Zhong was secretly shocked. He knew that if he delayed any longer, he would either be torn apart by the thousands of white skeletons or be exhausted and die of exhaustion. Skeletons were not humans. These evil creatures did not know what exhaustion was. However, humans were different. Their physical strength was limited. The fierce killing and waving of the weapons in their hands consumed their physical strength. If they could not break out of the encirclement of the white skeletons, they would die after their strength was exhausted. Which divine emperor of Black Voodoo cult is here? Please come out and meet me. Uncle Zhong smashed dozens of skeletons that were charging at him with one punch and shouted loudly. He knew that he had fallen into someone's ambush. Someone had calculated the place that they must pass, set up an ambush, opened the pocket, and waited for them to walk into the encirclement. This made Uncle Zhong, who was extremely experienced, very frightened. Uncle Zhong's shout was filled with vigorous true qi. His voice was transmitted far away, echoing in this gloomy place. I didn't expect someone to know about the existence of our Black Voodoo cult. This is really surprising. As soon as Uncle Zhong finished speaking, a cold voice that was even more unpleasant than the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves came from the depths of the Pandi. It's really the people of Black Voodoo cult. We're in trouble. Hearing the voice coming from the depths of the Pandi, Uncle Zhong felt a chill down his spine. Black Voodoo cult was an extremely mysterious evil cult. Legend had it that the Black Voodoo cult could punish ghosts and gods. These thousands of skeletons. It seemed that the legends about black voodoo cult on the continent were not groundless. But this black voodoo cult has disappeared from the world for 200 to 300 years. Why would such a powerful person suddenly appear in this cloud mist mountain? Grandad Zhong was astonished. While he was pondering, his hands and feet didn't stop moving. He repeatedly blasted out palm force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, shattering the skeletons that ferociously pounced at him. My Clear Sky Merchant Group has no enmity with your black voodoo cult in the past. Why did you attack us? Count Zhong said solemnly. After confirming the other party's identity, he could no longer maintain his composure. Hee. A sinister sneer came from the depths of the ground. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. I want that thing on you. That black voodoo cult demon was hiding on the ground and controlling thousands of white skeletons to madly attack Uncle Zhong's group. However, he didn't show himself. Moreover, his voice was erratic, making it hard to determine where he was coming from. Humph! I don't have what you want on me. Hearing this, Uncle Zhong's expression immediately changed and he said loudly, if that's the case, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. You will have no regrets dying in the hands of my ancestor White Bones. Hee. The unpleasant ghostly voice immediately resounded. Its words were filled with cold killing intent. At this point of time, everyone had been fighting against those white skeletons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at them from all directions. They were already exhausted. Except for Grandad Zhong, who had a profound cultivation base and was able to launch powerful palm strikes, all the guards were already covered with wounds. Even the dresses worn by the two maidservants, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, were torn by those skeletons in a few places. What? A few more screams were heard as several guards were pulled out from the crowd. In an instant, they were torn into pieces by the sharp claws of the white skeletons. The scene was extremely bloody. These thousands of skeletons were extremely evil. They clearly didn't have any signs of life or even soul fluctuations, but they could still move and attack people. Black voodoo cult's methods were truly terrifying. They didn't even let the dead go. Rip. A sharp claw tore a long hole in the clothes on Uncle Zhong's back, revealing the skin inside. Uncle Zhong roared angrily. With a backhand palm, he smashed the skeleton that attacked him from behind into pieces. He was inexplicably shocked and angry. These skeletons were not afraid of being destroyed at all. They rushed forward without any scruples. Even if they were smashed into pieces, there were still other skeletons that continued to attack. It was extremely strenuous to deal with them. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resounded from deep within the mountain and spread far away. This laughter came so suddenly that not only Grandpa Zhong's group, but also the black voodoo cult demon who had been hiding in the forest all this time was greatly surprised. A little demon dares to call himself an ancestor? How laughable! After that, a voice resounded from within the forest, and it was filled with undisguised disdain. Hearing this voice, the guards who were fighting desperately with the white skeletons didn't have any reaction. However, Uncle Zhong, Little Chui, and Little Yu were delighted. At this critical moment, that person actually appeared. Who are you? The black voodoo cult demon who called himself Ancestor White Bones hiding in the dense forest was shocked and angry. It seemed that he was quite afraid of the person who suddenly spoke. The entire place had been covered by his strange evil art. He didn't even notice that the person had come in from outside. This was enough to prove one thing. That person was stronger than him. How dare you look down on me? You're courting death. The black voodoo cult's ancestor White Bones seemed to be furious. He let out an extremely sharp and angry shout. A light green demonic smoke floated out of the dense forest. The flowers and grass that came into contact with this smoke immediately withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone hold your breath. Don't breathe. Seeing that, Grandad Zhong was shocked at once. He hurriedly shouted at those guards. Obviously, the light green mist that spread out from the dense forest was a kind of extremely poisonous thing. At this moment, the white skeletons that were attacking the guards actually stopped for a moment. Then, like a tide, they quickly retreated in all directions. The movements of these skeletons were neat and orderly, as if they were a well-trained army of white bones. How did he do it? Everyone was inexplicably surprised. Uncle Zhong was even more shocked. The black voodoo cult's ancestor White Bones was really frightening. The scattered white skeletons quickly moved through the forest. However, there were still thousands of skeletons that surrounded Uncle Zhong and the others and could attack them at any time. Chapter 89. That person has appeared. Miss must be nearby. Xiao Chui, who was already drenched in sweat, whispered happily to Xiao Yu, who was standing beside her with a sword in her hand. The two maids were obviously not ordinary people. They had strong combat strength, but after the battle, their clothes were torn and their hair was disheveled. You're right, but let's talk after we get out of this damn place. Xiao Yu glanced at the white skeletons that surrounded them, and the hand that was holding the sword couldn't help but tighten. Come out. How dare you look down on me? You must be prepared to die. The voice of the White Bones ancestor was like that of an owl. He roared again and again. His sharp voice seemed to penetrate everyone's eardrums, making them feel uncomfortable. I'm right beside you, but you can't see me. Who can you blame? The voice sounded again. The White Bones ancestor only had time to let out an extremely frightened cry. Then, everyone saw a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out of the dense forest, and a turbulent wave of yuan qi surged out of the forest. Then, a gloomy and terrifying wave spread out. The White Bones ancestor seemed to be in big trouble, and it seemed that someone was attacking him. Die! Suddenly, the golden light turned into a raging flame, and suddenly burst out of the forest. Wherever the flame passed, not only were the trees instantly burned to ashes, but also the wandering skeletons in the forest. The light green demonic fog was burned by the flame, turned into a wisp of green smoke, and dissipated with the wind. In the depths of the dense forest, within a radius of 20 to 30 feet, everything turned into a sea of fire. The flame burned the sky, and all the visible and invisible things were all swept into the raging flame that seemed like a heavenly fire. Although Grandad Zhong and the others were far away, they could still feel an extremely hot airflow blowing on their faces. That high temperature burned their skin to the point of pain. Wah! A short but extremely shrill scream was heard. Vaguely, a person in a black robe could be seen struggling in the raging flame a few times, and then was swept up by a burst of fire and burned to ashes. Wow! With a sound, the thousands of white skeletons that surrounded Uncle Zhong and the others seemed to lose some kind of power, and all fell down. Looking at the white skeletons on the ground, the guards were all shocked. That black voodoo cult guy died? Killed by someone? The raging flame that erupted from the depths of the dense forest seemed to quickly retreat after burning the black-robed person and disappeared in an instant. Only the area that was burned was still smoking. Just as the raging flames burned the black-robed demon into ashes, in the depths of a nameless mountain in the Tenglong continent, there was a temple built with black stones. One of the 4 jade-green ghost flames that were being worshipped on the altar was suddenly extinguished for no reason. Then, an angry roar came from a gloomy swamp a dozen miles away from the temple. A huge figure rose up from the depths of the swamp that was shrouded in black fog like a devil. Who dares to kill my people? A cold voice came from the depths of the swamp. The black fog that shrouded the swamp immediately shook, and a huge demonic shadow appeared and disappeared in the black fog, emitting an endless amount of fiendish and evil aura. The black mist on the periphery of the swamp was swept away. Within the swamp, the pitch-black muddy water was tumbling, constantly bubbling with a fishy smell. Skeletons were floating in the ink-like muddy water. Whoosh! A figure flashed in front of everyone, and a young man dressed in white was already standing in front of them. Gu Fei? Uncle Zhong blurted out as soon as he saw the young man. The young man dressed in white who appeared in front of everyone was Gu Fei. The signal flame that the maid Xiao Yu had sent out had attracted Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't think that a demon from the black voodoo cult would force Uncle Zhong and the others into a desperate situation. It seemed that it was because of something on Uncle Zhong's body. Of course, Gu Fei had no interest in that thing on Uncle Zhong's body. He was focused on cultivation, and what he was most afraid of was being tempted by the outside world, which would shake his courageous heart. Gu Fei, where's our miss? Seeing that the mysterious person who killed the demon in the depths of the forest was Gu Fei, Xiao Chui was happy at first, but then she hurriedly asked, "HM? What's your miss? Could it be?" Gu Fei's expression immediately darkened. His eyes shot out a sharp light as he stared at Xiao Chui. He wasn't stupid. If he still didn't know what had happened at this time, then he really was stupid to the extreme. Under Gu Fei's sharp gaze, Xiao Chui's heart couldn't help but tremble. It was as if she was being stared at by a terrifying beast. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart, and her entire body shivered. Oh no! Standing next to Xiao Chui, Uncle Zhong immediately cursed inwardly. He had lived for most of his life, and it could be said that he had one foot in the grave. How could he not know of Gu Fei's current situation? He couldn't help but secretly raise his guard. He was afraid that Gu Fei would become enraged and attack everyone. That would be a disaster. Even Black Voodoo cult's forefather White Bones had been killed by Gu Fei in an instant. Who else here could be a match for him? At this time, the maid Xiao Yu was also secretly shocked. This Gu Fei definitely thought that their miss was deliberately deceiving him and hiding her identity as a female. Right now, no one knew how Gu Fei would react after learning that Ling Luoyen was a female. The feeling of being kept in the dark, or even deceived, was definitely not a good one. Alright. Gu Fei's sharp gaze swept across the faces of Uncle Zhong, Xiao Chui, Xiao Yu, and the others. His expression was frighteningly dark. Gu Fei's right hand tightened, and the sinister little white bone banner in his hand immediately started burning. Crick, 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 crick. The little banner let out a sound like oil being squeezed as it burned. A layer of demonic light surged out, and there seemed to be layers of illusions dissipating within the light. In an instant, the demonic energy inside the little white bone banner was refined by the fierce flames, and the little white bone banner instantly turned into ashes. The moment the little white bone banner turned into ashes, the thousands of white skeletons lying on the ground in the forest, in the grass, all silently turned into a pile of bone powder at the same time. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone could feel the violent, fiendish aura from Gu Fei's body. This white bone banner was probably the evil object that forefather White Bones used to control the thousands of skeletons. However, Gu Fei had instantly refined it with the pure yang true fire of the 5 elements. Gu Fei sneered, turned around, and left. He covered 30 meters with each step and disappeared into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 90. Gu Fei's sudden departure left the group of green-clothed guards at a loss. Actually, most of these guards had never seen Gu Fei before, so they didn't know about the relationship between Gu Fei and their Mississippi. Most of them were curious about Gu Fei's sudden appearance. Sigh. After a while, Uncle Zhong let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "Such a person, what a pity." It wasn't clear whether he felt that it was a pity that he didn't make friends with people from the Taoist sect, or that it was a pity that Gu Fei and their miss had a misunderstanding. In short, Gu Fei was obviously angry. "Let's go." Uncle Zhong looked in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared and walked out of the land. This time, they had entered the mountain to search for Ling Luoyen and Gu Fei, and they had suffered a great loss. Especially the death of more than 10 green-clothed guards, it made Uncle Zhong's heart ache. It took a lot of time, blood, sweat, and money to nurture an outstanding guard. When Uncle Zhong and the rest walked out of the land, they saw that there were more than 100 people gathered at the foot of the hill in front of them. Most of these people were green-clothed guards with weapons hanging on their waists. These guards, under the leadership of 2 yellow-clothed commanders, were anxiously looking in the direction of the land. In front of the 2 yellow-clothed guards stood a calm and handsome young man. This young man's eyes were as beautiful as a painting, and his fine black hair draped over his shoulders. As he looked around, he was a breathtaking sight. This young man was Ling Luoyen, who was disguised as a man. With Gu Fei's help, he should be able to rescue Uncle Zhong, Xiao Chui, Xiao Yu, and the rest who were trapped inside, so she wasn't worried. Ling Luoyen saw Uncle Zhong, Xiao Chui, and Xiao Yu walking out of the land with a group of guards, and immediately greeted them with a smile. The 2 yellow-clothed guard commanders hurriedly brought their men and followed. That's great, all of you are fine, Ling Luoyen said with a smile. However, when she looked around, it seemed that one person was missing. Where's Gu Fei? Ling Luoyen couldn't help but be startled when she saw that Gu Fei wasn't among the people that came out from the dense forest, and then she hurriedly asked Uncle Zhong, Xiao Chui, and the others. Grandpa Zhong didn't know what to say when he saw his mistress's anxious look. No one expected that Gu Fei would leave. Miss Gu Fei? Xiao Chui was so frightened that she wanted to say something, but stopped. Her eyes were fixed on her toes, not daring to make eye contact with Ling Luoyen. Xiao Chui, tell me what's going on? Ling Luoyen's voice turned cold when she saw Xiao Chui's expression, and her face seemed to be covered by a layer of frost. Miss, I was anxious. Gu Fei, he already knows that you are a girl. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chui clenched her teeth and told her the reason why Gu Fei had left. What? When Ling Luoyen heard this, she was immediately shocked. Her body swayed, and she involuntarily took a step back. What should we do? Ling Luoyen panicked and lost her composure, not knowing what to do. Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu had never seen their mistress so flustered before. They couldn't help but look at each other as they thought, could it be that the mistress has fallen in love with that Gu Fei? At this moment, Gu Fei had already walked out of the dense forest from another direction. After leaving the people of Haotian Business Group, he felt like a fish returning to the sea and a bird returning to the woods. That's really preposterous. I treat people with sincerity, but I was fooled by them. This is really When Gu Fei thought of being deceived by Ling Luoyen in men's clothing, he couldn't help feeling irritated. That's good too. As long as I follow the people of Haotian Business Group, I can also reach Dragon Emperor City in the southern wilderness. The mutual deception in the secular world is really annoying. After saying this, Gu Fei flashed into the mountain ahead. Gu Fei was focused on cultivation. How could he be used to the conduct of secular people? Moreover, Ling Luoyen had deceived him. He also didn't want to travel with the people of Haotian Business Group. Gu Fei's thoughts were very simple. If he wanted to do something, he would do it without any worldly restraints. On the other hand, Ling Luoyen and the others had to consider many things. Sometimes, they couldn't even control themselves. As a result, they couldn't focus on cultivation. This was also the reason why most experts stayed in the woods. Only by distancing themselves from the worries and restraints of the secular world and wholeheartedly immerse themselves in cultivation could they break through the difficulties on the path of cultivation and become one of the experts. Since Gu Fei refused to meet her, Ling Luoyen couldn't do anything about it. She could only lead her subordinates and dejectedly return to the small pier by the Swallow River. The 3 ships were 20 to 30 meters long, 70 to 80 meters wide, and 3 stories high. The decorations inside were classical, but not luxurious. Moreover, there were hidden arrow pavilions on the ships. There were people on guard 24 hours a day. If there was an enemy attack, they could shoot arrows at any time. Although they weren't armed to the teeth, they were more than enough to deal with the bandits who were active in the waterways of Yunmeng Mountain. It seemed that no bandits dared to attack the ships of Haotian Business Group. Ling Luoyen was obviously in a bad mood. After returning to the ship, she locked herself in her room. Even Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, her 2 personal maids, weren't allowed to enter. The 2 maids could only guard outside the door and await her orders at any time. Ling Luoyen's disappearance had thrown the entire caravan into chaos. After she'd safely returned, the entire caravan had started preparing to set sail the next day. Hence, from nightfall onwards, one could see green-clothed guards hurrying about on the 3 ships anchored at the pier. These cyan-clothed guards busied themselves until late at night before stopping. The cyan-clothed guards were in charge of the inventory of the goods and the supplies on the ships. The bright moon shone high in the sky, and the sound of water lapping against the sides of the ship could be heard. The pier was very peaceful in the middle of the night. The 3 ships and the other ships anchored at the pier were all brightly lit. All the ships that dared to travel along the waterway of Yunmeng Mountain hired some bodyguards and warriors. No one knew if they would encounter those ferocious bandits on this waterway. Uncle Zhong's room on the ship had its doors and windows tightly shut. Light shone through the window, but it was blocked by a layer of paper. It was a different scene inside the room. The candlelight swayed, and the room was brightly lit. Although it wasn't as bright as day, it wasn't much different. At this moment, the white-haired old man, Uncle Zhong, was sitting at a table in the middle of the room. He nervously took out a rectangular brocade box from his pocket. The brocade box wasn't big. It was only 3 fingers wide and 2 thick. Uncle Zhong carefully held the brocade box and placed it on the table in front of him. The way he held it made it seem as if he was holding the entire world in his hands. Chapter 91. How could such a small brocade box be so extraordinary? Even being sealed by talisman, it still gave out a faintly ferocious chi, which was really creepy. What's in this box? Granddad Zhong muttered. He didn't know the existence of this brocade box until he set off. Additionally, it was the clan head who ordered him to take the brocade box with him and give it to the owner of the brocade box when he arrived at Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness. Granddad Zhong was the one with the highest cultivation base among the caravan heading for South Wilderness. He was already a rare powerhouse in the secular world. It indicated that the head of Ling clan attached great importance to the item in this box. Granddad Zhong gazed at the small brocade box on the table in front of him for quite a while before putting it away in his private pocket meticulously. However, when Granddad Zhong put away the brocade box, he suddenly changed his face. Closely after that, he punched towards the window in front of him on the right. Bang! Under the impact of Granddad Zhong's extremely powerful palm strength, the window instantly turned into sawdust and scattered in all directions. Vaguely, a black shadow flashed and disappeared outside the window. Whoosh! Granddad Zhong darted out of the broken window like an arrow. Under the moonlight, a black shadow was walking on the misty river in the distance. In a split second, the black shadow disappeared over the river. Dandelion, what a guy! At the sight of this scene, Granddad Zhong couldn't help but admire this guy's lightness skill. Only by the buoyancy of his skin, he could treat the billows as flat land. At this moment, rapid footsteps drifted from the surroundings. Soon, 7 to 8 people had arrived. They were guards in cyan clothes who came here to check after hearing the noise. It's okay here, you can leave now. At the sight of these guards, Granddad Zhong couldn't help but frown as he waved his hand towards them. Only he knew about the brocade box. Even Ling Luoyan didn't know that he was carrying such a brocade box. It was top secret. Yes, sir. The 7 or 8 guards immediately bowed to Uncle Zhong and then retreated. When these guards saw the broken window behind Uncle Zhong, although they were bewildered, they immediately retreated. These guards were also very clear about what they could know and what they could ask. Even if they knew something, they had to pretend they didn't know. They couldn't say it, let alone ask. After the guard left, Grandpa Zhong couldn't help looking at the direction where the man in black disappeared and murmured, "Who was that?" He didn't need to ask to know that the person peeping outside the window was definitely after the small brocade box in his arms. What was inside the box? Uncle Zhong's curiosity rose rapidly. Why did so many people come for it? First, it was Black Voodoo cult's forefather White Bones, and now this mysterious person. It seemed that this box had an unknown secret, and many people wanted it. Grandpa Zhong pondered for a while, but he still couldn't think of a reason, so he turned around and jumped into the room through the broken window. He also knew how to ride duckweed across water, but he didn't dare to chase after the mysterious person who came to spy on him and let him leave. That was because no one knew if that person was a bait to lure him into a trap that had been prepared by someone else in advance. This section of Yen River was 7 or 8 miles wide, and the surface of the river was shrouded in a thin layer of mist. A black shadow passed through the mist like a ghost and walked on the waves, heading to the other side of Yen River. Riding duckweed across water and walking on the waves was already shocking to ordinary people, but it wasn't anything special to true cultivators. It was a masked person wrapped in black clothes. From the shape of the figure, it was obvious that this person was a man. Soon, he crossed the river and jumped to the other side. He turned around and looked at the 3 ships that were faintly discernible in the mist. A light flashed through his eyes as he murmured to himself, "I didn't think that there would be an expert on that ship. It seems that it won't be easy to obtain that thing." Just as the masked man was about to turn around and leave, a white figure suddenly appeared behind him. This person had appeared so suddenly that it seemed as if he had appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the masked man's movements froze. He felt his scalp go numb as an extremely dangerous aura enveloped him, causing him to feel as if he had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was ice cold. "Why did you spy on the Haotian caravan ship?" The white figure behind the masked man stood there quietly without moving. However, the masked man could sense the threat of death when he sensed the presence of the white figure. The masked man knew that if he didn't answer, the person behind him would kill him without hesitation. This was undeniable. It's for something. In a situation where his life was seriously threatened, the masked man had to admit that the threat posed by the person behind him was too great. His life or death was in the hands of the other party. "What is it?" the man asked again. Although his tone was calm, there was an undeniable force in it. "I don't know." The masked man's clothes were drenched in sweat, and his voice was trembling. The unparalleled pressure from the person behind him made him feel extremely terrified. "You don't know? Then you can die." The man in white took a step forward. Bang! The entire ground shook. Then, his 5 fingers grabbed forward like steel hooks. "No!" The masked man was scared out of his wits. He pushed his feet against the ground and tried to rush forward. However, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move. It was as if he had been imprisoned by an unfathomable force. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move his feet at all. "Spare!" The masked man opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but it was already too late. He only felt the back of his neck tighten, and then heard a faint "kacha" sound. His consciousness fell into boundless darkness, and his head drooped down softly. The man in white had actually broken the masked man's neck in an instant. Then he waved his hand and threw the masked man's body into the river as if he was throwing a rotten sack. Plop! The masked man's body fell into the river and was instantly washed away by the water. "What is that thing? So many people are targeting the Haotian caravan," the man in white muttered to himself. He suddenly looked at the 3 ships on the opposite side of the river. Chapter 92. Gu Fei did not go far. Instead, he wandered around the nearby mountains in an attempt to find some vicious beasts to practice with. However, he did not find any vicious beasts. Instead, he discovered a masked man spying on the Haotian caravan ship. As a result, he decided to make a move. Although his karmic ties with the Haotian trading party had been severed, and he no longer owed them a favor, he could not ignore this matter since he had encountered it. That black voodoo cult's ancestor Whitebones also wants something from the Haotian caravan. The faction behind this masked man is also after that item. What exactly is that item? Gu Fei could not help but feel curious. However, he did not want to get involved. Therefore, he turned and walked into the dense forest by the shore after killing the masked man. Perhaps it was because he was close to the pier and was in human contact, but Gu Fei did not find a single vicious beast worthy of his attention as he walked in the nearby mountains. What he did not know was that the kingdom of Yen would soon send experts to the various piers along the waterway of the Yunmeng Mountains to eliminate the powerful vicious beasts in the nearby mountains so that they would not threaten the normal operations of the piers. Therefore, how could there be any traces of vicious beasts in the mountains near the piers? For hours before dawn, Gu Fei arrived at a stone wall. He discovered that there was a smooth concave platform about 50 to 60 feet above the stone wall. The nearby forest was relatively dense, so he decided to rest there. Even the mountains near the piers were filled with endless danger in the dark of night. Resting on the cliff was a wise choice. Under the stone wall, Gu Fei abruptly pushed off the ground with both of his legs. His body shot into the sky like a sharp arrow, rising 200 feet into the air. Only then did the momentum of his upward charge dissipate. I can only reach this height without circulating the primal chi in my body. Gu Fei's mind spun and he used up all of his momentum. His body paused for a moment and was about to fall, but Gu Fei's right foot tapped against the stone wall and his body immediately shot up again. Just by relying on the explosive power of his muscles and bones, he could climb up this precipitous cliff like it was flat ground. Swish! 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 After swaying a few times on the cliff, Gu Fei had already stepped onto the platform. His gaze swept across the area, and every detail of the platform was immediately reflected in his eyes. Not bad. Gu Fei nodded. This concave platform on the mountain wall was only 20 to 30 feet in circumference, but there was not a speck of dust on it, perhaps because of the wind and the sun. Gu Fei sat cross-legged with his back against the stone wall. The lights of the distant pier flickered. Under the shroud of darkness, he could vaguely see the ships docked at the pier. Tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves roamed the nearby forest from time to time. Occasionally, one or two roars could be heard. Gu Fei slightly closed his eyes and remained motionless. His entire body gradually relaxed. He did not circulate his cultivation method. Although the mountain was filled with endless plant essence qi, he did not guide the surrounding primal qi into his body. He just sat quietly, seemingly doing nothing. He allowed his thoughts to wander above the 9 heavens, drifting between heaven and earth. He was in a trance, as if he was half awake and half dreaming. Gu Fei gradually could not feel the passage of time. His thoughts were completely relaxed, and his mind gradually merged with nature. It was as if his body and mind had become one with the heaven and earth. He seemed to be able to hear the thoughts of the trees and flowers. He seemed to be able to feel the pulse of the heaven and earth. He himself seemed to have become a part of nature. In fact, humans were originally one of the myriad things in the world, a member of the heaven and earth. As humans grew, they would unknowingly break away from the heaven and earth. A gentle breeze blew, and all kinds of fragrances of plants floated up from the bottom of the cliff. At this time, Gu Fei entered into a state of forgetting himself and the world. The stars in the sky slowly faded, and light began to appear in the eastern horizon. The darkness that shrouded the earth gradually receded. When the first ray of sunlight shone from the horizon, Gu Fei withdrew from that mysterious state and then opened his eyes. Without deliberately cultivating, Gu Fei's mind had undergone a baptism, and his state of mind had been improved. Naturally, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. This time, the improvement of his cultivation seemed to be a matter of course. On the path of cultivation, every insignificant improvement would accumulate, and at a certain time, it would naturally cause his cultivation to take a big step forward. Gu Fei stood up, and the temperament of his body seemed to have changed a little. He was no longer showing off, and his sharpness and killing intent had been greatly restrained. His body then had an otherworldly aura. Previously, Gu Fei was like a piece of jade that had not been polished. Although the quality was good, it was not revealed. But now, this piece of jade was being polished. Are they about to leave? Gu Fei's deep gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void. On the distant pier, he could clearly see the people walking on the 3 big ships. Who? Gu Fei directly jumped down from the cliff, and the speed of his body's fall became faster and faster. Boom! With a loud sound, the hard rocky ground was trampled into a pit half the depth of a person. The ground cracked, and stone chips flew everywhere. About a height of 500 to 600 feet. Purely relying on my body, I can withstand the impact when landing. Gu Fei secretly nodded. He was very satisfied with the strength of his body. If it was an ordinary person, even if they had iron bones, but if they jumped from such a height, even if their muscles, bones, and skin were not injured, their organs would be severely shaken, and it was inevitable that they would suffer internal injuries. The organs were the most vulnerable parts of a person's body. If they were shaken, it was easy to be injured. However, Gu Fei had already tempered his body to the point that the inside and outside were one. His organs were also strengthened, and they were as tough as skin and flesh. If I use Yuan Qi inner strength to reduce the weight of my body, then the speed of my body's fall will be reduced a lot. If I use a combat skill to reduce the force, I can fall from a height of 100 to 200 feet without relying on any external objects to reduce the force. Gu Fei was very clear about his own strength. After being tempered day and night, his body had become tough to an unimaginable extent. If he wanted to advance a step further, then he would have to refine his skin and flesh to the point of being brand new and completely reborn. Gu Fei walked out of the stone pit step by step. having reached the awakened 8th celestial layer, his strength had increased by quite a bit. At the very least, he was confident that he could easily defeat Li Lingfeng, who had awakened 9th celestial layer. Chapter 93. As the sun rose in the east, the docks gradually became lively. Merchants traveling between the north and the south, pot-bellied ship owners, and fierce-looking guards with weapons shuttled back and forth on the docks. The wealthier a person was, the more he was afraid that others would harm him. Therefore, there were always murderous bodyguards around the rich. People came and went at the docks. After a whole night's rest, everyone was full of vigor and vitality in the early morning. The people of the Haotian merchant group also started to get busy. Black-robed guards hurriedly walked on the ship. About an hour later, the Haotian merchant group's ship left the docks along with the other ships docked at the docks and headed south with the wind and the current. Gu Fei had already set off. He was not worried that the Haotian caravan's ships would disappear right under his nose. He went down the river alone. Furthermore, the terrain was steep, and the forest was lush, so he went in that direction. For 2 days in a row, whenever the Haotian merchant group docked at the riverside docks at dusk, Gu Fei would go into the mountains to find the exotic beasts and fight them. Along the way, he indeed encountered a few exotic beasts in the mountains along the river and fought them. Tonight should be the last night. Gu Fei stood on the top of a mountain and gazed into the south. Under the starry sky, a huge river flowed through the endless primitive jungle. The terrain was flat, and there were no mountains or ridges. Although Gu Fei hadn't contacted the people of the Haotian merchant group in the past 2 days, he had vaguely heard their conversations. It would only take 1 day for the fleet to leave the cloudy mist mountain and arrive at Bluestone Town the next evening. One had to admit that the Tenglong continent was truly vast. Bluestone Town was only the periphery of the southern desolate region. It was still 1,000 miles away from the southern desolate region to the southern desolate Dragon Emperor City. Even the southern desolate Dragon Emperor City wasn't the center of the southern desolate region. The real center of the southern desolate region was the 100,000 mountain range, a truly boundless wilderness. The 100,000 mountain range was full of mysteries and unknown dangers. Legend had it that someone had seen the figures of primordial savage beasts in the 100,000 mountain range. Even void-controlling stage cultivators weren't willing to set foot in there. The 100,000 mountains, the Ruin Heaven realm. There's less than a month left until the Ruin Heaven realm opens. When Gu Fei thought about this, he couldn't help but frown. He had been separated from his sect members. He hoped to join the others in Dragon Emperor City as soon as possible. The people of the 3 major Taoist sects would meet each other in Dragon Emperor City before entering the innumerable huge mountains together. There was less than 1 month left. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to arrive at Dragon Emperor City within 1 month. Roar! At this moment, the roar of a ferocious beast suddenly rang out from the depths of the mountain ridge. Immediately, there was a strange movement in the depths of the mountain ridge. Then, countless night birds could be seen soaring into the sky, flying out from the mountain ridge in front of them in a panic. All kinds of wild beasts also ran out of the mountain ridges. Among the fleeing beasts, there were a few behemoths. They were giant elephants that were 6 to 7 meters tall. Hundreds of beasts ran madly, trampling the ground, giving off rumbling sounds like muffled thunder. Standing on the top of the mountain, Gu Fei's eyes were as sharp as lightning bolts. He had already seen everything. He had long known that there was an extremely powerful exotic beast in the depths of the mountain ridge in the distance. All powerful exotic beasts had a common characteristic. They would leave a violent, ferocious, and tyrannical chi in the vicinity of their appearance, which would frighten all the beasts. Once such a fierce beast showed its might, it would definitely wreak havoc in all directions, causing all the beasts to flee in fear. Humph! I dare not challenge that savage beast in the depths of Yunmeng Mountain, but this fierce beast. An extremely sharp killing light flashed across Gu Fei's eyes. Then he leaped up and rushed down the mountain. The distance of dozens of li seemed very short for Gu Fei. Soon he appeared outside the mountain ridge. In front of him, there was a rumbling, muffled phenomenon. The ground was shaking as dozens of fierce beasts rushed out in a panic. With a smile, Gu Fei directly rushed up. He rushed into the herd of beasts in front of him like a gust of wind. Roar! A ferocious tiger pounced forward with its claws and fangs bared. However, it was only a foot away from Gu Fei when it was sent flying by a great force, crashing into the woods at the side. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a huge elephant charged toward Gu Fei like a moving mountain. The elephant's legs were like huge tree stumps, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with every step it took. Move aside. Gu Fei waved his right palm and a powerful palm force surged out, sweeping towards the giant elephant. Rumble! The elephant let out a long hiss as it was actually flipped over by Gu Fei's palm. Its huge body tumbled to the side. Even its 2-meter-long tusks were broken during the tumbling, and many fierce beasts nearby were crushed to death. The herd of beasts was instantly thrown into chaos. The beasts roared and fled in all directions. However, the cause of all this, Gu Fei didn't care so much. Like a gust of wind, he rushed through the herd of beasts, knocking them all over the place, and directly rushed into the depths of the mountain ridge. On top of a huge boulder in the mountain ridge, a shocking scene was happening. A huge humanoid monster was roaring at the moon. Bang! 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 That huge demonic figure that was 6 to 7 meters tall was beating its chest like a thunderous war drum. This was a violent ape that emitted an endless fiendish aura. It had a huge demonic body, light yellow fur, a sinister head, and blood-red eyes. All of this made it look especially frightening. Roar! The violent ape let out an angry roar that shook the surroundings. The nearby forest trembled, causing tens of thousands of beasts to cry out in pain. The depths of the mountain ridge was once again in chaos. Good. As expected, he's not a bad opponent. A white figure walked out from the forest. With a single step, he covered 10 meters. His figure flickered continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he was near. Roar! Seeing that someone had actually barged into its territory, the violent ape on top of the huge rock immediately turned its ferocious head around. Its blood-colored eyes emitted an endless ominous glint as it viciously stared at the uninvited guest. Big guy, come. Let's have a spar. The person who came was Gu Fei. He directly arrived in front of the huge rock and stared at the violent ape that was the size of a small mountain. He spoke as if nothing had happened. Roar! It was unknown if the violent ape understood Gu Fei's words, but it let out an angry roar towards the sky. After that, it leaped up from the huge rock and fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. It extended its huge claws. Clang! With a sound, 5 sharp, jet-black claws that were a foot long immediately shot out from its palms and clawed towards Gu Fei's head. The huge palm was like a mountain, and it created a fierce wind, causing Gu Fei to have a feeling of suffocation. The sharp claws were like swords, and they quickly slashed through the air, leaving behind 5 rays of black light. The sharp claws made Gu Fei feel as if he was facing 5 incomparably sharp swords. Good! Gu Fei let out a light shout. At the same time, he separated his legs and his body suddenly sank. With a pa-li sound, the rocky ground beneath his feet immediately exploded. Chapter 94. Whoo! An extremely strong gust of wind surged out from the point of contact between the fist and the claw. Immediately, sand and stones flew around Gu Fei, the sun and moon lost their light, and a circle of air waves surged out in all directions. The huge claws and Gu Fei's fist were not symmetrical at all. When the violent ape's claws opened up, it covered a radius of 2 meters, forming a sharp contrast with Gu Fei's fist. However, it was Gu Fei's seemingly weak fist that sent the violent ape's claw flying. Even the violent ape's body, which was like a small mountain, was sent flying backwards. However, Gu Fei was not in a good condition either. The violent ape's claw was extremely powerful, and when the fist and claw collided, the hard rock beneath Gu Fei's feet immediately became as soft as tofu. Gu Fei's body directly sank into the ground, up to his waist. The violent ape's claw slammed Gu Fei into the ground like a wooden stake. The huge force caused the blood in his chest to churn. Roar! The violent ape that was sent flying by Gu Fei's fist somersaulted in the air, and actually nimbly landed on the huge rock it was originally standing on. This violent ape seemed to have gained intelligence, and was not like other fierce beasts that only knew how to instinctively pounce and bite. Its pair of blood-red eyes stared at Gu Fei below, and a fierce killing intent surged out from its body. It was actually a little hesitant. Heh! As expected, you did not disappoint me. Gu Fei sneered, and then, with a leap, he rushed into the sky from the ground. Pang! With a sound, the ground around him that had already been shaken into powder immediately exploded. Billowing smoke and dust swept out in all directions. 8 desolate steps, 8 kills. Gu Fei let out a cold shout. His body was like the wind and lightning as he rushed into the sky, reaching a height of 30 meters. Then, with a step, he arrived at the head of the violent ape in an instant. That step he took directly stomped down on the violent ape's head that was as big as a water tank. It seemed like a casual step, but it contained astonishing power. The space beneath his feet immediately rippled, and a terrifying power wreaked havoc. Roar! The huge violent ape instinctively felt danger and quickly retreated, wanting to avoid Gu Fei's step. The violent ape looked huge and cumbersome, but it was extremely agile when it moved. In an instant, it jumped down from the huge rock. However, just as the violent ape was jumping down from the huge rock, Gu Fei had already taken his second step. Rumble! It was as if there was a wind and lightning rolling under his feet. An unfathomable power caused the space beneath Gu Fei to tremble. The 8 desolate steps could not only display the extreme speed of 8 steps, but it could also display the killing technique of 8 steps. This ancient martial art ability was enough to shock the world. At this critical moment, the violent ape let out a roar that shook the mountain forest. Then, a layer of earthy yellow light surged out of its huge body, and at the same time, it raised its arm to block. Bang! With a sound, Gu Fei's second step directly landed on the violent ape's arm. Boom! The violent ape, which was as big as a small mountain, was like an earthy yellow meteorite. It smashed down from the sky, and the ground immediately shook violently. Dust flew everywhere, and this terrifying violent ape directly smashed a huge pit in the ground. Roar! The violent ape crawled out of the pit. Bang bang! It madly beat its chest, and continuously roared at Gu Fei, who was on the huge rock. This violent ape was extremely wild. The earthy yellow light on its body danced like a flame, and its fierce aura was enough to make Gu Fei's heart tremble. Earth elemental power? The power that surged out of the violent ape was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. This violent ape could actually control the earth elemental power, which really made Gu Fei feel surprised. Everything in the world could not be separated from the 5 elements of yin and yang. However, there were very few vicious beasts that could truly control the 5 elements of yin and yang. This was because the vicious beasts that could use the 5 elements of yin and yang to cultivate were no longer vicious beasts, but existences that had evolved into demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were half-demonic beasts. They were not real demons, but they had already shed their bestial nature. They were not simply vicious beasts, but a powerful variant that was between demons and beasts. If they could finally grow into demons, then the cultivation of this variant would not be lower than that of a transcending mortality realm cultivator, and their intelligence would not be lower than that of a human. The furious violent ape fiercely rushed out of the pit, turned into a yellow shadow, and rushed towards the huge rock that Gu Fei was standing on. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and immediately rubble flew across the sky. A huge rock that was the size of a small mountain was directly smashed by the furious demonic ape. Stone fragments shot out in all directions, and the earth quaked and the mountains shook, as if the end of the world had come. Good fellow. Gu Fei soared into the sky, and his protective aura blocked all the flying stones outside his body. However, below, the violent ape's thick and strong arm that was like a tree directly grabbed him from below. Chi-chi! The 10 sharp claws were like 10 demonic swords that emitted a dark light, as if they were going to tear the void apart, and made a heart-palpitating sound. Gu Fei's expression changed, and he used the desolate steps. Swoosh! In an instant he left an afterimage on the spot, and in the next moment, as if he had teleported, he appeared 10 feet away and avoided the violent ape's thunderous grab. There was no way to exert force in the air, but the desolate steps could allow Gu Fei to change his position within a short distance. Gu Fei's body rapidly descended from the sky, but the moment his feet touched the ground, countless sharp stone pillars abruptly pierced out of the ground with a swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Preposterous! The sudden turn of events shocked Gu Fei. Pang! 7 to 8 spiked stone pillars instantly collided with his feet and body. This demonic ape could actually control the thick earth power to launch such an attack, which made Gu Fei feel inexplicably shocked. This violent ape was not simple, and it could already use supernatural power. If ordinary cultivators encountered this kind of attack from sharp stone pillars that suddenly pierced out from the ground, they would only end up with flesh and blood. Even if Gu Fei had a steel-like body, he still felt as if his body was being bombarded by a 1,000-caddy heavy hammer. Although the stone pillars broke the moment they collided with his body, the force of the collision still knocked Gu Fei into the air. Oh no! Gu Fei couldn't help but cry out in his heart. Sure enough, the violent ape, ping, pang! It rushed over with large steps, and the densely packed stone pillars on the ground were crushed by the violent ape, unable to harm it in the slightest. Whoosh! The violent ape rushed out from the sky full of dust, and with a roar, it directly punched towards Gu Fei. The huge fist was surrounded by a faint yellow light, and with the force of a thunderbolt, it heavily smashed onto Gu Fei's body. Even though he used both hands to block, he was in the air and had no way to exert force. Gu Fei was directly blasted hundreds of feet away, and directly smashed into the distant dense forest. Pang! 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 After smashing through 7 or 8 trees in succession, Gu Fei finally stopped his retreat and rolled in the forest among the withered leaves. A musty smell entered Gu Fei's nose. Underneath him was a layer of soft mud made of withered branches and withered leaves. The sound of trees breaking and falling echoed in the air. Chapter 95. The terrifying ape, which was as large as a small mountain, swooped down from the sky, stirring up a piercingly cold gale that caused the trees below to shake violently. Withered leaves and branches were swept up into the air. An endless ferocious aura filled every inch of space in the forest, causing Gu Fei to feel a sense of suffocation. The demonic ape, which was covered in light yellow fur, pounced with the weight of Mount Tai. It was extremely ferocious. Its blood-red eyes were like demonic stars, emitting an endless evil and ferocious light. It vowed to tear the creature that dared to offend it into pieces. The thinking of a ferocious beast was very simple. The demonic ape felt threatened by Gu Fei. Therefore, its most immediate thought was to eliminate the threat that was Gu Fei. Come at me! Gu Fei fiercely straightened his back. His bones and tendons immediately emitted crackling sounds. His tendons and bones roared like thunder. He raised his head to look at the demonic ape that was pouncing down from above. A trace of madness appeared on his face. He wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and a powerful force erupted from his body. His long hair that was like a waterfall fluttered in the wind. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and his expression became extremely ferocious. He separated his legs and, pang! The ground immediately exploded. At the same time, his right palm chopped upwards like a blade. Clang! Like a divine weapon being unsheathed, a dazzling blade light immediately shot out from Gu Fei's palm and rapidly chopped towards the demonic ape that was swooping down from the sky. The deep cold blade light emitted from Gu Fei's body, and the trees within a 5-zhang radius suddenly collapsed without a sound. The entire forest shook, and the trees swayed crazily, causing leaves to fall to the ground. With Gu Fei at the center, huge cracks appeared on the ground. At this moment, Gu Fei's aura was enough to make the heavens and earth lose their color. He was like the reincarnation of the god of war and the martial ancestor, domineering and awe-inspiring. He used his blade to strike the sky, and an unparalleled sharpness rushed straight towards the demonic ape. A hint of fear immediately appeared in the devilish ape's crimson eyes, and it hurriedly stopped its downward momentum. It reached out with its claws and grabbed at the streak of saber light. Pang! The unparalleled saber radiance shattered under the sharp claws of the violent ape. Roar! The demon ape let out an earth-shattering roar. Its mountain-like body was sent flying the moment it grabbed the saber light. Blood splattered in the air, and the smell of blood filled the air. Boom! The entire ground trembled. The devil ape landed in the forest, and a part of the forest was immediately destroyed by the violent ape's feet. The violent ape's huge claws were already badly mutilated, and beast blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground. Who? The violent ape did something that Gu Fei found hard to imagine. It actually turned around and fled. Bang! 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 The heavy footsteps caused the forest to tremble. Wherever the violent ape passed, the trees would fall and leaves would dance in the air. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei was stunned for a moment, but he immediately leaped up and used the 8 steps extreme speed. His body was like a phantom as he chased after the violent ape. Gu Fei had recently gained some insight into the path of martial arts. As his strength increased, he also comprehended some practical martial skills from the martial path. Using the palm as a saber was one of them. Following the path of the predecessors was undoubtedly a shortcut. However, only by comprehending a combat skill that truly belonged to oneself could one surpass the predecessors and transcend the mortal realm. Therefore, when one cultivated to a certain realm, one had to forget all cultivation methods and combat skills, and create a world that belonged to oneself. Although Gu Fei was still far from the realm of creating a world, he had already begun to try to figure out a simple combat skill that was directly effective and shockingly lethal. Tonight's battle with the devil ape seemed to have a pretty good effect. Using the palm as a saber, the essence in his body condensed into saber chi and surged out, actually injuring the thick-skinned devil ape. 8 desolate steps, 8 steps extreme speed. Among cultivators of the same level, there were very few that could catch up to his speed. Gu Fei stepped on the top of the tree as his body flew past with extreme speed, leaving behind numerous afterimages in the air. In just a few breaths of time, he had caught up to the devil ape. Hey! Gu Fei gave a low shout as his right foot stomped on the top of the tree. Pang! The entire crown of the large tree beneath his feet instantly exploded apart. Amidst the fluttering branches and leaves, Gu Fei was like a sharp arrow piercing through the clouds as he leaped up. The index and middle fingers of his right hand came together as he pointed towards the back of the violent ape's head. The violent ape seemed to have sensed danger, and its head that was the size of a water tank suddenly shrunk back. Chi! A streak of extremely swift and fierce finger chi barely grazed past the violent ape's scalp and left behind a faint trace of blood. Roar! With a furious roar, the violent ape that was running at high speed actually turned around in an instant. Raising its right claw, it slapped towards Gu Fei, who was leaping in the air like a door. Who? It was as if a tornado had appeared in the air as the huge claw set off a violent gust of wind. Before it even reached him, Gu Fei's long hair was already flying behind him from the impact. Gu Fei's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He did not dodge or evade, the essence in his body surged, and only when the huge palm was about to hit him did he move his finger like a sword, pointing towards the center of the huge palm. Chi! The finger force was as resplendent as a divine light as it shot out from the tip of Gu Fei's finger. It was as if it tore through the void and pierced through space as ripples spread out from wherever the finger force passed. A bloody hole the size of a fist immediately appeared on the palm of the violent palm of the devil ape. Fresh blood spurted out from the bloody hole. The indestructible finger force was as sharp as a divine arrow as it directly pierced through the palm of the devil ape, causing it to let out a painful roar. Although the devil ape, whose intelligence had yet to be awakened and whose bestial nature dominated everything, was astonishingly powerful and terrifying, it was still not a match for a martial arts expert like Gu Fei. The devil ape roared and no longer dared to fight with Gu Fei. It turned around and fled for its life. In an instant, it rushed out of the dense forest and ran towards the depths of the mountain ridge. Gu Fei sneered and hurriedly chased after it. At the same time, his right hand shone with a purple light as a cold divine weapon chi was drawn out from his body. A dazzling longsword was condensed and gradually materialized. Clang! With a clang, a dazzling purple light beam shot out from Gu Fei's right palm. A purple light sword completely appeared, its brilliance dazzling and captivating. Trying to escape? It's a pity that you must die tonight, Gu Fei said in a low voice. With his 8 steps extreme speed, he had already caught up with the devil ape. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his tall and straight body emitted an extremely tyrannical aura. Die! Gu Fei shouted and raised his right hand. The violet light divine sword immediately shot towards the demonic ape like a bolt of purple lightning. The purple sword light pierced through the back of the devil ape's heart and came out of its chest, bringing with it a large amount of blood. The devil ape let out a sorrowful roar as its rapidly running body smashed into the ground with a boom sound. It slid on the ground, smashing the mountain rocks into pieces and creating a loud noise. Everywhere it passed, whether it was rocks or trees, they were all smashed into pieces. The devil ape's huge body slid for a full 20 to 30 feet before it stopped. At this moment, the dazzling purple sword light made a turn in the air and flew back towards Gu Fei, directly entering his body. Chapter 96. The weapon refinement body transformation was a rare martial skill. Not only could it refine magic weapons into essence chi and integrate it into the body, but it could also guide the essence chi of magic weapons that had been refined into the body out of the body, transforming it into a real magic weapon. Unfortunately, the short stick passed down by Gu Fei's master was not a complete magic weapon. Judging from the unparalleled sword chi it contained, Gu Fei could only guess that the short purple stick was a sword hilt. Therefore, when Gu Fei guided the magic weapon chi in the blood and chi in his body out, it could only turn into an energy sword. Even so, this energy sword was like the 100 steps flying sort of a sword immortal. It could be controlled outside the body to kill enemies and was not inferior to a flying sword. However, Gu Fei's weapon refinement body transformation was not the way of a sword immortal after all, so its range was limited. At most, he could take the head of someone from 100 steps away. After all, the martial way magic was not the way of a sword immortal. It could not be like a sword immortal, who could take the head of an enemy from 1,000 miles away with a flying sword. The huge demon ape lay on the ground. Its blood-colored eyes, which were the size of an ordinary person's fist, had long lost its luster. There was a bloody hole in its chest that was spurting out bright red blood. Soon, a puddle of stinking blood gathered under the violent ape's body. How can there still be energy fluctuations? This is impossible. Gu Fei came to the side of the demon ape's corpse with a puzzled look on his face. He had killed many fierce beasts, but he had never encountered such a thing. Once a fierce beast died, its power would dissipate and there could no longer be energy fluctuations on its body. Unless, Gu Fei thought of a possibility. Therefore, he leaped onto the huge demon ape's body. A bright light rushed out of his right hand and struck at the demon ape's abdomen. That was where the energy fluctuations were coming from. Very soon, Gu Fei found the source of the energy fluctuation. As expected, there was an earthen yellow crystal that was even larger than an adult's fist hidden in the abdomen of the devil ape. Gu Fei held the strange crystal and jumped down from the demonic ape's body. The crystal in his hand was like a gem, emitting a misty brilliance. It was a kind of earthy yellow brilliance, the result of the thick earth chi that seeped out of the crystal. The hazy earthy yellow brilliance made this crystal look dreamy and magnificent, as if it was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. The crystal was rhombus-shaped, like an earthy yellow crystal, and it shone with hazy and resplendent light. In another 10 or 20 years, this devil ape will probably transform into a demonic beast. Gu Fei felt the huge spiritual yuan fluctuation in the earth-yellow crystal in his hand and felt a little regretful in his heart. After all, not every ferocious beast could transform into a demonic beast. It would be a pity to kill a ferocious beast that could grow into a demonic beast. However, killing it was killing it. Gu Fei did not care too much about it. This crystal was not the inner core that was condensed in the body of the demonic beast, but it contained a huge amount of spiritual yuan, which surprised Gu Fei. However, after thinking about it, he understood that this devil ape was probably at the critical moment of transforming into a demonic beast. Therefore, its body condensed a crystal that was similar to the inner core of the demonic beast. This kind of beast crystal should be the predecessor of the inner core of the demonic beast. Perhaps the body of other ferocious beasts also had this kind of crystal, but it had not reached the stage of transforming into an inner core, so he could not find it. Gu Fei was right. In reality, the body of an ordinary ferocious beast did not have this kind of beast crystal. Only ferocious beasts that were much stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts and could already rely on their instincts to cultivate would condense a beast crystal in their body. What Gu Fei did not know was that this kind of ferocious beast's crystal, although it was not a rare item in the Tenglong continent, it was not something that ordinary people could have. This was because the beast crystal contained pure spiritual yuan. When cultivators cultivated, they could refine the spiritual yuan in the beast crystal for their own use. When cultivating, they would get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, in the secular world, this kind of beast crystal was very precious. Only some big clans or disciples of big forces could afford to use this kind of beast crystal. Of course, Gu Fei did not know about this. However, the huge amount of spiritual yuan that the beast crystal in his hand contained made him a little excited. The huge amount of earth elemental energy was much purer than the earth elemental energy in the outside world. After all, this beast crystal was condensed from the thick earth qi that the violent ape absorbed day and night. In other words, the thick earth qi in the outside world had already been refined by the violent ape once. Of course, it was much purer than the thick earth qi in the outside world. The impurities that the earth qi contained had even reached a negligible level. If this energy was guided out from the beast crystal and refined into the body, it would definitely be of great benefit to one's cultivation. Gu Fei looked around. Under the moonlight, the surroundings were silent. This was the territory of the violent ape. There were definitely no other beasts that dared to come close. Thus, Gu Fei held the earthen yellow beast crystal that was the size of 2 normal people's fists in his right hand. Then, he circulated the yuan in his body and surged towards the beast crystal in his hand. After a while, the earthen yellow light surrounding the beast crystal gradually became stronger. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be overjoyed. The huge amount of earth elemental spiritual yuan in the beast crystal had really been stimulated. Gu Fei hurriedly circulated his qi to absorb the earth elemental spiritual yuan that was guided out from the beast crystal. Threads of earthen yellow energy light seeped out from the beast crystal and entered Gu Fei's body. After all, it is the energy that has been refined by a fierce beast. Although it is much purer than the yuan qi in the outside world, it seems to be much more difficult to refine than the yuan qi in the outside world. The threads of beast crystal's spiritual yuan were absorbed into Gu Fei's body. They were not refined by the life essence in his flesh and blood. Instead, they were like streams of cold air that passed through his flesh and blood. Gu Fei hurriedly stopped absorbing the beast crystal's spiritual yuan. The brilliance emitted by the beast crystal in his hand gradually weakened. However, there was still a layer of misty earthen yellow brilliance circulating on the beast crystal. Gu Fei's qi circulated 3 times before he could completely refine the beast crystal's spiritual yuan that had been absorbed into his body. He fused it into his flesh and bones. It seems that it will take some time to completely refine the spiritual yuan contained in the beast crystal. Gu Fei looked at the sky. Seeing that there were only a few hours left until dawn, he decided to put the beast crystal away. He would refine it when he had free time. However, just as Gu Fei was about to put the beast crystal into the magic treasure pouch on his waist, he suddenly felt a purple shadow flash past his eyes. His hand shook and there was a burning sensation on his wrist. It seemed that he had been grabbed by something. The beast crystal in his hand almost fell out of his hand. What is it? Gu Fei was shocked. He hurriedly looked down and saw that there was a small piece missing from the beast crystal. There were a few small teeth marks on the broken part. There were a few white scratch marks on his wrist. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chapter 97. This beast's body was only the size of an adult's fist. Its eyes emitted a red light, and its eyeballs were crystalline and translucent like agate. Its 4 claws were extremely sharp, and its body was covered in long and fluffy violet fur. It was like a violet pompon, and it emitted an indescribable sense of spirituality. Gu Fei was incomparably astonished. This beast seemed to be a violet mink, but its body didn't seem to be that small. It was like a miniature version of a violet mink. It was only the size of a fist, and its fluffy tail was already as long as the little beast's body. Gu Fei noticed that there was a dark violet vertical stripe at the center of the little violet mink's forehead. At first glance, it seemed to be a closed eye. At this moment, the cute little beast's large and round eyes were occasionally glancing at the beast crystal in Gu Fei's hand that was extracted from the devil ape's body, and it actually revealed an extremely human-like expression of yearning. It wants this beast crystal? Gu Fei couldn't help but think when he saw this. This little beast is truly too cute, and it's filled with spirituality. If I'm able to subdue it and give it to junior sister Zhao, she'll definitely like it. Right at this moment, the little beast actually opened its mouth and bit off half of the small beast crystal in its claws. After that, it chewed it into pieces as if it was chewing on a wild fruit, and it swallowed it into its stomach. Only now did Gu Fei understand why this little beast wanted the beast crystal in his hand. It actually took the beast crystal as food, and this truly caused Gu Fei to be extremely astonished. Although beast crystals weren't true crystals, they were the source of energy condensed within the body of a ferocious beast after a long period of time when it breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and relied on its basic instincts to cultivate. Although it wasn't a true crystal, the hardness of a beast crystal was absolutely not inferior to a true crystal. This little beast was actually able to bite a beast crystal. This was truly an unimaginable thing, and it was sufficient to show that this little beast was extraordinary. Kacha! Kacha! The little critter chewed on the small piece of beast crystal in its paws, emitting a sound that sounded like it was chewing on ice. Not long after, the small piece of beast crystal in the little critter's paw was completely eaten. After eating the beast crystal, the little beast actually burped. Its long purple fur was flowing with a layer of purple light. It was like a cute little elf, and its pair of large eyes that were filled with spirituality blinked as it looked at Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked at the little beast, then looked at the beast crystal in his hand, and suddenly smiled. Then he put the large beast crystal in his hand into the magical treasure pouch at his waist. The disciples of the Taishin sect who were successful in their cultivation would all have a magical treasure bag with them. The magical treasures of the cultivators would be kept in the bag when they were not in use. However, Gu Fei did not cultivate Dao techniques, nor did he practice Dao techniques. Therefore, he did not know how to blood bond with immortal treasures. Gu Fei did not have any immortal treasures. If other cultivators knew that Gu Fei actually used a magical treasure pouch as a storage pouch, they would definitely scold Gu Fei for being so wasteful. A magical treasure pouch was different from an ordinary pouch. It was something similar to a magical treasure refined by a great cultivator at the void-resisting stage in the sect. Within the magical treasure pouch, a great cultivator at the void-resisting stage had opened up a small space. A magic treasure pouch was different from an ordinary pouch. It was something similar to a magic treasure refined by a great cultivator of the void-resisting realm. Inside the magic treasure pouch, a small space was opened up by a great cultivator of the void-resisting realm with a great amount of magic power. After Gu Fei put the beast crystal of the demon ape into the magical treasure pouch, he did not attack the little purple marten. Instead, he turned around and walked out of the mountain range. After Gu Fei put the beast crystal of the demon ape into the magical treasure pouch, he did not attack the little purple marten. Instead, he turned around and walked out of the mountain range. He did not want to use brute force to subdue the strange little beast. Instead, he planned to use the beast crystal as bait to lure the little beast and make it lower its guard. Gu Fei wanted to make friends with the little beast by his side. However, when this idea came to Gu Fei's mind, he also felt that it was a bit ridiculous. With a little kid, it seemed that no one would be willing to do this. Whoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and quickly traversed through the barren mountains. He went back the way he came and headed toward the river. It was already getting late. There were still about 2 hours before dawn. Gu Fei did not want the Haotian merchant group's ship to disappear under his eyes at this time. For someone who was unfamiliar with the place and the people, following the Haotian merchant group to the Dragon Emperor city of the southern wasteland was definitely the wisest choice. Gu Fei paid attention to his back. As he imagined, the little purple marten really followed him. Like a purple lightning bolt, it flashed in the woods and followed him about 30 m away. This little beast seems very alert. Gu Fei couldn't help but think, this little purple marten really covets the beast crystal in Gu Fei's hand. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will have a way to subdue you. Gu Fei sniggered inside. Soon, Gu Fei appeared on a cliff on the riverside. Looking up the river, he saw a wharf dozens of miles away was still brightly lit. In the dark night, it was like a shining pearl being inlaid in the primitive woods, which was so eye-catching. As it was still early before daybreak, Gu Fei was sitting on a huge rock with crossed legs. Facing the cool breeze, he looked very calm. He knew that the little beast was nearby. He didn't care about it. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes and focused on cultivation. Of course, he dared not enter a deep state of meditation in this place at this moment. With a wisp of spiritual energy, Zhang Tai paid attention to everything around him. As long as there was something abnormal, he would immediately wake up from cultivation and make the most direct response. A misty glow started to appear on Gu Fei's body. Although he didn't purposely absorb the essence of the universe, various essences still gradually converged towards Gu Fei, causing him to be surrounded by glow. As time passed, the spiritual energy around Gu Fei's body grew denser and he exuded a sacred and peaceful aura. Suddenly, a purple figure jumped out from the bushes beside Gu Fei. A pair of agate-like eyes secretly looked at Gu Fei, who was surrounded by aura, full of curiosity. The little sable seemed to want to come closer, but it was a little afraid. Its pair of bright eyes carefully observed Gu Fei until it saw that Gu Fei was still absorbing the surrounding aura. Only then did it jump onto another big rock beside Gu Fei. Then, Gu Fei once again saw how extraordinary this little beast was. It squatted on the big rock, its claws scratched the ground, and stretched its neck towards the moon that was already setting in the west. It was actually absorbing the rich aura around it. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and gathering the aura from all directions, this little beast actually knew some simple cultivation methods. The little beast's small mouth opened and closed rhythmically. The light in its mouth was weak, but it could be seen clearly. Gu Fei, who was constantly paying attention to the movements in the surroundings, was really dumbfounded. He couldn't help but think of the legends about demons. Weren't demons cultivated by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon over a long period of time? Gradually, the moonlight in the strange beast's mouth condensed into a ball of light. As it breathed, the ball of light flickered. The purple sable's purple pampa-like body was also glowing. One could faintly see tiny rays of light flowing on the surface of its body. It was very obvious that it had already gained intelligence and a certain level of intelligence. The purple glow around the purple sable's body also became stronger and weaker according to the frequency of the purple sable's absorption of the moonlight. A small portion of the aura surrounding Gu Fei was also drawn out. The faint purple light constantly flickered. The little beast was really very mystical. Chapter 98. It was another early morning. The mountain was full of spiritual qi, which made people feel relaxed and happy. On the cliff beside the river, Gu Fei stood up, and his whole body suddenly burst out with a crisp sound, as if there was muffled thunder roaring inside his body. This was the realm of bones and tendons rumbling as mentioned in the ancient body refinement technique. The sound of the heavenly drum of thunder would refine the bones and tendons. Not only would the bones and tendons produce thunderous rumbles, but as Gu Fei's cultivation deepened, even his internal organs could produce thunderous rumbles. The inside and outside of his body became transparent, and he was completely reborn. This was the sign of entering the ninth heaven of awakening. Gu Fei vaguely felt that he was only a step away from the ninth heaven, and he could break through at any time. However, he also felt that there was a layer of light gauze in front of him. Although he could vaguely see the vague image behind the gauze, he couldn't tell what was behind it. Don't force, don't be agitated, don't be discouraged, Gu Fei murmured. If others encountered this kind of untouchable but itchy cultivation bottleneck, most of them would be restless. This might be the so-called inner demon of cultivators, which came from the restlessness deep in their hearts. However, Gu Fei's current state of mind was as calm as a mirror. He didn't feel happy or sad because of external things. He just watched the flowers bloom and wither in front of the courtyard and the clouds in the sky. At this time, 3 large ships came into Gu Fei's sight from the upper reaches of the river. Behind the 3 ships were dozens of ships of different sizes. These people are very shrewd. They use the Haotian caravan's ships to intimidate others. In this way, no bandits dare to attack their ships, Gu Fei said lightly. The bandits who were active on the waterway of Yunmeng Mountain only dared to attack those stragglers or small groups of merchant ships. With dozens of ships sailing down the river, wouldn't the bandits avoid such a large fleet? On the bow deck of a large ship with a fluttering colorful flag in the lead of the Haotian caravan, a gorgeous young man with a face as white as powder was leaning against the railing. The reason why she used the word stunning was because this young master was indeed worthy of the title. Thin willow eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, red lips, eyes like the morning stars, holding a small white fan in his hand, wearing a light yellow robe, standing there like a thin willow in the wind, giving off an indescribable sense of charm. However, this peerlessly beautiful young master was currently frowning deeply as if he'd lost his soul. His gaze was dull and blank, and it was unknown what he was looking at. This absolute beauty was the Ling family's 13th Miss, Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man. In the short time that she had spent with Gu Fei, Ling Luoyan seemed to have deep feelings for Gu Fei. Now that Gu Fei had left, she couldn't eat or drink, feeling haggard for him. In the past few days, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu were really anxious. As for that Uncle Zhong, he rarely showed his face. It was like he was hiding in a room on the ship. With so many people coveting that thing on him, the cautious Uncle Zhong almost never left his house. He was so careful that he didn't even dare to eat food until he tested it with a silver needle. Who's that? Suddenly, Ling Luoyan, who was on the deck, saw a white figure standing on the cliff on the right side of the river. Gu Fei! Ling Luoyan's body swayed and she cried out in shock. Because she was far away, she couldn't be sure if that person was Gu Fei. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as Ling Luoyan cried out in shock, 2 slender figures, one yellow and one green, rushed out of the cabin. Their sleeves fluttered in the air as 2 maids appeared beside Ling Luoyan. These 2 beautiful maids were Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu. Miss, what happened? Xiao Chui's large, black eyes scanned the surroundings as she asked anxiously. Her right hand was already on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Xiao Chui, Xiao Yu, come and see if that person is Gu Fei. Ling Luoyan shouted and pointed at the cliff on the far side of the river. Gu Fei! The 2 maids were shocked and immediately looked in the direction of Ling Luoyan's finger. Who's there? Miss, why do you have to do this? Xiao Chui said a little sadly. That Gu Fei seemed to have really barged into the miss's heart. What? Where is he? Ling Luoyan fixed her eyes on the cliff in the distance. Was there anyone else there? How could this be? Am I really seeing things? Ling Luoyan was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. What exactly was love? How could it cause such a huge change in another person? Their usually arrogant Misrin seemed to have changed into a completely different person these few days. It was unbelievable. Why is she still dressed as a man? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel doubtful about what he had just seen as he passed through the mountain forest. The white silhouette that Ling Luoyan had seen standing on the cliff just now was Gu Fei, who was standing on the mountain peak. And Gu Fei had also seen Ling Luoyan. Gu Fei's gaze was extremely sharp. The distance of tens of miles didn't affect his vision at all. Ling Luoyan's appearance fell into his eyes. However, Gu Fei didn't want to think too much about Ling Luoyan. The doubt in his heart only flashed for a moment before it was cast aside. In his eyes, Ling Luoyan was just a passerby in his life. She couldn't even be considered a passerby. A purple little beast followed behind Gu Fei like a tail. Of course, this little beast wasn't coming for Gu Fei, but for the beast crystal in his magic treasure pouch. This purple marten was also extraordinary. It knew that Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with, so it didn't dare to get too close to Gu Fei. Otherwise, this little beast would have long since snatched the unremarkable little pouch hanging on Gu Fei's waist and escaped without a trace. Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny. Everything was under his control, and the little beast had actually chased after him. It seemed that this little beast valued the beast crystal very much. After leaving the Yunmeng Mountains, the terrain began to flatten out. In front of him was an ancient forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a huge piece of green satin was spread under the sky, and the Yen River that connected the north and south was like a white line on the satin. Gu Fei stood at the top of an old tree and looked at the scene in front of him. He was also awed by the power of nature. In the sky and on the ground, a boundless expanse of green extended to the ends of the sky, as if there really was no end. At this time, it was already noon. The Haotian merchant group's ship had long since been left far behind by him. Moreover, there were no forks in the Yen River basin, so the Haotian merchant group's ship definitely wouldn't fly into the sky. Not far from Gu Fei, the little beast that had followed him all the way was staring at the ordinary pouch hanging on Gu Fei's waist with a pair of large, intelligent eyes, as if itching to try it out. "You've already suffered, so why don't you be smarter?" Gu Fei said to the little beast. "My things aren't that easy to snatch." Squeak squeak. The little beast seemed to be a little angry. It jumped up and down on the top of the tree, but it didn't dare to approach Gu Fei. Gu Fei was also very speechless about this little beast. Along the way, whenever he wasn't paying attention, this little beast would make a move on the Dharma treasure pouch hanging on his waist. This violet mink that was only the size of a fist had extremely agile movements, and its speed was extremely swift as well. It was simply on par with Gu Fei when he executed his 8 steps extreme speed. There were a few times when this little beast really almost succeeded. Just as Gu Fei was about to continue on his way, he suddenly discovered a figure in front of him, stepping on the top of a tree and rapidly approaching him under the scorching sun. That person quickly closed in. He saw that this person was a handsome young man with long eyebrows, eyes like cold stars, and a face as sharp as a knife. He wore a tight black suit. "Who are you?" Gu Fei frowned and looked at that person coldly. His pupils couldn't help but contract. "Someone who wants your life." The black-clothed young man elegantly floated down to the top of a tree in front of Gu Fei. His feet stepped on the leaves, but his body was as steady as a mountain. His entire body emanated an incomparably fierce aura. Chapter 99. In a boundless oasis, Gu Fei was intercepted by a black-clothed man who had suddenly appeared. This was a young man with incomparable confidence and unparalleled strength. "You want to kill me?" Gu Fei frowned. It seemed like he did not offend anyone. Apart from the 5 ghostly cultivators of Plentiful City, he did not have any enmity with anyone else. The 5 ghostly cultivators of Plentiful City had their ghost Dao formation set up by the 5 ghost banner destroyed by the Sword Immortal Senior of the Guangqing Immortal Sect. They must have been severely injured. How would they dare to come out and do evil? Moreover, it was noon, the time of day when Yang Qi was the strongest. There would not be any ghostly beings who would dare to walk around at this time and risk their souls being destroyed. The black-clothed man standing on the top of the tree laughed and said disdainfully, "You already know the answer, but you are still asking. We have already noticed you." I didn't expect the old man from the Ling clan to be so cunning. He sent 2 experts, one in the open and one in the dark, to protect that thing. I am a little surprised. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. He looked at the black-clothed young man in front of him and said indifferently, "Is there some misunderstanding here? I am not from the Ling clan. This guy actually thinks that I am from the Haotian Trading Group's Ling clan. This is outrageous. Do you think I will believe your words?" The black-clothed young man's face was gloomy. His eyes flickered with murderous intent. An invisible force had already shrouded Gu Fei. After sensing the murderous intent from the black-clothed young man, Gu Fei's expression gradually became extremely solemn. This person's cultivation seemed to be not below mine. It is up to you whether you believe it or not. However, if you really think that you have the ability to kill me, you might as well give it a try. Gu Fei stared coldly at the black-clothed man in front of him. A mountain-like wave of yuan qi surged out from his body. His black hair began to flutter. Although fighting was not what he wanted, since the other party had come to him, Gu Fei had no choice but to fight. Squeak, 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 squeak. At this moment, the little purple martin suddenly let out a rapid chirp and quickly retreated into the distance. Three-eyed mink. The black-clothed man's attention was completely focused on Gu Fei. It was only at this moment that he noticed the little beast's existence. However, when the black-clothed man saw the little beast, he immediately cried out in surprise. The black-clothed youth said in surprise, "I didn't expect to encounter such a strange beast here. I'm really lucky." He paused for a moment before he looked at Gu Fei and sneered, "It doesn't matter if you're from the Ling family or not. You have to die today. After I kill you, I'll go and subdue this three-eyed divine mink." The little critter seemed to have a great background. The black-clothed youth attached great importance to it. The little marten did not go far. It stopped at the top of a large tree a few hundred feet away. It straightened its body and sat on a branch, vigilantly watching the two of them. The two experts were at each other's throats. The little critter instinctively sensed danger and dodged far away. How arrogant! I hope you have the strength to back up your arrogance. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. Gu Fei countered with equal harshness. The yuan qi in his body surged violently. A layer of sparkling splendor circulated on his skin, giving off a powerful and invincible feeling. Thanks for the reminder. I'll leave your corpse intact. The black-clothed youth exuded unparalleled confidence. His gaze was like lightning and an extremely obscure and dangerous aura pervaded from his body. The black-clothed youth took a step forward. His body suddenly appeared 2 feet away from Gu Fei like a phantom. Then he directly threw a punch at Gu Fei. Strong winds suddenly rose and surged mightily. It was a simple and unadorned punch, but it had an unbelievable power that could turn something rotten into something magical. It made it difficult for Gu Fei to block it. He couldn't even dodge it. Gu Fei could not help but shiver. This person's cultivation seemed to be extremely powerful. Moreover, he had controlled the rhythm of the battle the moment he attacked, causing Gu Fei to fall into a passive position. Not only was this black-clothed youth an expert, he was also an expert with incomparable battle experience. It was no wonder that he dared to find Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Since he couldn't avoid it, then there was no need for him to do so. He threw a punch out as well. In an instant, golden rays of light were like waves as they pounced towards the black-clothed youth's fist with an imposing manner. Gu Fei didn't think too much. He immediately used the golden element fist. As soon as he punched, the golden light suddenly rushed out from his body, making him look like he was wearing a golden armor. It was so powerful that people couldn't look at him directly. Bang! The two fists collided in an instant. A circle of transparent ripples that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of the collision. The entire space seemed to shake a little. The trees under the feet of the two suddenly exploded, and broken branches and leaves flew all over the sky. The two figures flew out like lightning. Then, they collided again like 2 bolts of lightning. Boom! The two directly punched each other again. There were no fancy moves. This was purely a collision of strength. Continuous bombardment, like the dull sound of thunder that shook the forest, sounded in succession. The two experts were like phantoms, emitting a vast and terrifying energy wave. They moved quickly in the forest, fighting fiercely. Everywhere they passed, the trees were all shattered by the power of the two. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He never expected that there would be someone who trained his body to be so strong. He could actually fight with him with just the strength of his body. It's really hard to imagine. Is this person also a martial artist? But the aura on his body doesn't belong to a martial artist. It's really strange. Golden element fist. With a low shout, Gu Fei threw another punch at the black-clothed youth. The dazzling power of the metal element seemed to cover the whole world. Waves of chi swept towards the black-clothed youth with earth-shattering force. Reversal of heaven and earth. The black-clothed youth's hands moved. Mysterious and strange waves appeared between his hands. A strange wave followed the trajectory of his hands and emitted out. The black-clothed youth no longer fought with Gu Fei. Instead, he displayed his unfathomable magical power. The unfathomable power turned the world in front of the black-clothed youth into a black hole. In an instant, it completely swallowed the unparalleled golden element fist force that Gu Fei blasted out. "I'll return it to you," the black-clothed youth shouted softly. As he moved his hands, the world seemed to be reversed. The swallowed fist force gushed out and was hit back by the black-clothed youth. How is this possible? Gu Fei was shocked. The magical power of this black-clothed youth was really strange. He actually gave him a taste of his own medicine and reversed his attack. It was really terrifying. With such a magical power, wasn't he already in an invincible position? The reversed fist force surged like a rolling river. It was unstoppable. The golden light was dazzling and in an instant, it rushed in front of him. "How dare you!" Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as if he had gone insane. This black-clothed man was actually using his own power to attack him, which infuriated him. He didn't dodge or evade, but instead sent out another punch. This punch was also the golden element fist. However, it was different from the previous punch. This punch seemed to draw the endless power of the metal element in the world. All of it surged forward with earth-shattering force. It was majestic and unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. The two monstrous forces collided. The forest within a radius of 200 feet was suddenly destroyed by the mighty and terrifying force. One part of the forest suddenly turned into a desert. The other part of the forest shook violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. Countless birds in the nearby forest were startled. Some fierce beasts nearby also fled in panic. It was as if doomsday had come. Chapter 100. The black-clothed youth was incomparably powerful. As soon as he used his magical power, he immediately suppressed Gu Fei. Reversing heaven and earth, no technique could touch him. Not only was Gu Fei's fist strength shifted by the black-clothed youth's unfathomable magical power, but it was also reversed to attack Gu Fei. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. With such a magical power, the black-clothed youth was already in an invincible position. It was difficult for cultivators of the same level to compete with him. It was really terrifying. Don't resist pointlessly. Obediently accept your death. The black-clothed youth was incomparably arrogant. He pressed forward step by step. As his hands moved, a layer of strange power shrouded his body, causing the space around him to seem to turn into a bottomless black hole. It seemed to be devouring the surrounding aura. Boom! Gu Fei smashed down from the top of the tree, causing the forest to explode. Although he was forced to retreat, his long hair fluttered in the wind. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. His body emitted a piercingly cold golden light, and the power of the metal element covered his body. Although he was temporarily at a disadvantage, it was difficult for the black-clothed youth to really hurt him. Gu Fei pulled out his feet that were stuck in the soil. He coldly stared at the black-clothed youth and sneered, "Since I came down the mountain, you are the second person who is a threat to me. Very good. Reversing heaven and earth? I want you to be invincible and have nothing to borrow. Let's see how you're going to reverse the situation," Gu Fei said coldly. His words were also filled with incomparable confidence. Although the black-clothed youth was strong and the magical power he displayed was said to be unparalleled among experts of the same level, in Yi Xuan's opinion, it was not invincible. Gu Fei was worthy of being a warrior born to fight. After just one move from the black-clothed youth, he immediately knew how terrifying this magical power was. At the same time, he also thought of a way to deal with this magical power. It was a very stupid way. Shameless boasting. The black-clothed young man's expression immediately changed when he heard this. He shouted loudly and waved his hands. Green energy threads shot out from his hands like silk and wrapped around Gu Fei. Hundreds of green energy threads quickly cut through the void. There was a sizzling sound, like sharp blades cutting through the void, cutting the void into thousands of pieces. Gu Fei sneered. He operated his Xian Qi and restrained all the power within his body. The dazzling golden aura also entered his body in an instant. However, his skin became even more sparkling and translucent. Tiny rays of light flowed on his skin. His body seemed to be cast from fine iron, and he exuded a strong sense of oppression. The black-robed young man had a cruel sneer on his face. He waved his hands and hundreds of green threads instantly spread out in the air, forming a huge net that enveloped all directions, sealing off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. The green energy net came down from above, and the trees around Gu Fei were instantly cut into thousands of pieces as soon as they were covered by the energy net. The green threads seemed to be sharper than divine weapons. Are you going to die this time? The black-clothed young man was very pleased with himself. Since he had personally come out, of course he would be victorious. However, before he had the time to be happy, his expression changed. Something's wrong. How can Gu Fei be so calm in the face of such a killing move? The black-clothed young man was a little surprised. At this moment, Gu Fei did something that shocked the black-clothed young man. It was an action that made the black-clothed young man feel incredulous. Gu Fei, not only did he not dodge, he pushed his feet on the ground, and with an indomitable momentum, he soared into the sky and punched towards the energy net that enveloped him. There was no glaring aura surging out, nor was there any powerful energy ripples. It was just an ordinary punch. However, under the disbelieving gaze of the black-clothed young man, the energy net formed by the interweaving green threads collapsed the moment it came into contact with Gu Fei's fist. The razor-sharp energy threads did not hurt Gu Fei at all, but a large hole was torn open in the energy net. Gu Fei's body was like a phantom, and with a punch, he broke through the razor-sharp energy net and pounced towards the black-clothed young man on the treetop. His movement technique was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the black-clothed young man. Ha! Gu Fei let out an angry roar, and the bones in his body crackled. A strong wave of Yuan Qi exploded from his body, and he directly punched towards the black-clothed young man's chest. Reversal of heaven and earth. The black-clothed young man was shocked. He knew that he had made a mistake. He had underestimated the opponent in front of him who was younger than him. The black-clothed young man was a young expert, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level. He was just one step away from the transcending mortality stage. On the other hand, Gu Fei was just a young expert. There was a gap in age, and his cultivation time was also shorter than the black-clothed young man. Therefore, when he faced Gu Fei, the black-clothed young man had the capital to be arrogant. Unfortunately, he did not expect that Gu Fei was not an ordinary cultivator, but a martial artist. The black-clothed young man was indeed a young expert with incomparably rich combat experience. His hands moved, and waves of unpredictable divine power were produced, trying to reverse the power of Gu Fei. However, his divine power, which had always been successful, failed this time. He could not shift Gu Fei's fist force at all. No matter how he tried to block or shift, Gu Fei's fist still struck forward. The black-clothed young man was shocked. He realized that Gu Fei's fist did not emit any fist force at all. The cleverest housewife could not cook without rice, and there was no energy for the black-clothed young man to block or shift. Bang! Gu Fei's fist blasted on the black-clothed young man's hands that were crossed in front of his chest. At this time, the fist force still did not burst out. The fist was like a heavy hammer, fiercely smashing on the black-clothed young man's arms. The power was distributed throughout the whole body, and it did not leak out. It was all restrained within the body, between the muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. Although it did not leak out of the body, the power of Gu Fei's fist did not diminish because of this. Instead, it just happened to restrain the black-clothed young man's divine power. What? The black-clothed young man's eyes protruded out. How can this be? The black-clothed young man was blown back 20 feet by Gu Fei's punch. He staggered on the top of the tree and almost fell from the tree. On his arms, where Gu Fei punched, the bones in his arms felt like they were about to break. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat, and there was a burst of blood in his chest and abdomen, and his internal organs were also shaken. The situation changed in an instant. Gu Fei stepped on the top of the tree and chased after him. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked coldly at the black-clothed young man. "Who exactly are you?" Gu Fei did not want to get into a fight without knowing what was going on. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation method is this? Could it be? The black-clothed young man did not answer the question. Instead, he tried his best to calm the surging aura in his chest. His eyes stared fiercely at Gu Fei. The black-clothed young man's entire body emitted a fierce, murderous aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It could be seen that his killing intent towards Gu Fei was not concealed at all. "Martial," Gu Fei said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, his entire body emitted a majestic aura. The posture of an expert who looked down on the world was completely displayed. "Martial? Could it be? You are the long-lost successor of the martial sect?" The black-clothed young man said in shock. He thought of the long-lost power. The path of martial arts had gradually declined. In today's world, true martial artists had probably long disappeared. This was because martial arts cultivation methods were very difficult to master. On the contrary, Dao techniques were easy to learn and master. As long as one's muscles and bones were not bad, one could cultivate Dao power. Even if one could not become a true expert, one could still live a long life. In the world of cultivation, the attraction of cultivating Dao to become an immortal was far greater than practicing martial arts in any era. However, a successful martial artist was a nightmare for cultivators of the same level. This was because among cultivators of the same level, martial artists were much stronger than other cultivators. This was why the black-clothed young man was so shocked. "Martial sect? I don't know what you are talking about. However, if you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me," Gu Fei said coldly. Then, without another word, he used the desolate steps. With one step, he appeared in front of the black-clothed young man and threw another punch at him. Chapter 101. He was at the 9th heaven of the awakening realm. Even among the young experts in the cultivation world, he could be ranked among the top. However, this black-clothed young man with the strength of the 9th heaven was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. He seemed to have no strength to fight back. Gu Fei punched fiercely. He used the 8 desolation steps at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of afterimages in the air, bombarding the black-clothed young man and forcing him to retreat. This was a clash of pure physical strength. Every punch landed on his flesh. Boundless yuan qi surged within Gu Fei's body. Every inch of his flesh contained a vast amount of energy. His entire body was like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. His skin flickered with a sparkling brilliance. "Aren't you very arrogant? You want to kill me? You are not qualified," Gu Fei said coldly. Loud noises kept erupting. Gu Fei's body movement technique was like wind and lightning. The power of each punch was stronger than the one before. By the 9th punch, the black-clothed young man finally could not bear it anymore. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Gu Fei's words deeply pierced the arrogant black-clothed young man, causing him to be enraged and roar incessantly. However, in a battle, strength determined everything. "How is this possible? How can there be a young expert like you in the Haotian trading group? It's really hateful." The black-clothed young man's eyes turned red. He madly struck out with the power of magic power, trying to reverse the outcome of the battle. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was like a huge mountain that could not be moved at all. Gu Fei's whole body's strength was converged in his body, surging under his skin. There was no power at all outside his body. The magic power of this black-clothed young man had no effect on him. If it was an ordinary cultivator, perhaps this black-clothed young man would have the advantage. Whether it was Tao technique or magic power, if he wanted to use it, he would need to use the power of his body to mobilize the essence of the world. In this way, the black-clothed young man's magic power of reversing heaven and earth could reverse Tao technique and magic power. He used the power of the caster to attack the caster, and he was like a bystander. However, no matter how profound and inconceivable this black-clothed young man's ability was, It was absolutely impossible for him to create a second Gu Fei out of thin air. Therefore, he turned from a spectator to a participant. He had to endure all of Gu Fei's attacks. Once again, I'm not a member of the Hao Yin trading group. Gu Fei pressed forward step by step, and his moves were swift and fierce. His attacks were broad and large, and he didn't give the black-clothed young man the chance to dodge at all. A punch, a palm, a kick, a finger. All of the fierce attacks were linked together, wave after wave, and the black-clothed youth could only defend, unable to dodge. Unless he risked his life and forcefully took on Gu Fei's terrifying attack. Gu Fei's right leg was like a long whip as it fiercely swept towards the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth roared in anger. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. His body was swept away, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Did we make a mistake? The black-clothed youth's heart was filled with hatred. He seemed to have provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Gu Fei followed up with extremely swift and fierce movements. It was still a ferocious direct attack without any technique to speak of. With one step, an invisible momentum had already enveloped the black-clothed youth, who had crashed into several trees and fallen into the dead branches and withered leaves in the forest. The 8 desolate steps had 8 steps of extreme speed and 8 steps of 8 kills. With the first step of the 8 kill steps, Gu Fei wanted to force his opponent to face it head-on, so that his opponent couldn't dodge or evade. Rumble. Under Gu Fei's feet, there seemed to be a roar of wind and thunder. The world under his feet seemed to tremble, and the surrounding trees collapsed one after another. The power of destruction filled every inch of the space under Gu Fei's feet. Boom! The black-clothed youth could only brace himself and raise his fist to meet the attack. His fist and his leg collided, and a fierce power swept out in all directions like a storm. A large area of the surrounding forest collapsed in an instant, and the debris flew all over the sky. The trees that were further away also fell down in a circle. 8 steps, 8 kill steps. With only the first step, Gu Fei directly stepped on the black-clothed youth, and only half of his body was left above the ground. If you are arrogant, I will be even more arrogant. If you are arrogant, I will be even more arrogant. However, if you don't have the strength to be arrogant, then everything will be a joke. Gu Fei flew backwards, and with a backflip he took another step towards the black-clothed youth below. As Gu Fei took the step, the space under his feet really trembled, and transparent ripples spread out. The power contained in this step seemed to be able to tear the void, and it made people's hearts palpitate. 8 desolate steps, 8 steps, 8 kill steps. With every step, both the power and the aura would multiply from the previous step. This was not just a superposition of power, but also a superposition of the aura. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of the god of death. His eyes flashed with a murderous light, and his body surged with a murderous aura. He often fought with ferocious beasts, so his body had a fierce murderous aura that was not something that someone his age should have. Gu Fei would never be lenient to those who wanted him dead. He would not show mercy, and when he attacked, he would not show mercy. This was Gu Fei's motto. In battle, there was no room for hesitation or mercy. Being merciful to the enemy was a fatal taboo in battle, because the enemy would not be merciful to you. When Luo Yunyang took the second step, the powerful pressure almost pressed the black-clothed youth to the ground. The ground began to tremble, and the broken wood and leaves on the ground floated up before completely collapsing into dust. In the face of such a fierce move, the black-clothed youth's expression changed completely. He had never expected to meet such a terrifying opponent here. He had thought that he would be able to quickly get rid of the young man that the Haotian trading group had planted in the dark, and then meet up with his subordinates to attack the Haotian trading group's ship. He was determined to get the item that the Haotian trading group was escorting. However, the current situation was that his life was in serious danger. You forced me to do this. The black-clothed youth looked up at Gu Fei, who was stepping down from the sky, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. Roar! With a loud roar, a majestic energy wave as heavy as a mountain erupted from the black-clothed youth's body. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and the sky shook. At the same time, countless rays of green light flew out of the black-clothed youth's body, like a peacock spreading its tail, shooting in all directions. Rise! The black-clothed youth shouted coldly and formed a seal with both hands. Then all the green lights that shot out in all directions flew into the sky and shot towards Gu Fei from all directions. What's that? Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this, but he continued to take the second step down. The vast yuan qi wave that came out of his body deflected most of the green lights that shot towards him. However, the other dozen or so rays of green light directly broke through Gu Fei's protective upstanding qi and shot toward his vitals. I'll give you another thing. Below, the black-clothed youth raised his hand, and a black and white light ball immediately smashed towards Gu Fei from below. Chapter 102. Ding 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 ding. More than a dozen green lights struck Gu Fei like meteors. However, they could not hurt him at all. Each green light was wrapped in an incomparably sharp flying knife. However, when these flying daggers stabbed Gu Fei's body, dazzling sparks sprayed out, and all of them were sent flying. Gu Fei vaguely noticed that every single flying dagger was inscribed with numerous talisman markings. Gu Fei's thoughts turned quickly, and he instantly understood why these dozens of green lights could break through his protective gang qi and hit him. It seemed that these dozens of flying knives had been sacrificially refined. Sacrificially refined a magic weapon. Is this person a cultivator? Gu Fei's eyes could not help but narrow into a line. At this time, the young man in black threw a fist-sized ball of light surrounded by black and white gas at his feet. Psst. Oh no! Gu Fei suddenly thought of something, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Without thinking, he immediately retracted his second step. Gu Fei's power had long reached the realm of being able to withdraw and withdraw at will. He withdrew his second step without any hesitation. Swoosh! Gu Fei was frightened. The second step of the 8 steps 8 kills instantly turned into the 8 steps extreme speed. He rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of afterimages in the void. In an instant he had rushed more than 10 feet in the air. Just at this moment, the ball of light that was surrounded by black and white gas suddenly began to spin. After that, a violent energy that was so terrifying that it caused everyone's heart to palpitate violently burst out after a strong flash of light. Rumble. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping, or as if the Milky Way had burst its dike. 3,000 streams of weak water poured down from the sky, and the world seemed to collapse. Black and white, thousands of thunder and fire instantly enveloped the space of about 500 feet. Black lightning and white-black fire filled every inch of the space. The extremely violent power of destruction even evaporated the air. This guy is crazy. Gu Fei only felt that the world had turned upside down, and the space around him trembled violently. In just a moment, Gu Fei could not tell where was the sky and where was the earth. Then he was annihilated by the black and white thunder and fire. The moment the black-robed young man threw out the ball of light, he unfurled a scroll. The power that was sealed in the scroll instantly rushed out. The enormous energy turned into a barrier of light in the blink of an eye, covering him. The space trembled, and he disappeared in an instant. Almost at the same time, in a dense forest several miles away, there were waves of ripples. The transparent ripples, like waves of water, spread out. Swoosh! A figure fell straight out from the void. This black figure that fell out from the void staggered a few steps, his body swayed as if he was about to fall. Luckily, there was a short tree next to him, and he held on to the short tree so he did not fall to the ground. After panting for a while, this person turned back to look at the black and white thunder and fire in the dense forest several miles away. His eyes were full of laughter and even a little crazy, being enveloped by the Tiangang god thunder. Even a transcending mortality realm cultivator would be seriously injured, not to mention a awakening self-realm cultivator like you. This black-clothed person was the black-clothed young man that teleported here with a Dao Technique scroll. This kind of Dao Technique scroll that was sealed with a Dao Technique of space was very precious in the cultivation world. Only those cultivation families with a long history or cultivation forces would possess it. For ordinary people, not to mention possessing it, it was rare to even have a look at it. The reason why the Space Dao Technique scroll was precious was because it could allow the person who possessed the scroll to escape a life and death calamity in an extremely dangerous situation. And the Tiangang God Thunder that the black-clothed young man spoke of was also very famous in the cultivation world. It was a powerful lightning bead that was refined by a Dao Technique expert with supreme Dao power, using the astral lightning of the 9 heavens and the Yin lightning of the earth, one hard and one soft, one yang and one yin, using the power of yin and yang lightning to refine a powerful lightning bead. When this Tiangang God Thunder bead was released, it was a black and white ball the size of a fist, and the yin and yang qi condensed within it instantly turned into thousands of yin and yang lightning. The heavenly lightning and the earth interweaved, and a terrifying power of lightning erupted. Moreover, this sort of energy of lightning was the bane of all evil spirits. No matter how formidable a spirit was, so long as it was struck by it, it would instantly disperse its profound yin ghost body and perish in both body and spirit. It was truly formidable to the extreme. Even a cultivator at the transcendence realm that had already cultivated a Dao core would have a slim chance of survival if they were struck by this Tiangang God Thunder bead, and if they were unlucky, they would be directly blasted into ash by the yin and yang lightning flames. If they were lucky, then even if they managed to escape with their lives, they would still be heavily injured, and their bodies would be damaged. What a waste of a Tiangang God Thunder bead, and a waste of a Dao Technique scroll. The black-clothed young man muttered to himself as he indifferently wiped off the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth, and then he turned around and walked into the dense forest behind him, swiftly disappearing into the distance. As far as he was concerned, Gu Fei was dead for sure. Yin and yang lightning enveloped an area of 150 m, and enormous bolts of lightning that were as thick as a child's arm ceaselessly struck and flickered. A myriad of lightning flames blasted the ground to the point dust flew into the air, and the ground trembled violently as numerous enormous cracks spread out in all directions. The terrifying power of lightning tore through space and caused enormous explosions that swept through the dense forest with a radius of 1 kilometer. Numerous towering trees were torn into sawdust by the raging chaotic flow of energy, and then the intense friction caused them to transform into monstrous flames. Dense smoke and dust rose 3 kilometers into the air, and countless balls of flames shot out in all directions. In just a short moment, the primitive ancient forest had turned into hell. The forest within a radius of a few miles had disappeared, and what replaced it was a huge pitch-black pit. It was black and it was the burnt soil. The phenomenon caused by the Tiangang God Thunder could be clearly seen even from 100 miles away. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and heaven and earth trembled. Dozens of miles away, the fleet that was traveling downstream also noticed the abnormality in front of them. "Miss, what is that?" On one of the Haotian trade caravan ships, a servant in an emerald dress pointed to the front and said to a beautiful young man with white teeth and red lips who was waving a folding fan in his hand. The faint sound of thunder came from the front. A ball of strange black and white lightning flames was gradually weakening in the dense forest dozens of miles away, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Everyone on the ship looked at this scene in shock. Could it be, there are cultivators fighting? As Miss Ling 13th of the Haotian trade caravan, Ling Luoyan more or less knew some secrets that ordinary people did not. White lightning flames and black lightning. Under normal circumstances, such a strange power of thunder and lightning would definitely not appear in nature at noon when the sun was high in the sky, unless a cultivator was using thunder techniques. Pass down the order. Everyone be on guard. Although Ling Luoyan had not completely recovered from the fact that Gu Fei had left, she was still an outstanding figure in the Haotian trade caravan. She could vaguely sense that something was wrong. "Yes, miss." Xiao Chui immediately left to pass down the order. Soon, the 3 Haotian trade caravan ships were shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Groups of green-clothed guards patrolled back and forth with serious expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. The other merchant ships also seemed to feel the tense atmosphere on the Haotian trade caravan. The merchants who traveled between the north and the south were all shrewd fellows, so they followed suit. The ship owners also told their subordinates to be on guard. The terrifying power of yin and yang lightning wreaked havoc for a while before gradually dissipating. When the world returned to its calm state, the ground that was shrouded by the power of thunder and lightning was already riddled with holes. A pitch-black pit in the middle was especially conspicuous. Although the power of thunder and lightning had dissipated, the ground was still smoking, as if it had been burned by heavenly fire. The air was filled with a burning smell. A charred arm suddenly stretched out from the edge of the pit. Then a black person, whose body was still emitting smoke, climbed out of the pit and stood up shakily. Although they had not yet stepped into the southern wasteland, there was still no sign of human habitation in the endless forest. A large river passed through the endless primitive forest and extended southward until the end of the horizon. On both sides of the river was an unbroken stretch of primitive mountain forest. In a beautiful valley, a waterfall emitted a deafening sound as it fell straight down from the cliff, forming a deep pool in the valley. The valley was green and the valley was green. The valley was full of flowers and strange grass. Outside the valley, the roars of wild beasts lingered, and the figures of fierce beasts flashed from time to time. On a big rock next to the waterfall, a ragged man with fluffy hair was sitting cross-legged. This man's body was charred black like charcoal. His clothes could no longer be called clothes, but a tattered rag draped over his body. This black man was Gu Fei, who had been plotted against by the black-clothed man with the celestial thunder bead. Although he had defeated the black-clothed man, he had also been injured by the crazy guy with the celestial thunder bead, and his injury was very serious. The celestial thunder of the 9 heavens and the Yin thunder of the earth, these two kinds of thunder and lightning could be said to be extremely terrifying. Moreover, they were extremely unstable. To refine them into a thunder bead, one could imagine the amount of energy needed. Moreover, once the two kinds of thunder and lightning inside the thunder bead were stimulated, it would be out of control. The two kinds of thunder and lightning would repel and collide with each other, and the power would be much more terrifying than a single kind of thunder and lightning. Fortunately, Gu Fei had copper skin and iron bones, and with the protection of the divine weapon's essence, he was not blasted into ashes by the destructive thunder and lightning that erupted from the celestial thunder bead. Gu Fei operated the mysterious technique to heal himself. A misty glow emitted from his body, and his skin, which was burnt black by the thunder and fire, began to flicker with a sparkling luster. The world's essence converged from all directions and surged toward Gu Fei's body. Chapter 103. The flowers and trees in the valley trembled slightly, and spots of green light drifted out from the plants. Gu Fei's body was like a bottomless black hole, crazily absorbing all the life qi in the surroundings. Only when the sun set and darkness descended on the earth again did Gu Fei's body burst out with a bright light. The bright light was like a 5-colored flame burning. Crack! A subtle sound came from Gu Fei's body, and his pitch-black skin began to crack. Very soon, Gu Fei's body was covered with cracks like a spider web, like a delicate porcelain breaking. All of Gu Fei's flesh and bones trembled slightly, and the charred, necrotic skin gradually fell off his body, revealing crystal-clear skin that emitted a misty brilliance like suet white jade. The Tai Chi diagram on his body gradually disappeared, turning back into Yin and Yang Qi and entering his body. The Yin-Yang diagram on his chest suddenly flashed with a bright light and disappeared into the skin on his chest. After being nourished by the endless spiritual Qi, Gu Fei's injuries were completely stabilized. Even though the divine weapon's essence Qi in his body protected his body at the critical moment and resisted the heavenly lightning and earthly fire, Gu Fei was still charred on the outside and tender on the inside. He was seriously injured, and it was a tragic sight. This showed that the heavenly dipper thunder was indeed worthy of its reputation. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have been killed by the thunder and lightning long ago. This time, he was seriously injured. If he had not tempered his body day and night, and the vitality in his body far exceeded that of an ordinary person, it would have been very bad. Even his cultivation might have been affected, and he would have needed a long time to recuperate. Where did that guy come from? He seems to be targeting the Haotian merchant team. Gu Fei opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. He seemed to have become the target of a force that wanted to eliminate him. Gu Fei stood up from the boulder. The waterfall beside him rumbled like a white chain pouring down from the peak of the mountain. Waves of water vapor blew against his face, making Gu Fei feel refreshed. The mountain range was filled with spiritual qi, especially the rich wood power. It was truly a good place to recuperate. Gu Fei surveyed his surroundings. Under the hazy moonlight, the valley was very calm. But outside the valley, the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. The outside was not a friendly place. I wonder if the people of the Haotian trading group can deal with those mysterious fellows. I'm afraid that girl has already arrived at Bluestone Town. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He knew that with this delay, the Haotian trading group's merchant ship had already left and might have already arrived at Bluestone Town. The girl he was talking about was the 13th daughter of the Ling family, Ling Luin. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, a crisp chirp came from outside the valley. Following that, Gu Fei saw a tiny silhouette flash by the entrance of the valley, and a little beast charged into the valley at lightning speed. The small beast was only the size of a fist. The most mystical thing about it was that there was a vertical scar on its forehead, as if there was a vertical eye growing on its forehead. Three-eyed mink? Gu Fei could not help but feel happy when he saw this small beast. When he was fighting with the mysterious black-clothed youth, how could he have the time to care about this small beast? Now that he saw that this small beast did not seem to be affected by the battle, Gu Fei was filled with joy. This little critter was really too adorable. Its purple fur was as smooth as silk, and it was faintly circulating with a layer of faint brilliance. It had a pair of quick-witted big eyes that were flickering like agate and were brimming with intelligence. This small beast was actually a little elf born from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was really extraordinary. Squeak squeak. The small beast came to the top of a short tree not far away from Gu Fei and stared at the magical treasure pouch on Gu Fei's waist that was used as a storage bag. It let out a series of chirps. Little fellow, you're still thinking about that beast crystal. Gu Fei could not help but smile when he saw this. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a flash of light between the small beast's sharp claws. Gu Fei quickly fixed his eyes on it and was surprised to find that the small beast's sharp claws were actually holding a small, crystal-clear stone that looked like an emerald. Gu Fei knew that it was not a stone, but a beast crystal. He felt an extremely weak wave of spiritual qi from the green crystal that the small beast was holding. It was a wave of wood elemental spiritual qi. Although the green crystal was only the size of a little finger, it did indeed contain spiritual qi. He didn't know where this little critter found this beast crystal. Seeing that the spiritual qi it contained was so weak, it should be the beast crystal of a weak, fierce beast. Could it be that this little beast killed a fierce beast and obtained this beast crystal from the fierce beast's body? If that's the case, this small beast is too shocking. When Gu Fei thought of this, his heart could not help but tremble. Squeak squeak. The small beast suddenly grabbed the small beast crystal and gestured at Gu Fei. Little fellow, what are you trying to do? Gu Fei said with a smile. This was really a psychic small beast. Unfortunately, it could not speak, so Gu Fei had no idea what it wanted to express to him. The small beast seemed to be a little anxious as it chirped and constantly used its little claws to point at the magical treasure pouch on Gu Fei's waist. Chapter 104. The two ghost cultivators were looking around beside the waterfall, as if they were looking for something. One of them, a tall and skinny middle-aged man, said, "Senior brother, we clearly sensed that there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy in this small valley. Why did the fluctuations suddenly disappear here?" "You ask me, but who should I ask?" The other slightly short and fat middle-aged man, who had a deathly pale face, said angrily. While these two fellows were talking, a pair of green eyes that were like the wisps were constantly scanning the surroundings. This small valley seemed to have a circumference of 100 or 200 feet. Other than a deep pool formed by the waterfall that hung down from the mountain peak, there seemed to be only some flowers and trees. It could be said to be clear at a glance. After Gu Fei, who was hiding in the shallow cave behind the waterfall, heard the conversation between these two people, he already understood that when he took out the earthen yellow beast crystal from his magic treasure pouch, it had let these two old ghosts sense the energy fluctuation that was spreading from the beast crystal. Gu Fei subconsciously touched the magic treasure pouch on his waist that contained the beast crystal, and sneered in his heart, "These two ghost cultivators have very sensitive noses. It's good that they don't find me." Gu Fei was secretly on guard. Judging from the huge demonic aura emitted from these two ghost cultivators, their strength was not inferior to his. Moreover, he was currently injured, so it was not suitable for him to fight with others. "Who's it? Come out." Just as Gu Fei was holding his breath and carefully hiding behind the waterfall, suddenly a loud shout came from outside. "No way, I'm so unlucky? I've been discovered?" Gu Fei was immediately shocked. With a thought, he was about to rush out from behind the waterfall. "You two ghost things, you can actually discover me. Not bad, not bad." Just at the moment when Gu Fei was about to rush out from behind the waterfall, suddenly, there was a clear and melodious voice coming from outside. That voice was like big and small pearls falling on a jade plate. It was pleasing to the eye and sounded very comfortable. "Who is it? Come out quickly." The two middle-aged ghost cultivators at the side of the pool couldn't help but be greatly shocked when they saw that there really was someone hiding nearby, and they shouted out furiously, "You two don't know the difference between life and death. There's only one ending for anyone who dares to scold me in this world." The pleasant voice rang out again. Gu Fei's gaze pierced through the water curtain in front of him. He saw that outside the valley, under the moonlight, a person floated in like a cloud of smoke. A peerless beauty was like a flickering light and a passing shadow, nimbly flitting past the flowers, grass, and trees. She was elegant like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Under the moonlight between the mountains, she was simply like a fairy that had strolled out of a painting. Stunning, that's right, stunning. In Gu Fei's mind, there was only the word stunning when he saw this woman. It had to be said that this woman was truly beautiful, but her beauty was somewhat soul-stirring. That was because a terrifying murderous aura instantly enveloped the entire valley the moment this woman appeared. The two middle-aged ghost cultivators couldn't help but be stunned when they saw that the person that had arrived was actually such a devastatingly beautiful young woman, but they immediately prepared themselves for battle. Murderous aura. The two middle-aged ghost cultivators sensed a murderous aura that caused their hearts to palpitate from this young woman. Obviously, this murderous aura was directed at them. "Who are you? We don't seem to have any enmity between us." The short and fat middle-aged man was unable to maintain his composure at this moment. Because even though the other party was a young woman, she made him feel the threat of death. Even though they had already become ghosts, if they were to die again, then their souls would scatter, and they would completely disappear from this world forever. The peerless and mysterious young woman arrived nearby in an instant, and she stood gracefully on a short tree at the side of the pool. She stepped on a few leaves, and her body seemed to be weightless. A gentle breeze blew by, and it fluttered her fine black hair that hung at her temples and fluttered her dress that was like light muslin. Every single move she made revealed an elegant and refined bearing. The young woman glanced at the two nervous and vigilant ghost cultivators, and a trace of a cold smile appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to kill yourselves? Don't tell me you want me to do it myself?" The short and fat middle-aged man looked at the beautiful young woman standing on the top of the short tree in front of him and said coldly, "We're from the Ghost Palace of Plentiful City." At the same time, the two of them flipped their right hands at almost the same time, and a small flag that was about a foot long and covered in ghostly runes appeared in their hands. The two of them were tightly holding a small evil flag that was shrouded in black chi, and a faint ghostly shadow could be faintly seen. When Gu Fei saw the two small flags appear in the hands of the two ghost cultivators, he couldn't help but be shocked. The two small flags were actually the 5 ghost flags. A few days ago, he, Lu Yunhe from the Guangxing Immortal Sect, and Ling Luoyen from the Haotian Trading Group were all trapped in the 5 ghost formation. They were almost refined by the ghost fire and lost their lives. How could Gu Fei not be shocked when he saw the 2 ghost flags for the first time? "So what if you're from the Ghost Palace of Plentiful City? Since you're not willing to kill yourselves, then I have no choice but to reluctantly send you on your way." After the young woman finished speaking, she pressed her right hand forward. At the moment when the young woman's palm pressed forward, The two middle-aged ghost cultivators looked at each other and waved the 5 ghost flags in their hands at the same time. Suddenly, as a cloud of black chi swept out in all directions from the flags, it instantly drowned the figures of the 2 ghost cultivators. Immediately, waves of sharp ghost howls that made one's hair stand on end resounded in the valley. It was mournful and ear-piercing. Following that, the black chi and ghost fog spread out in the blink of an eye. The valley was immediately filled with a violent storm, and the sun and moon lost their light. This side of the world seemed to have fallen into the netherworld. The rolling black clouds were as fast as galloping horses, and they covered the sky and the earth as they surged toward the young woman. Amidst the black clouds, thousands of dark green sparks shot out, and the sound of explosions could be faintly heard. It was as if a sky was raining stars. It was the extremely and poisonous ghost flame lightning. If an ordinary cultivator were to come into contact with one of these dark green sparks, their bones and flesh would immediately melt and turn into a pool of yellow water. Even the origin spirit that was condensed in the Niwen Palace would be burned into ashes by the ghost flame lightning. It could be said to be extremely sinister. Behind the waterfall, Gu Fei, who saw this scene, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for the beautiful young woman. These 2 ghost cultivators had obviously been waiting for a long time. Once they attacked, they used their full strength, and they hoped to kill this mysterious young woman in one go. However, the wishful thinking of these 2 ghost cultivators was destined to fail. The young woman's right hand that pressed forward erupted with a vast wave of energy. After that, a large hand of raging flames rushed out from the young woman's palm, and it instantly enlarged to the size of a house. The vast and mighty raging flames burned the surging black chi and ghost fog into light smoke, and the thousands of ghosts and spirits in the ghost fog dispersed at the same time. Chapter 105. The surging black smoke and ghostly mist were caught by a faintly discernible and seemingly transparent fire net. The fire net spread out in all directions, and the black smoke and ghostly mist were immediately wrapped up like dumplings. The sharp and ear-piercing ghost howls shook the entire valley. Only now did the 2 ghost cultivators who were hiding in the black mist realize that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. They roared again and again in the ghost mist, releasing layers of Xian ghost chi, wanting to break the seal of the fire net. A myriad of ghastly green ghost flames shot out from the roiling ghost mist and collided with the flaming net, causing a myriad of dark green specks of ghost flames to spread out, and the sounds of explosions were dense like a string of pearls. The dark baleful energy that erupted out was like a raging sea that pounced towards the flaming net in unison. As soon as the green ghost flames and Xian ghost energy pounced on the fire net, they immediately emitted bursts of green smoke and dissipated into nothingness. Gu Fei, who was hiding behind the waterfall, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene outside. He had tasted the power of this Xian ghost flame. It was extremely sinister and powerful. However, when the thousands of ghost flames hit the fire net didn't even have the slightest tremble. It was still gradually shrinking inwards. It was actually refining the thousands of ghosts with its unpredictable firepower. That beautiful girl actually had such a magical ability. This made Gu Fei couldn't help but look at her in a different light. Why did you attack us? Aren't you afraid of offending my plentiful city ghost palace? A mournful roar came from the ghost mist that was trapped in the fire net. The girl standing on the top of the short tree next to the pool smiled indifferently. There was a trace of disdain on her face. She opened her red lips and said, "Others are afraid of your plentiful city ghost palace, but I am not. Even if the ghost emperor of plentiful city came, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me." This girl's background seemed to be not small. She actually dared to look down on the plentiful city ghost palace. The ghost emperor of plentiful city was a terrifying expert who had cultivated the immortal ghost body. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Although it was his first time going down the mountain, it didn't mean that he hadn't heard of the name of the ghost emperor of plentiful city. This old ghost was extremely legendary in the cultivation world. With his own strength, he created the ghost cultivation Tao among the 4 great cultivation systems of Buddhism, Taoism, Fiendish, and Demon. He became a hero and fought with Buddhism, Taoism, fiendish, and demon. This ghost emperor of plentiful dough was a peerless genius that was rarely seen throughout the ages. In this world, there weren't many people who dared to look down on Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Who the hell are you? The two ghostly cultivators who were trapped in the fire net were startled and asked hurriedly. The five-ghost pennant was actually unable to break through the fire net. It seemed that they were doomed today. The fire net was miraculous. It was still gradually shrinking inwards. The flames emitted from it were very different from ordinary flames. They seemed to be transparent, faintly discernible, and not fierce at all. They seemed to be a kind of divine flame that was in between existence and non-existence, between tangible and intangible. But what was certain was that the divine flame emitted from the fire net was definitely not the Buddhist demon refining fire, nor did it seem to be the Taoist three true fire. However, the power of this divine flame was definitely not inferior to the Buddhist demon refining fire or the Taoist three true fire. It might even surpass them. You have eyes but can't see. Who can you blame? The corner of the girl's mouth rose and she smiled disdainfully. Then she formed a mysterious spell with both of her hands. The fire net suddenly burst into flames. The unpredictable fire power surged out and burned everything around it. There wasn't any terrifying heat wave, but the flowers and trees in the valley began to wither. The water in the pool began to bubble and evaporate. All the fish floated on the surface with their white bellies. Gu Fei, who was hiding behind the waterfall, didn't feel any heat. However, he felt that his blood and qi were actually boiling. The fire seemed to be burning inside his body. It made him sweat profusely and his whole body was boiling hot. It was really strange. "Spare me, miss, spare me." In an instant, more than half of the surging black gas and thick ghostly fog were refined. The fire net had shrunk to less than 10 feet. Vaguely, one could see two figures shrouded in ghostly fog under the fire net. They were faintly discernible in the ghostly fog, waving a large banner in their hands anxiously. Layers of dark ghostly qi surged out from the two large black banners. In the hazy ghostly fog, there were thousands of ghostly shadows wandering and howling. It was a creepy sound. "How dare you offend me? Death cannot wipe out your crimes. Obediently accept your death." The beautiful girl's face was as cold as ice. The coldness in her words was suffocating. She formed a spell with both of her hands and shot out a vast amount of fire origin power at the fire net. Sizzle! The ghostly fog that was shrouded by the fire net was refined into wisps of light smoke. The thousands of ghostly creatures in the ghostly fog screamed as they were burned to death by the divine flames. The fiery net was still shrinking. The two ghostly cultivators were frantically begging for mercy. However, the young lady turned a deaf ear to the pleas of the two ghostly cultivators. She was unmoved and continued to manipulate the fiery net to refine the layers of ghostly mist. Thousands of malicious ghosts were instantly turned into nothingness. The two ghost cultivators who were shrouded in the fire net begged for mercy again and again. Just because of a disagreement, they'll fight to the death. This girl... Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This girl killed people at the slightest provocation. She was really arrogant and overbearing. If she knew that I was invisible, would she also attack me? Thinking of this, Gu Fei suddenly had an idea. He quickly restrained his breath and stood quietly in the shallow cave behind the waterfall. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just when the two ghost cultivators were about to be refined together with the five-ghost streamer by the fire net that emitted the strange divine flames, a few squeaks suddenly came from the dense forest outside the valley. The sound was so faint that it seemed to be the cry of some kind of beast. After hearing these cries, the girl's face lit up. "Count yourself lucky." The girl pointed at the fire net impatiently. The fire net that was shrouding the two ghost cultivators immediately flew toward the girl. The fire net shrank rapidly. The girl leaped up and grabbed the fire net that had shrunk to the size of a fist in her hand. Then she rushed out of the valley like the wind. In an instant, the girl's figure disappeared into the dense forest outside the valley. The two ghost cultivators didn't expect that the girl would suddenly leave. The two ghost cultivators who had escaped with their lives waved the big streamer in their hands repeatedly and retracted all the black chi and ghost mist that lingered around them. Then, the two ghost cultivators collapsed to the ground as if they had exhausted all the ghost energy in their bodies. However, their faces revealed the joy of surviving a disaster. "Senior brother, where did that girl come from?" The tall and thin ghost cultivator asked the short and fat ghost cultivator with lingering fear. "I don't know. This is not a good place. Let's leave quickly. If that girl comes back, we won't be able to escape death." The short and fat ghost cultivator didn't care about his weak body and struggled to stand up. The battle just now was extremely dangerous. If they had been a little later, the two of them would have been refined by the girl into a mysterious ghost body. Their souls would have been destroyed, and they wouldn't even be able to enter the reincarnation cycle and reincarnate. The two of them had lost a lot of power and vitality. Even the 5-ghost streamer in their hands, which had shrunk to about a foot, had become dim and dull. The ghosts that had condensed on it had long been refined. "Wanna leave? Leave your life behind." The two ghost cultivators were just about to leave when the waterfall nearby them suddenly exploded. Amidst the splashes of water that filled the sky, a figure charged out from the waterfall like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 106. The person who suddenly attacked was Gu Fei. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These two ghost cultivators had almost been completely refined by the mysterious girl, and their vitality was greatly injured. This was the time when they were at their weakest. Boom! Using the 8 desolate steps, he shook open the water curtain in front of him and rushed out from behind the waterfall. With just one step, Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the two of them like a god of war. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly struck the two of them with his most powerful attack. The golden light swept down like a surging golden wave, and the terrifying Yuan Qi caused heaven and earth to tremble. "No!" The two ghost cultivators were scared out of their wits by this sudden turn of events. They only had time to let out an extremely mournful howl before their ghostly bodies were blasted apart by the terrifying power that surged down and turned into 2 puffs of black smoke. The mysterious ghost chi was extremely and extremely cold. The 2 balls of black gas that exploded instantly turned the surroundings into a world of ice and snow. Even the deep pool was suddenly condensed with a thick layer of ice. Within the 2 balls of black gas, there were 2 green lights that looked like ghost fire. They rolled and surged up into the sky, trying to escape. A centipede died but did not fall down. Even though Gu Fei had shattered their ghostly bodies and could not condense them, the soul fires of the divine ghost flames that the 2 ghostly cultivators had condensed from their 3 souls and 7 spirits did not dissipate just like that. The 2 spots of green light that looked like ghost flames were the spirits that the ghost cultivator had condensed from his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Only by dispersing the spirits could he kill the ghost cultivator and make him vanish into thin air. "Want to leave? Unless the sun comes out from the west." Gu Fei sneered. His body emitted a piercingly cold golden light, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. He directly pounced into the mysterious ghost chi and covered the 2 balls of ghost fire with his hands. In the next moment, the 2 balls of ghost fire and the ghost cultivator's god were grasped in Gu Fei's hands. When Gu Fei held the 2 soul fires and the ghostly flames of the god, he suddenly felt a terrifying chill pass through his hands. His hands, which were filled with the power of the fire element, actually felt a little numb. Such powerful Xian ghost chi. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Both of his hands felt like he was grabbing a mass of 10,000-year-old ice and snow essence. If Gu Fei had covered both of his hands with spiritual energy of fire beforehand, his hands would have been frozen by now. Gu Fei floated down from the sky and landed on the rocky ground beside the deep pool. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei exerted strength in his right hand and clenched it. He immediately crushed the soul fire in his hand. The spirit flame directly destroyed the ghost cultivator's soul, and he would never be able to reincarnate. It wasn't that Gu Fei was vicious and merciless. It was just that the world of cultivation was this cruel. As long as one was an enemy, one had to kill them all. Because if you didn't kill them, they would kill you instead. This was a very shallow logic. When dealing with enemies, there was absolutely no room for mercy. Benevolence was not something that was suitable for cultivators. Survival of the fittest was the law of survival in the cultivation world. No, don't kill me. When Gu Fei was about to crush the Yin spirit flame in his left hand, the Yin spirit flame in his hand let out a heart-wrenching roar. This was not a word. The ghost cultivator, who had already turned into a soul fire, the Yin spirit flame, could not speak. This was a kind of soul fluctuation. It was not a language, but it appeared in Gu Fei's mind more clearly than a language. The soul fluctuation acted directly on the soul. This was the most direct communication between souls. Oh, don't kill you? Give me a reason. At this time, Gu Fei's body was still surrounded by thick Xian Yin ghost qi. Waves of cold air constantly surged towards him, but not a trace of cold air could penetrate his protective upstanding qi and attack his body. The dazzling aura kept the ink-black profound Yin ghost qi at bay. The soul fire flickered rapidly. The ghost cultivator was anxious. If there was nothing that could move Gu Fei, then he would follow in the footsteps of the previous ghost cultivator and end up with his soul dissipating. Go on your way. Gu Fei hesitated for a moment. His 5 fingers on his left hand immediately emitted thin, thread-like flames that entwined around the soul ghost fire. His 5 fingers slowly closed. Oh, I know a secret. I want to use this secret to exchange for a way out. The Yin spirit flame transmitted such a message. Secret? What's the secret? Gu Fei asked curiously as he stopped his fingers from closing. A big secret. The soul fire emitted a rapid soul fluctuation. It could be seen that in this life and death situation, this ghost cultivator was ready to risk everything. The fluctuations of the soul could not be deceived. Those with great magical powers could even directly search a person's soul and read their spiritual imprint. Thus, they could know everything that the person had experienced. Cut the crap. Gu Fei was a little impatient. Yes. The people of the 3 great Tao sects will join forces and enter the southern wasteland once every 260 years. This time, our plentiful city ghost palace received news that there is a strange place in the southern wasteland that opens every 260 years. The people of the 3 great Tao sects enter the southern wasteland to go to that strange place. Hearing this, Gu Fei's face suddenly became a little ugly. He pondered for a moment and then asked, could it be that you are here for the people of the 3 great Tao sects? It's not just our plentiful city ghost palace. The people of the Buddhist, demon and demon forces have also sent their outstanding successors to the southern wasteland to make things difficult for the 3 great Tao sects. This ghost cultivator wanted to exchange for a chance of survival, so he told everything he knew without holding anything back. The Buddhist, demon, and ghost forces have all come. It seems that this trip to the ruined sky realm will not be simple. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Even in the 3 great Taoist sects, the ruined sky realm was highly confidential. Ordinary disciples had no idea what kind of place the ruined sky realm was, and outsiders had no idea where it was. How did the 4 great forces know that the ruined sky realm was in the southern wasteland? It seemed that there was a problem with the 3 great Tao sects. Could it be Gu Fei couldn't help but think of Zhao Xuanji, who had forced him into a desperate situation twice and almost lost his life to the Leaf Fire Flying Sword? From the words of the senior sword immortal who broke the 5 ghosts formation and rescued Lu Yunhe from the Guangqing immortal sect, it seemed that Zhao Xuanji was a traitor of the Guangqing immortal sect. Could it be that Zhao Xuanji was behind all of this? Thinking of everything that had happened after he left the mountain, Gu Fei vaguely guessed something. The southern wasteland, this savage land, was destined to not be peaceful. Brother, can you let me go now? A soul fluctuation entered Gu Fei's mind, causing him to wake up from his thoughts. Gu Fei looked at the green ghost flame in his hand and smiled. Let you go? Isn't that releasing a tiger back into the mountains? I won't do such a stupid thing. Chapter 107. Under the moonlight, in the deep valley, beside the waterfall pool, a cloud of black qi and ghost mist suddenly emitted a piercingly cold golden light. The black qi immediately dissipated like snow under the sun. Gu Fei dispersed the black qi and ghost mist around him and was about to leave when he suddenly saw two things on the ground from the corner of his eye. So, he walked forward. On the ground, there were two black bags that were the size of a palm and seemed to be woven from some kind of hair. What's that? Could it be? Gu Fei hurriedly picked up the two bags and opened them. Sure enough, it's mine. Gu Fei threw the two black bags that faintly emitted a wave of yin qi into the magic treasure pouch. Then he looked around and found that two black banners that were about a foot long had fallen into the weeds beside the pool. Presumably, they were the ghost banners refined by the two ghost cultivators. Gu Fei had also suffered under the ghost banners that could control thousands of ghosts and release the mysterious yin ghost fire. He knew that these two small banners were really powerful magic treasures in the ghost Dao. Although I don't need these ghosts, I can't let others benefit from them. Gu Fei thought as he picked up the two ghost banners from the weeds and threw them into the magic treasure pouch. At this time, a vast energy fluctuation suddenly came from outside the valley. Gu Fei hurriedly rushed out of the valley and climbed to the top of a mountain beside the valley. In the southeast corner, a vast and mighty fire net that was faintly discernible and transparent divine flames spread out rapidly. Soon, it covered half of the sky. What surprised Gu Fei was that on the fire net, there stood a young girl in clothes whiter than snow. Under the light of the faint fire, the young girl seemed to be dyed with a layer of faint golden luster. She was like a fairy that had descended from the ninth heaven. As her clothes fluttered, it seemed that she would fly away with the wind at any time. She stepped on the fire net and covered all directions. As she descended, the trees around her were all turned into flying ashes. What he saw in front of him caused Gu Fei to be extremely shocked. Vaguely, he heard a few indistinct cries coming from the dense forest that was covered by the fire net. She's capturing that three-eyed divine mink? Gu Fei was apprehensive. For the sake of capturing a small beast, she actually destroyed an entire mountain forest. This woman's methods were truly formidable. She didn't have any misgivings. The forest that was enveloped by the fire net was being destroyed. Countless beasts were fleeing, but regardless of whether they were extremely powerful beasts or weak and docile animals, all of them could not escape death. Suddenly, the young girl seemed to sense something and turned her head to look in Gu Fei's direction. Gu Fei was startled and hurriedly turned to leave. The young girl only saw a blurry figure flash by. She was operating the fire net with all her strength to capture that mystical little critter. Even if there were people spying on her from the side, she wouldn't pay any attention to them. No one dared to interfere with her matters. This was the absolute confidence born from her formidable strength. Gu Fei had seen the domineering behavior of the young girl. She wanted to take someone's life without saying a word. This kind of person was absolutely not someone he wanted to provoke. Moreover, in order to kill those two ghost cultivators, he had used all his strength. His injuries that had just stabilized seemed to be showing signs of flaring up again. After identifying the direction and listening to the sound of the flowing water, Gu Fei followed the river and passed through the dense forest for dozens of miles. Then he stopped at the bottom of a cliff by the river. On the cliff, there were many caves that looked like honeycombs eroded by the wind and rain. Gu Fei used a huge rock to seal himself in one of the caves. Then he took out the sparkling and translucent beast crystal from his magical treasure pouch and held it in his hands. He began to operate the mysterious technique and used the ancient body refining technique to absorb the pure spiritual yuan contained in the beast crystal. Although the spiritual yuan in the beast crystal was harder to refine than the heaven and earth yuan qi, the spiritual yuan in the beast crystal was much purer than the heaven and earth yuan qi. In order to quickly heal his injuries, Gu Fei had to think about this beast crystal. The beast crystal, which was half the size of a human head, was held in Gu Fei's hands. The earthy yellow light shone brightly and illuminated the cliff cave. This was the pure thick earth qi. The misty yellow light, as if it had a life of its own, was constantly stimulated and then integrated into Gu Fei's body. As the earth energy in the beast crystal was continuously absorbed, the beast crystal slowly shrank. The pure and majestic spiritual yuan continuously surged into Gu Fei's body. The spiritual yuan in the beast crystal, after the initial refinement of the 5-colored natal qi in his dantian, spread to every part of his body. All the muscles, bones, and flesh in his body unconsciously trembled slightly, slowly refining the spiritual yuan that was transported to every part of his body, and then melting it into his own yuan qi. Gu Fei was shrouded in the misty yellow light. The earth energy flowed ceaselessly and finally gathered in Gu Fei's body. After one night, the beast crystal had shrunk by more than half, and it looked to be the size of a child's fist. When the night receded and the sun rose, the beast crystal had shrunk to the size of an egg, becoming a big crystal clear bead. Until then, Gu Fei stopped absorbing the spiritual yuan and opened his eyes. As expected, with the nourishment of the spiritual yuan in the beast crystal, Gu Fei's injured body was no longer a problem. Of course, the amazing healing power of Gu Fei's body was also a big reason why his injured body could recover so quickly. After refining his body day and night, it was of course very fast for him to recover from injuries. When Gu Fei walked out of the cliff cave, climbed up the cliff, and looked south, he was surprised to find that in his field of vision, there was a dark wall at the end of the green field. Is that the Bluestone town? Gu Fei was shocked. The river that was flowing south had changed its course. It no longer flowed south but southwest. That pitch-black wall stood beside the river that had been diverted. I can't act rashly. According to the ghost cultivator, other forces in the world of cultivation have also sent people into the southern wasteland. The Bluestone town is a place that must be passed to enter the southern wasteland. The situation in the southern wasteland has become very complicated. I should completely recover from my injuries before going to the Bluestone town. This was not cowardice, but caution. All the major forces had already sent their outstanding disciples to the southern wasteland. Gu Fei had to be careful. The disciples of other forces were no worse than the younger generation of the 3 major Taoist sections. Wasn't there a disciple of the younger generation in the demonic path who used a demonic saber to fight against Li Lingfeng? The world was big, and there were many capable people. One could not underestimate the people of the world. Gu Fei urgently needed time to recover from his injuries. In the next few days, he operated the mysterious technique in the primeval forest. He absorbed the yuan qi from all directions and tempered his injured body. The closer he got to the southern wasteland, the fewer ferocious beasts in the forest. However, these ferocious beasts became more and more terrifying. Gu Fei found traces of many huge beasts in the area beside the river. Many of them were terrifying ferocious beasts. Gu Fei was too lazy to pay attention to these ferocious beasts. Apart from looking for something to fill his stomach when he was hungry, he spent the rest of his time sitting cross-legged in the cliff cave and operating the mysterious technique. The spiritual energy of the plants converged, and a green brilliance flickered continuously in the cliff cave. The spiritual energy around Gu Fei was dense, and a hazy green radiance enveloped his body. Wisps of pure spiritual energy of the plants flowed into his body, and his injured body was constantly nourished by the gentle green glow. Traces of clotted blood were discharged from his pores. After another 2 days, Gu Fei's injuries were completely healed. His entire body was filled with a vast amount of yuan qi. Every inch of his flesh and blood contained great power. Chapter 108. The southern wasteland had a vast territory. Unlike the central plains, more than 90% of the southern wasteland was covered by primeval forests. Greenstone Town was located in the middle of the endless forest. Instead of calling Bluestone Town, it would be more appropriate to call it a city. The city wall was 200 feet high, isolating Greenstone Town from the forest outside. It was necessary to build a city wall. The city wall was 200 feet high, enough to stop most of the beasts from entering the town. Of course, if there were some rare flying beasts, the city wall would not be able to stop them. Therefore, the Yen Kingdom sent an elite army to guard Greenstone Town. Apart from maintaining order in Greenstone Town, they could also prevent the beasts from attacking. There were 4 city gates in the east, west, south, and north of Bluestone Town. The northern city gate faced the ferry several miles away. The Bluestone Road was wide enough for a dozen horses to run side by side. People came and went, but it was the busiest place among the 4 gates. There was an endless stream of merchants coming and going from the south to the north. Compared to the north and south gates, the east and west gates were deserted. Occasionally, some hunters or herb gatherers would come and go. The primeval forest outside of Greenstone Town was a natural treasure house. There were all kinds of rare birds and beasts, and all kinds of spiritual herbs. As long as one was not afraid of death and was lucky enough to hunt 1 or 2 beasts and pick 1 or 2 herbs, it would be enough for an ordinary person to eat and drink for a lifetime. At noon, a young man in ragged clothes came from the ancient path on the east side of Bluestone Town. Even though his clothes were ragged, he was clean from head to toe. Especially the skin that was exposed, it was fair and translucent, and it seemed to be enveloped in a layer of precious splendor. Although it was outside of Greenstone Town, ordinary people would not dare to walk on the east and west roads alone, because on both sides of the ancient road was the primeval forest. From time to time, beasts would jump out of the forest, threatening the safety of passers-by. But this did not affect Gu Fei. Greenstone Town was located at the border between the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland. It was a transit station. The population was at least more than 100,000, almost comparable to a medium-sized city. This was the characteristic of the Southern Wasteland town. Because the area was too vast, the primeval forest was dense, and the beasts were rampant. Therefore, there were usually many people living together. Additionally, Bluestone Town was an important city connecting the north and the south of Yen country. Its geographical location was very superior. Therefore, although it couldn't match the scale of Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness, it was also one of the most prosperous places in South Wilderness. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen a town since he came down from the mountain. Looking at the people coming and going on the streets, he felt that everything was so novel. A weapon made from millennium cold iron. Even if you don't want to sell it, come and take a look. Golden-scaled python skin, unicorn horn, bargain sale. Buying beast crystals, delicious 100-year-old tortoise soup, so nutritious, people were coming and going on the streets. Both sides of the street were lined with shops, and the empty spaces were filled with stalls. The sound of people shouting could be heard continuously. Gu Fei curiously walked through the streets, looking at the various forms of life. He felt that everything was new to him. He had never seen anything like this before. Rising Sun Restaurant? Unconsciously, Gu Fei came to the door of a restaurant. Raising his head and looking at the 4 shining words above the door, Gu Fei naturally strode inside. He knew what a restaurant was. It was a place where people dined in the secular world. He was a bit hungry now. When Gu Fei was about to step into the restaurant, he heard a shout from inside. After that, he saw a young servant in cyan walking out quickly. "You beggar, where are we? Get out of here." The young servant in cyan stopped Gu Fei. Not only did he not let him in, he even pointed at Gu Fei's nose and scolded him with a disgusted look. What did you say?" Gu Fei's eyes widened in anger. 2 rays of sharp light shot out from his eyes. He was actually treated as a beggar. How could this be? You, what are you trying to do?" The young servant in cyan was immediately intimidated by Gu Fei's imposing manner. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back with a panicked look on his face. "Who are you calling a beggar?" Gu Fei took a step forward and stretched out his right hand. He grabbed the clothes in front of the young servant's chest and lifted him up. The commotion at the door immediately attracted the attention of the people in the restaurant. A middle-aged man who looked like a shopkeeper quickly walked out from behind the counter. "This is a restaurant under the name of the Rising Sun Trading Company. Who are you? How dare you make trouble here?" The middle-aged man who looked like a shopkeeper said in a stern voice. At this moment, a few men dressed in yellow tights rushed out of the restaurant and surrounded Gu Fei. The tattered clothes on Gu Fei's body fluttered even though there was no wind. His long hair danced in the wind, and an enormous imposing manner spread out from his body. At the same time, in a private room on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, a black-clothed young man who was raising his wine cup suddenly stopped in midair. His expression became very ugly, causing a purple-clothed young man who was sitting opposite him to feel very astonished. "Brother Bei Tang, what's wrong?" The young man in embroidered clothes hurriedly asked. I didn't expect that I would actually meet an enemy of mine here. The black-clothed young man heavily placed the wine cup on the table in front of him and said fiercely. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes. The purple-clothed young man couldn't help but frown when he felt the obscure murderous aura emitted from the black-clothed young man. Outside the restaurant. At this moment, a powerful ripple of energy surged out from inside the restaurant. A figure silently appeared at the entrance of the sand restaurant. Young lord. Yes. The middle-aged man who looked like a shopkeeper did not hesitate or say anything else. He hurriedly retreated with the few yellow-clothed guards. His attitude was extremely respectful. Gu Fei felt pressured. He stared at the figure that suddenly appeared. His instincts told him that this person was an expert that could not be underestimated. It was a young man in his 20s. He was tall and slender. He was dressed in white and had an elegant demeanor. However, his appearance was not very outstanding and could even be said to be slightly ordinary. However, this person's eyes were extremely sharp. As they flickered with light, his gaze was like a blade or a sharp sword. His ordinary appearance, when paired with a pair of eyes like that, he seemed to stand out from the masses. Without a doubt, this person's cultivation was extremely powerful. Gu Fei was rather shocked. He did not think that he would meet such an expert in a restaurant. This person was only a few years older than him, but his cultivation made Gu Fei feel that it was unfathomable. He put down the green-clothed manservant who was still in the air, and the manservant immediately scrambled to escape. The servant already knew that he probably offended someone that he should not have offended today. I have failed in disciplining my servants and have offended you. I hope that you will not lower yourself to the same level as those servants. I have prepared some water and wine as an apology. I wonder if you will do me the honor? The young man had a faint smile on his face as he spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. That's great. Gu Fei smiled and strode into the Rising Sun restaurant. Chapter 109. The small commotion only attracted the attention of a small portion of the people in the Rising Sun restaurant. The young master of the Rising Sun led Gu Fei straight to the second floor. Gu Fei found that even on the first floor, there seemed to be many Xiuzhe exchanging toasts and talking loudly. There were many Xiuzhe in this important town of the south that traveled north and south. When Gu Fei ascended to the second floor, he immediately felt a few extremely obscure divine senses sweeping towards him. This was definitely something that only an expert could do. Gu Fei was slightly surprised that there were so many hidden experts in this small restaurant. The few divine senses flashed past and disappeared. It was difficult to identify the source of the divine senses. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The feeling of being spied on was very bad. As for the young master of the Rising Sun, it seemed as if he didn't notice anything wrong. He led Gu Fei to a private room. This was a private room by the window. It could clearly see the endless stream of pedestrians on the street. I am Chu Tian of the Rising Sun Trading Company. I apologize to you again. My subordinate was reckless. Brother, please don't be offended. After the two of them sat down, the young master of the Rising Sun cupped his hands and apologized to Gu Fei again. Don't mention it. I'm Gu Fei. I am just an ascetic cultivator. Gu Fei said indifferently and revealed his identity. An ascetic cultivator? When Chu Tian heard this, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This kind of practitioner who didn't belong to any sect was the easiest to rope in. He could already see that Gu Fei was extraordinary. The young master of the Rising Sun, Chu Tian, immediately wanted to rope in Gu Fei. It is really a great thing to be able to befriend Brother Gu. I wonder where Brother Gu is cultivating now? And where are you heading to? Chu Tian asked. Gu Fei took a sip of the fragrant tea, then said, People like us, the 4 seas are our home, we go wherever we go. Now, I want to go to the southern wasteland to see for myself. Now, Gu Fei was more cautious. The current situation in the southern wilderness was complicated, and there were many people who were against the 3 great Taoist sects. If people knew that he was a disciple of the Taishan sect, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. There were still over 20 days before the opening of the ruins' heavenly realm. Gu Fei didn't want to cause any trouble on the way to Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness. To the southern desolate land? Chu Tian said happily. Our Rising Sun Trading Company is also going to the southern desolate land. Aren't we going the same way? Brother Chu is also going to the southern wasteland? I see that the people of the Haotian merchant group are also heading to the southern wilderness. Why are there so many people rushing to the southern wilderness? Gu Fei asked. Haotian caravan? Brother Gu also knows about the Clear Sky merchant group? Chu Tian's expression became a little strange. What's so strange about that? Gu Fei said calmly. Even a cultivator like Brother Gu, who is dedicated to cultivation, also knows about the Haotian merchant group. Our Rising Sun Trading Company is far inferior to them. Chu Tian sighed, but he looked a little gloomy. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. Gorgeous maids in palace attire walked in, carrying stacks of delicacies in their hands. This kind of enjoyment and treatment could only be experienced by the customers in the private room. Brother Gu is not a businessman, so of course you don't know the reason. This season of the year is the most abundant season in the southern wasteland. Not only our Yen Kingdom, but also the other 3 empires, many merchants come to the southern wasteland to purchase goods. The Haotian merchant group is a competitor of our Rising Sun Trading Company. I see. No wonder Chu Tian's expression became a little ugly when he heard about the Haotian merchant group. It turns out that the 2 sects are enemies. After the maids placed the dishes on the table, they left. The last maid closed the door of the private room. Only Gu Fei and Chu Tian were left in the private room. Brother Gu, please. Although Bluestone Town is not as prosperous as the Central Plains, there are many rare birds and beasts. The delicious dishes cooked with them are hard to find elsewhere. As he spoke, Chu Tian stood up and filled the wine cup in front of Gu Fei. The wine in the cup was dark green and fragrant. Its color was like amber and it was thick. It was a rare wine. Gu Fei did not comment. He only smiled and drank the wine in one gulp. This young master of the rising sun, Chu Tian, wants to win me over, but he has made a mistake. If I was really a cultivator without a sect, I might be moved by his sincerity. I have to admit that Chu Tian is indeed bold, broad-minded, and has some tricks up his sleeve. Compared to Ling Luoyen, Chu Tian was more like a businessman. However, after drinking the wine, Gu Fei's expression changed immediately. Bastard, you deserve to die. He stood up abruptly and attacked Chu Tian with his palm. A dazzling light surged forward, and the big table in front of him was instantly shattered into sawdust. Brother Gu. Such a sudden and unexpected event caused Chu Tian to be greatly shocked as well, and he hurriedly retreated while his hands moved about, causing a myriad of sawdust to form a barrier before him. Bang! The ferocious force pushed Chu Tian into the wall behind him. The entire restaurant seemed to shake, and the wall behind Chu Tian suddenly cracked like a spider's web. At this moment, Gu Fei's face turned black, and his body trembled as if he had been poisoned. It was obvious that the wine that Gu Fei drank was poisoned. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked and angry. After pushing Chu Tian back with his palm, he staggered a few steps, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He never would have thought that Chu Tian would be so sinister. Rousing the yuan qi in his body, Gu Fei forced all the wine out of his body through his pores. However, what seeped out of his body was not wine, but traces of pitch-black and smelly liquid. The pitch-black liquid dripped from his body. Sizzle! White smoke rose from the ground, showing how strong and overbearing the poison was. Even the floor was corroded. Gu Fei took a deep breath, and the muscles, bones, and internal organs in his body immediately let out a muffled explosion. His muscles, bones, and organs all released all the yuan qi in his body without reservation, suppressing the spread of the poison. Seeing Gu Fei in such a state, Chu Tian was also dumbfounded. At this moment, the door to the private room was suddenly smashed, and 2 people walked in from outside. When Gu Fei saw the young man in black, his eyes immediately turned red, and the muscles on his face could not help but twitch. The 2 people who came in were 2 young men, one dressed in black, the other in white. Both were handsome and elegant, and their eyes were like cold stars. They looked at Gu Fei and Chu Tian with a faint smile. The young man in black was the mysterious young expert who thought that Gu Fei was from the Haotian trading group and tried to kill Gu Fei in the dense forest by the river. Chapter 110. Gu Fei's eyes, which had turned blood red due to his anger, swept a glance at the three people in the private room. Then, without thinking, he smashed through the window and leaped out with a ping. His blood-red eyes revealed an incomparably fierce light. The three people felt as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake, and they actually had a kind of feeling of fear. The three people were stunned, and Gu Fei had already broken the window and escaped. "Hurry up, don't let him escape!" The young man in black shouted loudly, and his body rushed out from the broken window like a phantom. As he raised his hand, countless green threads shot out, like a big net, and enveloped the escaping figure in front of him. Although Gu Fei was poisoned, his body movement technique was still extremely fast. His figure flickered, and he avoided the green threads, crossed the street, and rushed out of Bluestone Town. The pedestrians on the street were immediately shocked by the sudden change of events, and they all dodged to the side. The young man in white also followed closely behind the young man in black and leaped out. In an instant, in the private room of the restaurant, Chu Tian, the young master of the rising sun, was the only one left. What is going on? Chu Tian still had not recovered from the shock, and he stared blankly at the broken wine pot on the floor. The wine pot broke, and the wine that splashed out actually corroded a part of the floor. The toxicity of the strong poison was really shocking. Even the young master of the rising sun, Chu Tian, who had traveled extensively and was used to seeing the world, was secretly shocked. At this moment, a burst of rapid footsteps came from outside the private room, and a group of yellow-clothed guards, led by the middle-aged shopkeeper, rushed up from downstairs. Gu Fei was poisoned, and then the two young men appeared and forced Gu Fei away. All of this happened in a short time, but the unusual movements in the private room still alarmed many people. Moreover, in this restaurant, there were many cultivators with extraordinary cultivation, and some busybodies had already followed Gu Fei and the other two from afar. "Young master, what exactly happened?" The middle-aged shopkeeper asked carefully. He saw that the private room was in a mess, and the young master Chu Tian was leaning against the wall. The wall was full of cracks, and it seemed like it could collapse at any time. The shopkeeper was so nervous that he was already sweating profusely. "Hurry up and investigate the background of those two young men in white and black respectively." Chu Tian's words were squeezed out from the gaps between his teeth. He was also incomparably furious. "Yes, young master." The middle-aged shopkeeper immediately received the order, and was about to turn around and leave. "Wait, immediately send someone to arrest those servants who served the dishes. This is really outrageous." Chu Tian was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. It is not hard to imagine that the two young men tricked him. They actually wanted him to get rid of Gu Fei. It would be best if Gu Fei died just like that. If he died, Gu Fei would definitely think that he conspired with those two bastards. In this way, after Gu Fei recovers, he will definitely seek revenge on me. Not only will it bring me great trouble, I am afraid that the other people in the clan will also be implicated. At this time, Chu Tian had already cursed the 18 generations of the two young men's female ancestors. The middle-aged shopkeeper received the order and left. At this time, the restaurant was already in a mess. Chu Tian walked out of the messy private room, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it would drip water. He said fiercely, "Those two bastards, they actually dared to force me to eat such an unforgivable grievance in my territory. Don't let me know who you are. I, Chu Tian, will definitely not let you have an easy time." Recalling the scene just now, Chu Tian couldn't help but shiver. If he also drank the poisoned wine in the wine pot, then the veins on Chu Tian's forehead twitched, and he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles made cracking sounds. He was so angry. The Rising Sun Trading Company was a business organization in the Tenglong continent, second only to the Haotian Trading Company. Wherever the Rising Sun Trading Company's business was successful, the Rising Sun Chu clan's power would also develop. Soon, the Rising Sun Trading Company's intelligence network in Bluestone Town was activated. Phew! Using the desolate steps, Gu Fei directly leaped over the 20-zhang tall city wall and rushed into the primitive old forest outside Bluestone Town. Behind him, two figures, one black and one white, were in hot pursuit. At this time, Gu Fei felt as if his abdomen was being cut by tens of thousands of small knives. Waves of bone-piercing pain caused his entire body to tremble as if he was convulsing. He tried his best to endure it, biting the corner of his mouth, and the blood that seeped out seemed to be black. Although the wine in his abdomen had been forced out of his body in the first instant, a large portion of the poison still remained in his body. This kind of poison didn't seem simple, and it was very difficult to completely expel it. The poison still spread from his abdomen to his entire body. The black aura on Gu Fei's face became thicker and thicker, and his mind seemed to be a little unclear. The situation was very bad. If he didn't immediately find a place to circulate his qi to expel the poison, his life would be in danger. Actually, it was fortunate that Gu Fei practiced martial arts, and his body was tempered to an incomparably tough state. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh all contained a vast amount of essence, which could temporarily suppress the spread of the poison. If it was an ordinary practitioner, the poison would have already spread throughout his entire body, and he would have died. Gu Fei, obediently accept your death, and we might leave your corpse intact. The black-clothed young man's cold voice came from behind. He had already known Gu Fei's identity from the white-clothed young man. Gu Fei must die. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for them, and it might even bring about a calamity that would destroy their clans. Swoosh! A white figure flashed in front of him, and one of them had already rushed ahead and intercepted Gu Fei. Gu Fei was suffering from a strange poison, and he needed to suppress the poison in his body with his mysterious qi, so his movements weren't as swift as before. In the end, those two people still caught up to him. Now, he could only fight with his life on the line. Only by facing death would he have a chance of survival. Pang! Gu Fei wielded his palm like a saber, and a bright aura shot out from the edge of his palm. The saber light exploded and directly chopped towards the person in front of him. Under the saber qi, the trees in front of him were constantly shattered. Humph! A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the person in front of him. He also wielded his palm like a saber and similarly chopped out. A saber light, swoosh! With a sound, it tore through the void and instantly collided with Gu Fei's saber light. Boom! As if two thunderbolts violently collided, a burst of dazzling light burst out, and a terrifying saber qi swept out. The surrounding trees suddenly collapsed, turning into sawdust that flew out in all directions. Gu Fei's hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like cold lightning. With his injured body, his strength was greatly reduced, and he couldn't compete with the person in front of him. He was directly forced by that person's saber to cough up blood and retreat. Behind him, there was a large net made up of green energy threads that were as sharp as blades. It had already sealed off all his escape routes and was closing in on him from behind. Wherever the energy net passed, the grass and trees were all cut into thousands of pieces. Gu Fei soared into the sky and took a step in the air. Both of his hands brandished a dazzling saber light and cut open the energy net that was coming towards him and rushed out of the heavy encirclement. Chapter 111. The scorching noon sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. However, the endless primitive forest outside of Bluestone Town did not feel hot at all. Towering trees with lush branches and hundreds of zhang-old vines climbed and twined, casting a large shade in the forest. Boom! 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 In a forest dozens of li away from Bluestone Town, trees were constantly falling, and branches and leaves were flying everywhere. The birds nearby were frightened and flew away in a panic. The beasts in the forest were scrambling to escape. There was a chase going on here. Two figures, one in black and one in white, were emitting waves of terrifying energy. They were unleashing powerful attacks towards a fleeing figure in the forest ahead of them. The pursuers were handsome, but their faces were murderous. They were two young experts. The one being chased was a greenish-purple youth in ragged clothes who looked like a beggar. The black-clothed youth stretched out his right hand, and countless green threads rushed out of his palm and rushed forward. The green threads were like rain, like sharp blades that cut through the void. Nothing could stop them, and they cut everything in front of them. Regardless of whether it was a large tree or a path of flowers and grass, they were all cut into thousands of pieces by the green threads. The youth's footwork was marvelous, and he barely dodged the green threads the moment they attacked him. However, some of the green threads still swept across his back. A few bloody marks appeared on the youth's back. His skin was split open, and his body of bronze and iron was also injured at this time. It showed that the black-clothed youth's magical power was extraordinary. What a pity! The black-clothed youth could not help but curse a few times when he saw that his attack had failed again. The white-clothed youth placed his hand on the hilt of the saber at his waist, ready to launch a fatal attack at the fleeing person at any time. The saber at the white-clothed youth's waist was not an ordinary item. The scabbard was engraved with mysterious talismans, and there was a faint brilliance flowing on the talismans. Even so, an extremely obscure murderous saber chi still passed through the scabbard that was sealed by the talismans. This saber was not an ordinary divine weapon, but more like a saber that had been refined by a cultivator. Moreover, it was obvious that not an ordinary cultivator could refine such a murderous saber. The talisman on the scabbard seemed to be suppressing the spirit of the divine saber. Without a doubt, if this godly blade were to be unsheathed, it would shake the heavens and the earth. Perhaps even the heavens and the earth would lose their color because of this godly blade. This was definitely a great killing weapon. The white-clothed youth's hand was covered in sweat as he held the saber. His eyes were fixed on the figure moving through the dense forest in front of him. He didn't draw his saber because he couldn't find an opportunity to kill in one strike. He had his own difficulties. Even with his ability, he could only use this divine blade 3 times a day. In other words, he could only use it 3 times. After 3 strikes, if the enemy did not die, then he would be the one to die. Because at this moment, his cultivation had been completely exhausted by those 3 slashes. At this moment, his life and death were in the hands of the enemy. You 2 despicable and shameless bastards, as long as I don't die today, you can just wait to die. Gu Fei was enraged as he desperately ran through the dense forest. The strange poison in his body was acting up, and for a moment he felt as if thousands of ants were biting his muscles, bones, and flesh. That feeling made him go crazy. But the next moment he felt as if thousands of small knives were stabbing his body. The pain was so painful that his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Endless pain was ravaging his nerves and destroying his will. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. No matter how much pain he suffered, he still maintained a trace of consciousness in his mind. He couldn't fall like this. If he did, then he would be doomed eternally. Roar! With a roar of grief and indignation, Gu Fei suddenly pounced forward like a crazy wild beast. A few green threads brushed past him and took away a few drops of blood on his body. The power of the mysterious black-robed man's divine ability was not small. With a wave of his hand, he could shoot out green energy threads that were as sharp as blades. After Gu Fei was poisoned, he could no longer use the essence of the divine weapon that had been smelted into his body. His body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times was swept by the green threads. It was as if he was cut by a divine weapon. Faint traces of blood appeared on his skin. Although the flesh and bones weren't really injured, it did indeed injure Gu Fei. However, the biggest threat didn't come from the black-robed young man, but from within Gu Fei's body, as well as from the white-robed young man who hadn't drawn his saber. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped Gu Fei. The source of this aura was the white-robed young man. This was a pressure that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It was as if there was a divine saber floating above his head, ready to chop down at any time. The person was like the saber, and the saber was like the person. This person's entire body emitted a tyrannical saber chi. He was actually a rare saber refiner in this world. The white-robed young man's aura was connected to the divine saber at his waist. Before the saber was unsheathed, it had already caused Gu Fei to be alarmed. Swoosh, swoosh. Passing through the dense forest, he constantly changed his direction, making it difficult for the white-robed young man's saber intent to lock him down. The dense forest provided him with an opportunity to escape. If it was in an open space, he would have long been caught by the two people behind him. Gu Fei sprinted through the forest. Blood gushed up his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Now, his injured body was gradually unable to withstand it. However, the sharp murderous aura behind him was getting closer and closer. Gu Fei knew that if this continued, it would be difficult for him to escape death. If he was killed by the enemy in an open competition, he would accept it wholeheartedly. However, if he died like this, he would definitely not be able to die in peace. The two people behind him were too despicable. Their methods were too despicable. How could Gu Fei be willing to die like this? He was unwilling. He hated it. The situation before him had to be changed. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He identified the direction, turned around, and sprinted towards the denser forest in front of him. Although there were no roars of beasts in other areas, there were traces of ferocious beasts. Only this direction was empty. There was not a single beast in such a large forest. This was enough to explain two things. First, there were no signs of beasts here. There were no ferocious beasts living in this area. Second, there was a powerful and terrifying ferocious beast living here, causing the nearby ferocious beasts to not dare to set foot in this ferocious beast's territory. Between life and death, whether or not he could escape from the pursuit of the two people depended on this gamble. Deep into the forest, a fierce murderous aura pervaded the air. Gu Fei was ecstatic. He knew that he had made the right bet. This was indeed a place of great danger. A place of great danger did not mean that it was a place of death. He was just afraid that there were no ferocious beasts here. If there were, then Gu Fei could take advantage of the chaos to escape from the two people's pursuit. Gu Fei did not stop. He quickly ran forward, but the two people chasing behind him were aghast. They could feel the terrifying murderous aura pervading the forest. There was great danger ahead. However, these two people were already like arrows on a bowstring. They had no choice but to shoot. Today, if Gu Fei did not die, if he managed to catch his breath, then they would be the ones to die in the future. Even the families behind them would die. The two people hesitated for a moment, but they still gritted their teeth and chased after him. If they missed this opportunity today, they were afraid that it would be difficult to kill Gu Fei. Since they had already started, they could not stop. After traveling for a few miles, the murderous aura in the forest became even more intense. When Gu Fei's body had more than 10 wounds, there was a pang sound. Branches and leaves fluttered in the air. He rushed out of the forest, and the field of vision in front of him suddenly widened. A strange sound immediately passed into Gu Fei's ears. It seemed to be the cry of some kind of beast. It seemed that there was more than one sound, but many sounds. A very noisy cry came from not far in front of him. Without thinking, Gu Fei crouched down and immediately rushed in the direction of the noisy cry. Huala huala. While running, besides the noisy beast cries, Gu Fei also heard the faint sound of running water. A cold, murderous aura came from behind him. Gu Fei knew that the two people were already close. In this open area, the white-robed young man was probably going to take out his saber. For Gu Fei, who was poisoned, this was undoubtedly a fatal threat. I must not let that guy find a chance to take out his saber. All kinds of pain rushed into his head from his limbs and bones, causing Gu Fei's running body to shake. The sweat that seeped out of his body was purplish black. This was a sign that the poison in his body was constantly being forced out. His body, which had been tempered day and night by the essence in his body, was far stronger than what Gu Fei had imagined. As he ran, the primal qi in his body was continuously stimulated through his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones. As his tendons, flesh, and blood trembled, not only did they transmit wave after wave of primal qi, they also continuously expelled the poison from his body through his pores. The purplish-black sweat dripped onto the places that Gu Fei passed. The leaves and weeds that were stained with the sweat quickly withered. The white-robed young man's feet whistled as he moved forward at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he passed the black-robed young man, and the hand that was holding the saber began to move. The white-robed young man forced his way behind Gu Fei and was about to pull out his saber. But at this time, there happened to be a call in front of him. Without thinking, Gu Fei immediately dodged behind the colonel. "How dare you!" When the white-robed young man saw this, he couldn't help but hate. A rare opportunity to take out his saber had disappeared right in front of his eyes. Gu Fei turned around the call and saw that there was a large lake about 200 or 300 feet in front of him. The lake water was still emitting hot steam. There were many fiery red shadows that looked like little people swimming and playing in the lake water. The noisy beast cries came from ahead. That is, Gu Fei's mind was shaken as a fierce aura assaulted him. There were many fiery red figures. There were about a dozen of them in the lake. On the shore and on the surrounding trees, there were even more red figures. It's a blood monkey. A terrified cry came from behind. The two people chasing after him also saw the strange scene in front of them. Chapter 112. Is this fella crazy? The two young men who were chasing after Gu Fei were shocked when they saw Gu Fei charging towards the blood monkeys that numbered in the thousands. The crimson monkeys were rare beasts that lived in groups. If it was a single crimson monkey, these two young experts could easily kill it. However, if it was a large group of crimson monkeys, then it would be a nightmare. Even ants could bite an elephant to death, not to mention a powerful beast like this. At this moment, a series of sharp roars came from the opposite side of the mountain, breaking the tranquility of the mountain in an instant. Many fiery red shadows were moving quickly on the mountainside. The murderous aura of the blood monkeys covered the sky and covered the earth. The three men's expressions changed. The two young men in black and white immediately stopped in their tracks. They finally understood why no ferocious beasts dared to set foot in this area. Although they really wanted to kill Gu Fei, protecting their own lives was more important. At this moment, the thousands of blood monkeys were alarmed. More than a dozen strong fiery red shadows leaped from the treetops and pounced towards them. The blood monkeys were like flashes of fire in the forest. The blood monkeys were moving at high speed. They were not tall and looked like 7 or 8 years old children. Their bodies were covered in blood-red fur that flashed with a demonic red light. 4 of their claws lightly touched the branches and leaves, and they were sent flying 3 to 4 feet away. The blood monkeys were extremely agile. In just a moment, more than a dozen blood monkeys had rushed forward and surrounded Gu Fei, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They looked extremely ferocious. The blood monkeys were violent and had a strong sense of territory. Against ferocious beasts that dared to invade their territory, they would attack in groups and use their sharp claws to tear the beasts into pieces. Although they were small in size, the blood monkeys were extremely strong. They could tear lions and tigers apart, and their sharp claws could pierce through metal. No one dared to underestimate a large group of blood monkeys. Roar! Gu Fei let out a muffled roar from his throat. Then, relying on his copper skin and iron bones, he charged directly into the group of blood monkeys. Squeak, squeak. 7 or 8 blood monkeys were knocked down by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei's clothes were torn to shreds by the blood monkey's sharp claws, leaving black and red scratch marks on his body. Although the blood monkey's claws were sharp, they couldn't break through Gu Fei's skin and flesh, which he had tempered day and night. The blood monkeys that were sent flying by Gu Fei rolled on the grass and let out mournful cries. After struggling for a while, they actually died. The blood monkeys that had grabbed Gu Fei also fell to the ground, twitching violently. After a while, they all died. The strange poison in Gu Fei's body had actually poisoned the blood monkeys. This was something that no one had expected. When the remaining blood monkeys saw Gu Fei charging over, they all retreated, not daring to touch Gu Fei. These blood monkeys were able to become fierce beasts, but they also had some intelligence. The other blood monkeys had already rushed over from all directions. The two young experts who were chasing after Gu Fei had extremely ugly expressions on their faces, and they decisively retreated. Even so, they were already surrounded by more than 10 blood monkeys. The black-clothed young man decisively waved his hands, and green energy threads shot out from his fingers towards the blood monkeys that were leading the way. Chi-chi. The blood monkeys that were entangled by the green energy threads were all shredded into pieces, and bursts of blood mist burst out. However, once these blood monkeys saw blood, they became even more frenzied, and they pounced on the two without any regard for the consequences. Rip. One of the white-clothed youth's sleeves was torn off. Evil creature! The white-clothed young man roared and swept his right leg horizontally. Bang! He directly swept away the blood monkey that had torn off his sleeve. However, just as one blood monkey was sent flying, another one pounced on him. This kind of strange blood monkey was extremely agile and had a pair of sharp claws that could pierce through stone and gold. It was a very strong attack power, and it was not a good thing to fight against a large group of blood monkeys. The black-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man were not ordinary people, and they acted decisively. Knowing that it was impossible, they immediately retreated. The black-clothed young man killed 7 or 8 blood monkeys, and the white-clothed young man rushed out of the encirclement of the blood monkeys. Without any hesitation, they spread their legs and ran. Suddenly, an extremely sharp beast's roar came from the mountainside. A blood shadow flashed, and a huge blood shadow leaped 4 to 5 zhang and chased after the black-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man. Behind the huge blood shadow was a large group of blood monkeys. There were at least 200 to 300 of them, and they leaped and dashed towards the two of them. They were like countless flickering flames, extremely conspicuous. Oh no, that's the Monkey King. Seeing this, the two of them were immediately scared out of their wits. Without looking back, they turned around the call and rushed into the dense forest. Among the large group of blood monkeys, there must be an especially special Monkey King. The Monkey King that was chasing after the two young experts was more than 3 zhang tall, and it was much more robust than the other blood monkeys. In front of the Monkey King, ordinary blood monkeys were like little children. Its blood-red fur shone with a bloody demonic light under the sunlight, and its 4 limbs were filled with a strong sense of power. Its pair of eyes emitted 2 rays of ominous light. Even though they were more than 20 zhang apart, Gu Fei could still feel the coldness in its eyes. Whoosh! The huge Monkey King's blood-red figure streaked across the sky and dashed into the dense forest, leading a group of blood monkeys into the forest. Not long after, a peerless saber aura that caused even the heaven and earth to lose their color burst out from the dense ancient forest. Following that, 9 saber auras soared out from the forest like blooming lotuses and slashed in 9 different directions. Obviously, the Blood Monkey King and its group of blood monkeys had caught up to the two of them, forcing the white-clothed young man to use his fiendish divine saber. Trying to escape the pursuit of the blood monkeys in the forest was simply like a dream. The white-clothed young man finally unsheathed his saber, and he had no choice but to do so. The terrifying saber aura slashed out hundreds of zhang away, causing the forest to collapse under the vast saber aura. Countless blood shadows exploded under the saber aura, bursting out with a fishy and demonic stench. 9 slashes from the saber caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The fiendish divine saber chi was like mercury spilling onto the ground, penetrating every nook and cranny. With the Blood Monkey King at the center, the ground within 100 zhang was turned into a sandy ground as 9 saber marks spread out into the distance. With a single slash, the fiendish divine saber chi was able to kill or injure the blood monkeys. The Blood Monkey King was seriously injured and was forced to retreat. The 2 blood monkeys did not dare to stay any longer after escaping from death. After determining the direction, they retreated toward Bluestone Town. Meanwhile, Gu Fei took advantage of the chaos to knock down a dozen blood monkeys in a row and ran in the opposite direction of the 2 blood monkeys. There were quite a number of blood monkeys surrounding Gu Fei, but in the end, Gu Fei relied on his unique poison physique to poison the blood monkeys one after another and broke out of the encirclement. After frantically running for 20 to 30 miles, Gu Fei finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a mountain stream, falling into a coma. However, even in a coma, Gu Fei's body was still rejecting the poison in his body. The Taiji Yin-Yang fish ball also appeared in front of his chest. The misty yin and yang qi protected Gu Fei's heart meridians, preventing the poison from attacking his heart and ending his life. Chapter 113. When Gu Fei woke up from his coma, he found that he was still lying in the stream. He had a splitting headache and his entire body felt like it was being burned by flames. It was hot, very hot. His skin was like a red-hot soldering iron and the stream water beside him seemed to be boiling, emitting steam and bubbles. With just a slight movement, his entire body felt like it was being pierced by 10,000 needles. He couldn't help but let out a painful cry. Slowly climbing up, Gu Fei found that his surroundings were gloomy and the forest was covered in mist. Looking up, the sky was pitch black and the clouds were surging, as if a storm was coming. Gu Fei couldn't tell whether it was day or night. It was completely silent and he couldn't hear any beast roars. "I'm not dead yet, I'm not dead yet." Gu Fei muttered to himself as he staggered along the stream. His head was dizzy and the intense pain caused his mind to be in a mess. It seemed as if he would fall unconscious again at any moment. However, the inhuman pain stimulated the sensitive nerves of Gu Fei's body, causing his mind to gradually clear up. His chaotic brain began to gradually sort out his thoughts. Walking along the stream for several dozen feet, Gu Fei was surprised to find that there were many beasts lying on both sides of the stream. There were also dead fish floating in the stream with their stomachs turned upside down. Gu Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. He was going upstream, so how could the fish in the stream still be poisoned to death? Just what kind of strange poison was this that was so tyrannical and powerful? The poison that was forced out of Gu Fei's body was actually able to infect the stream upstream. It was truly shocking. It wasn't until he walked more than 100 feet in the mountain stream that the dead fish in the stream gradually disappeared. After walking another dozen feet, Gu Fei saw the shadows of fish swimming in the stream. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky, as if it had suddenly torn a long hole in the dark sky. A burst of intense light erupted, instantly illuminating the world. A gust of wind blew past, and the trees in the forest swayed violently, rustling. The wind brought with it heavy moisture, and Gu Fei could smell the scent of water. A storm was coming. A strong light flashed, and Gu Fei could vaguely see a cliff in front of the mountain stream. There seemed to be a dark cave at the bottom of the cliff, and the stream was flowing out from that cave. Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. Moreover, his current situation was not good. There were still remnants of poison in his body, causing his body to be extremely weak. If he ran into any powerful beasts, his life would be in danger. Of course, if that unlucky beast ate Gu Fei, it would also be poisoned to death. After being washed by the stream, most of the toxins in Gu Fei's body had been expelled, but some of the toxins that had invaded his internal organs were not so easy to expel out of his body. He needed to find a place, a relatively safe place, to expel the toxins. It had to be said that the two mysterious young men's methods were really despicable. Although Gu Fei only drank a cup of poisoned wine, he was now half dead. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated ancient martial arts, tempering his body day and night, and the vitality contained in his body was extremely strong, far surpassing ordinary cultivators, that cup of poisoned wine would have taken his life. Rumble! The dark clouds in the sky were so dense that they almost covered the ground. Bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds like silver snakes swimming in the clouds. The power of heaven and earth deterred all living things. At this moment, besides the rumbling thunder, not a single beast's roar could be heard. All the beasts in the forest seemed to be hiding. Gu Fei endured the discomfort of his body and carefully walked ashore from the mountain stream. Then, he walked forward through the trees and weeds beside the mountain stream. Sure enough, there was a pitch-black hole in front of him. When the storm was about to come and the sky was dark, the hole at the bottom of the cliff was like a gaping mouth that could swallow any living creature that passed by at any time. Gu Fei felt a burst of pressure. Should he go in or not? Gu Fei pondered. Rumble! Another shocking lightning flashed across the sky, and the sound of thunder shook the world. Seeing that the storm was coming, Gu Fei weighed the pros and cons, and felt that it was better to enter the cave to avoid this storm. Carefully, his footsteps were light like a leopard cat, and without any movement he came to the side of the cave. Gu Fei bent down to pick up a stone, threw it into the cave, and then quickly hid to the side. Plop! The sound of water came from the cave. Gu Fei carefully listened to the sound in the cave, and did not move. He was not in a hurry, and it could even be said that he was very patient. After a while, there was no more sound coming from the cave, but Gu Fei still did not move. He knew that when some berserk beasts were hunting, they would hide very well and would not easily attack. Although the intelligence of berserk beasts was far less than that of humans, hunting was their nature. In this aspect, humans were far inferior to berserk beasts. They were the most outstanding killers in the jungle. Sha-sha. Heavy rain fell from the sky, covering the world with a layer of rain curtain. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the wind howled. The storm that had been brewing for a long time finally arrived. The rain drenched Gu Fei's clothes, blurring his eyes. He leaned against the side of the cave, motionless. Finally, after confirming that there was nothing strange in the cave, Gu Fei slowly walked into the cave. The cave was the source of the mountain stream. Through the flashing lightning from time to time, Gu Fei could vaguely see the water in the cave. After the lightning passed, the cave became so dark that he could not even see his fingers. He did not know where this cave extended to. Gu Fei did not dare to go too deep. Instead, he found a clean place near the cave entrance, leaned against the cave wall, and sat down cross-legged. He cut open his palms, and then operated the mysterious technique, slowly shaking his internal organs, muscles, and bones. Wave after wave of yuan qi began to gather in his dantian. The colorful light began to circulate, and then spread out from his dantian, spreading to his limbs and bones. The yuan qi in his body washed through his internal organs like a wave, forcing out the poison that had invaded his internal organs through the cut skin of his palms. Gradually, with the circulation of yuan qi in Gu Fei's body, the surrounding spiritual energy also began to slowly gather towards him, seeping into his body, causing the heat all over his body to begin to ease. As time passed, traces of poisonous blood began to seep out from Gu Fei's palms. It was purplish-black blood, and besides the stench, the poisonous blood also carried a faint fragrance, like the fragrance of some kind of flower. While Gu Fei was in the cave operating the mysterious technique to expel the poison, in a courtyard in Bluestone Town, a room next to a lotus pond emitted a bright light. A black-clothed man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat braved the heavy rain and hurriedly walked in from outside the courtyard. He bypassed the lotus pond and went straight to the room that was still lit. When he came to the door, the man took off the bamboo hat and coat, put it aside, and then was about to knock on the door. "Come in." At this time, a calm voice came from inside the room. "Yes, young master." The man respectfully and carefully opened the door, and then flashed into the room. The furnishings in the room were very simple. There was a bed, a table, 2 tea tables, and several chairs. The 2 walls of the room and the table were burning with red candles. A young man was holding a book, reading under the candlelight. "Young master, this is information about those 2 people." The person who came in was a middle-aged man with yellow skin. This person's eyes were full of spirit, and his footsteps were silent. It was obvious that he was a smart and capable person. The young master put down the book in his hand, took a stack of papers from the middle-aged man, and then began to read. After only reading a few, the young man's face changed. Chapter 114. A storm enveloped heaven and earth. The lightning in the sky danced like silver snakes, and thunder shook the sky. The power of heaven and earth was irresistible. In the depths of the forest, the cave where Gu Fei was in had become a water curtain cave. The rainwater rushing down from the cliff almost covered the cave entrance. On a rock beside the cave entrance, Gu Fei sat cross-legged with his back against the cave wall. Faint rumbles of thunder could be heard all over his body, as if he was resonating with the thunder and lightning in the sky. The sound of the heavenly thunder drum forged his muscles and bones. At this moment, Gu Fei was using this divine ability to force out the poison. An endless amount of spiritual energy gathered around him, forming faintly discernible spots of spiritual energy outside his body. On his palm, the stinky, purplish-black poisonous blood with a faint fragrance flowed down, dripping onto the stone in front of him, and then flowing from the stone into the water below. The poisonous blood melted into the water and gradually spread. The fish in the cave gradually floated up from the water and were all poisoned to death. This kind of strange poison was really terrifying. A drop of poisonous blood could turn a body of water into poisonous water. All living things in the water would die and become lifeless, stagnant water. Suddenly, whoosh! A green shadow rushed out of the water in front of Gu Fei and then landed on Gu Fei's right palm. It was a small green snake the size of a chopstick and less than a foot long. It was really incredible that this small snake was not poisoned to death by the strange poison that melted into the water. Even a fierce beast like the blood monkey would die when it came into contact with the poisonous sweat on Gu Fei's body. This Shaoqing snake was actually able to survive. It was really extraordinary. The small green snake actually bit the middle finger of Gu Fei's right hand. 2 sharp teeth protruded from its upper jaw, breaking the skin of Gu Fei's middle finger and piercing into his flesh. It actually pierced through Gu Fei's flesh. The 2 sharp teeth of the Shaoqing snake were obviously more powerful than divine weapons. All of this happened too suddenly and too quickly. By the time Gu Fei was alerted, the Shaoqing snake had already bitten his middle finger. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat, but immediately after, the unvented heat in his body, the astonishing heat produced by the evaporation of the strange poison in his body, suddenly seemed to have broken through a gap and poured out from his middle finger. The bite of the Shaoqing snake seemed to have opened a gate, allowing the heat poison in Gu Fei's body to escape. Gu Fei immediately felt a cooling sensation throughout his body. His skin, which was so red that it looked as if it was about to drip blood, began to gradually fade and his body temperature began to drop. What kind of snake is this? Gu Fei did not make any move. He calmly sized up the little green snake that was biting his right middle finger. The dim cave did not hinder his vision. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, as long as there was a little light, he could clearly see everything around him. He saw that the little snake was covered with small green scales, and there was a faint green luster flowing on the scales. The entire slender snake body seemed to be carved out of jasper, crystal clear. However, what surprised Gu Fei the most was that there were 2 small protrusions on the small head of the Shaoqing snake. The protrusions were not scales, and the color was not green, but a faint silver, which was not obvious. Could it be that it has grown horns? Gu Fei was extremely surprised. If it really had grown horns, then this Shaoqing snake was not an ordinary snake. It was said that there were some strange beasts in the world that inherited a trace of the bloodline of ancient holy beasts. If the trace of bloodline in their body could be stimulated, and if it was enlarged infinitely, the power of ancient holy beasts could be reproduced. Could it be that this Shaoqing snake was actually a holy snake with a trace of the bloodline of a real dragon? If that was the case, the potential of this Shaoqing snake was simply unlimited. Returning to its ancestry, with the body of a snake, the holy snake with the bloodline of a real dragon. Even after thousands of generations, the bloodline of a real dragon was extremely thin, but there was still a chance of returning to its ancestry. Of course, the process of returning to its ancestry was definitely full of dangers, and it was bound to go through thousands of hardships. It was a magnificent feat that was 1 in a million. Although Gu Fei guessed so, it was only his wishful thinking in the end. No one knew whether this Shaoqing snake had the bloodline of a real dragon or not. However, even so, this Shaoqing snake also showed an extraordinary side. It was actually sucking the remaining poison in Gu Fei's body. Fine purple-black poisonous qi as thin as hair converged towards the 2 sharp teeth of Shaoqing snake which pierced into Gu Fei's middle finger along Gu Fei's middle finger. Less than an hour later, as if the Shaoqing snake had been full of the poisonous blood, it slithered off Gu Fei's palm and coiled up on a stone beside Gu Fei, remaining still. This bizarre little snake seemed to be refining the poisonous blood as a wisp of vague spiritual source seemed to be flowing over its cyan body. Gu Fei was shocked to find that a small part of the remaining poison in his body had been sucked away by the Shaoqing snake. The bloody color over its body had faded away as it gradually recovered its strength. It seems that it will take me a few days to completely remove the remaining poison in my body. Dragon Emperor City, Ruin Heavenly Realm, I better not waste time. Gu Fei couldn't help but worry about it. He didn't know whether Dan Shenzi had already arrived at Dragon Emperor City with Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others, or whether they would wait for him. No matter what, he had to go to Dragon Emperor City. Gu Fei faintly felt that the trip to Ruin Heavenly Realm might be an opportunity for him to break through his destiny. He would not give up until he was in despair. Among the 9 meridians of Taishan sect, Green Spirit Peak had been declining for hundreds of years. Not only were they ridiculed by their peers, but even few people in the top 3 Taoist sects mentioned Green Spirit Peak. It seemed that people in the cultivation world had forgotten about the existence of Green Spirit Peak in Taishan sect. Gu Fei had a heavy burden on his shoulders. Whether he liked it or not, as the only successor of Green Spirit Peak, the heavy burden of revitalizing Green Spirit Peak naturally fell on his shoulders. He couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. The storm raged for several hours before it gradually weakened. When the clouds and rain dispersed, endless starlight sprinkled down from the sky. At this time, it was already nighttime. Dripping sounds could be heard everywhere, and the air was filled with water vapor. Gu Fei's body seemed to be rippling with a layer of the world's yuan qi, which was the power of water of the 5 elements. The essence of heaven and earth that Gu Fei absorbed mainly consisted of wood essence, earth essence, and water essence, while the fire essence and metal essence were much thinner. The 5 elements inside and outside resonated with each other. Using the 5 elements inside his body to guide the 5 elements of heaven and earth into his body, Gu Fei's body seemed to be injected with endless vitality. His injured body that had been ravaged by the strange poison gradually recovered its vigor. Gu Fei had already recovered some of his cultivation strength. If he didn't encounter any powerful fierce beasts, he could easily protect himself in this endless primeval woods. Gu Fei continued to agitate the essence in his body, gathering the spiritual yuan of heaven and earth to refine his injured body. He slowly forced the remaining poison out of his body like silk. It was not until the sun rose in the east that he woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, the Shaoqing snake on the rock sensed that something was wrong. It raised its head vigilantly and flicked its tongue. Gu Fei smiled indifferently. He didn't have any hostility towards the Shaoqing snake. Instead, he stood up and took off the tattered clothes on his body. Then he got down from the rock and walked into the water to wash himself. Chapter 115. At noon 3 days later, on the avenue leading to Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness, a fleet of vehicles was moving forward while the horses were roaring. There were many boxes or bags of goods on the big carriages being pulled by 4 horses side by side. After counting carefully, there were 20 to 30 such big carriages. The carriages were guarded by over 100 mercenaries who were holding weapons in their hands with dumbfounded looks. On both sides of the avenue were dense primitive woods. Some fierce beasts might jump out of the woods at any time. Therefore, these mercenaries dared not be careless. There was a carriage in the middle of the fleet. Its window was covered with a cloth curtain. Nobody could see clearly who was sitting inside. That person inside was also very mysterious. Even when the fleet stopped for a rest and lunch, that person didn't get out of the carriage. What made those mercenaries confused was that this boss Zheng, a salt merchant from Central Plains, treated the person inside the carriage very respectfully. He always came back from the front of the fleet to greet the person inside the carriage. The leader of this group of mercenaries was a man with a full beard and a short stature. He was lean and strong, and wherever his skin could be seen, his muscles were like coiling dragons, full of power. This bearded man was clearing the way in front of the fleet with Boss Zheng, a salt merchant from Central Plains. With a pitch-black huge axe on his shoulder, the bearded man was humming a folk song, which made him look majestic. "Hey, Boss Zheng, what's the background of that person in the carriage behind us?" The bearded man smirked as he asked a slightly fat middle-aged man in brocade clothes who was riding a tall horse on his side. I can't tell you. Boss Zheng said mysteriously with a smile. Boss Zheng, we're old friends. Your goods have been escorted by this old Hu and a bunch of brothers over these years. As we're familiar with each other, please tell me something. The bearded mercenary leader Old Hu's curiosity was aroused by Boss Zheng. This bearded man was the head of a mercenary organization among numerous mercenaries who were active between Bluestone Town and Dragon Emperor City. There were many such mercenary organizations in Bluestone Town. This bearded man was a bit famous in the circle of mercenaries. Merchants traveling from south to north, Unless they were strong and had a large number of specially trained guards, they would have to hire mercenaries to protect their goods. However, the price of hiring a group of mercenaries was not low. This trade route in the southern wasteland was not peaceful at all. No merchant dared to walk in the southern wasteland without hiring mercenaries. Without the protection of mercenaries, not only would their goods be robbed by bandits, even their lives would be threatened. In the southern wasteland, killing people and robbing them was a common occurrence. Spending some money to hire dozens of mercenaries to protect the safety of the goods and people was still very worthwhile. This person is my benefactor, he saved my life. Boss Jing laughed. When the bearded man heard this, he couldn't help but ask, what happened? Could it be that Brother Zheng encountered those robbers who killed and robbed people? We didn't encounter bandits, but a herd of beasts, and it was a large group of bloodthirsty wolves, said Boss Zheng. Bloodthirsty wolf pack? The bearded man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The bearded man had traveled between Bluestone Town and Dragon Emperor City for many times. Of course, he knew the power of fierce wolves. They were a group of ferocious beasts that ate humans without spitting out their bones. Did that man save you from the wolf pack? The bearded man asked in disbelief as he widely opened his eyes. Boss Zheng nodded and couldn't help but think of an evening 2 days ago. At that time, when his convoy was less than 50 miles away from Bluestone Town, they encountered a pack of bloodthirsty wolves that suddenly rushed out of the dense woods. Over 100 fierce wolves as large as calves were enough to tear them apart and devour them. Even their bones might not be left. When they were in a hopeless situation, a man appeared. This man showed his great battle strength and easily killed the bloodthirsty wolf king among the wolves, scaring them away. Therefore, Boss Zheng went forward to express his gratitude. After a short talk, Boss Zheng knew that this youth was also heading for Dragon Emperor City. Therefore, he enthusiastically invited this youth in white clothes to go with them so that they could take care of each other on the way. Of course, this Central Plains salt merchant, Boss Zheng, also had his own selfish motives. This young man could kill the wolf king among the wolves as easily as taking something out of his pocket. With this young man in the convoy, he did not have to be so worried. After thinking about it for a short while, the youth agreed. However, he put forward a condition to Boss Zheng. He didn't want to see anyone else except Boss Zheng. Translator, WQL Editor, Alim. There was a courier station 60 miles away from Bluestone Town. Boss Zheng and Big Beard arranged to meet there. From the courier station to Dragon Emperor City, Boss Zheng's fleet would be escorted by Big Beard and over 100 mercenaries. In the mercenary industry, they ate on the edge of a knife and lived a life where there would be no tomorrow. However, the treatment was generous. Even if they were to die a heroic death, their families would receive a large pension and they would not have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. Therefore, although this industry was full of dangers, many people joined mercenary teams. I see. After hearing Boss Zheng's explanation, the bearded man didn't ask him about that person in the carriage anymore. After all, the bearded man knew some taboos in the mercenary industry. He would never ask about things that he shouldn't know. Even if he knew, he would pretend to be deaf and dumb. Curiosity was not a good habit. It was often fatal. While the bearded man and Boss Zheng were talking in the front, they didn't know that their words had been heard by the youth in the carriage behind them. The carriage that the young man was in was at least 100 feet away from Big Beard and the others who were clearing the path ahead. However, with the young man's cultivation base, any movement within 100 feet would not be able to escape his eyes and ears. Even if an embroidery needle fell to the ground, he would be able to hear it clearly. Humph! This guy surnamed Zheng is smart. He didn't expose my look. A youth was sitting in the carriage with legs crossed. A small cyan snake was coiling on his right hand. 2 tiny teeth holes could be vaguely seen on the middle finger of the youth's right hand. The carriage seemed to be filled with a faint fragrance of plants. The youth's eyes were like cold stars, his face was like a knife, and his black hair casually draped over his shoulders. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? You little guy, you actually swallowed a beast crystal. That's really surprising, Gu Fei said with a faint smile as he gently played with the Shaoqing snake on his hand. It turned out that when this little azure snake had entered Gu Fei's magic treasure pouch that day, it had actually gone for the beast crystal within the magic treasure pouch and swallowed the jade green beast crystal that was the size of a finger. The jade green beast crystal that looked like a pearl was something Gu Fei had obtained from the three-eyed divine mink that he had met by chance. However, it had now been swallowed by the Shaoqing snake. After swallowing the beast crystal, the Shaoqing snake's abdomen bulged. That beast crystal was not that easy to refine. After swallowing the beast crystal, the Shaoqing snake became listless. Only when Gu Fei used his power to expel the poison did the Shaoqing snake slowly crawl out of the magic treasure pouch and suck the poison in Gu Fei's body. 2 days ago, when Gu Fei came out of the primitive forest, he met Boss Zheng and his group who were surrounded by wolves. So he killed the Wolf King, scared off the wolf pack, and saved Boss Zheng and his group. He didn't like to deal with people, so he wanted to leave. However, when he talked with Boss Zheng, he found out that Boss Zheng was a salt merchant in the Central Plains. He was preparing to transport 10 carts of salt to the southern wasteland to sell. The southern wasteland didn't produce salt, so it was rare in the southern wasteland. Boss Zheng transported the salt to the southern wasteland in exchange for its rare products, and then transported it back to the Central Plains to earn the difference in price. Back and forth, Boss Zheng could net tens of thousands of gold with each trip. However, his strength was limited. He couldn't sell salt to the southern wasteland on a large scale. 4 big organizations like Haotian Business Group and Rising Sun Trading Company, they could make more than tens of thousands of gold coins by traveling between the Central Plains and the southern wasteland. Boss Zheng's tens of thousands of gold coins couldn't even match the fraction of those organizations. This was the advantage of big business groups and big trading companies. With great wealth and power, they could always do big business. They could dispatch hundreds or even thousands of people. Additionally, they had their own guards. They didn't need to hire mercenaries at all. Boss Zheng invited them. Therefore, Gu Fei agreed to go to the Dragon Emperor city in the southern wasteland with Boss Zheng and his group. In a couple of days, the remaining poison in my body would be completely removed. Wait for me, those 3 guys. I will definitely take revenge for them. When Gu Fei thought about how he was almost poisoned by Chu Tian and those 2 mysterious young men and lost his life, he found it difficult to restrain the rage in his chest. These 3 people had already been on his must-kill list. Of course, he didn't know that Chu Tian was just used as a spear by others. Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long secretly tampered with the liquor that Gu Fei drank. Chu Tian didn't know this. Moreover, Chu Tian didn't know these 2 people either. However, even if Chu Tian knew that it was done by these 2 people, he didn't dare to denounce them. After all, the forces behind these 2 people were not small. The abdomen of that Shaoqing snake was still bulging. That beast crystal had not been completely refined. After sucking the poisonous blood, the green snake lazily crawled back into the magic treasure pouch on Gu Fei's waist. This little guy didn't seem to be shy with strangers and wasn't afraid of Gu Fei. This Shaoqing snake stayed with Gu Fei for the time being because there were 2 items in Gu Fei's magic treasure pouch that attracted this little guy. An egg-sized yellow beast crystal and a pitch-black bead. The bead was more advanced than the beast crystal. It was a beast core. Only demonic beasts could form beast cores inside their bodies. That bead was the inner beast core of that immature black water serpent that Gu Fei got from the mysterious cave at the bottom of the icy green pool. At this time, the speed of the caravan suddenly slowed down, and a clamor came from the front. Gu Fei peered through the curtain and saw a large group of people with flags fluttering in the wind a few dozen meters ahead. Rising Sun Trading Company, Chu? Gu Fei vaguely saw the following words on the flags. At the sight of these words, Gu Fei's pupils instantly contracted. Chapter 116. The scale of the Rising Sun Trading Company's caravan was very large. There were about 300 to 400 yellow-robed guards wearing soft armor and purple headbands on their foreheads, riding on tall horses. Furthermore, the horses that the yellow-robed guards rode on were not ordinary horses. They were black-armored war steeds, and they were all 1 in 1,000 excellent steeds. Only a great force like the Rising Sun Trading Company could possess black-armored war horses, which were comparable to the heavy cavalry of the 3 empires. Of course, The yellow-robed guards of the Rising Sun Trading Company did not dare to wear armor, boots, and helmets in public. This was because doing so would be a great taboo of the three empires. The empires could turn a blind eye to the training of guards in private. However, if they trained soldiers in private, it would be a different matter. They could be accused of conspiring at any time and be punished with the extermination of their entire clan. Even so, these 300 to 400 yellow-robed guards of the Rising Sun Trading Company could rely on the black-armored war horses to break up and defeat thousands of bandits in an instant, even if they encountered them. This was not an exaggeration. TSK. Look at their equipment. That's what you call excellent equipment. Big Beard, who was carrying a huge axe, licked his lips when he saw the black-armored war horses under the yellow-robed guards. The envy in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. Banners fluttered, carriages roared, and horses roared. This was simply a march, not a caravan. The Rising Sun Trading Company's ostentatious display was big enough to deter the few bandit forces that had designs on them. Hee, Brother Beard, if you are envious, you can join the Rising Sun Trading Company. With Brother Beard's strength, isn't it a piece of cake for you to be the commander of the guards? Boss Jing said with a smile. But, to be someone else's slave? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not that cheap. Big Beard said while glaring. This Big Beard was obviously a person who would rather be a beggar than a slave. Big Beard and the others slowed down the speed of the caravan and followed the Rising Sun Trading Company from a distance. The smoke and dust in front of them blew over from time to time, but they did not mind it. Instead, they chatted and laughed in a relaxed manner. It seemed that following behind them and eating their dust was also a pleasure. Even the big-bearded man hung the big axe on the saddle, tore open the leather armor on his chest, and chatted with Boss Zheng. They talked about everything under the sun, and spittle flew everywhere. This was because the Rising Sun Caravan's people were clearing the path in front of them. If anything happened, the people in front of them would shoulder the burden. Therefore, Big Beard and the others naturally did not need to be so nervous. In the carriage of the Central Plains salt merchant, Boss Jing, Gu Fei did not bat an eyelid, although he really wanted to rush forward, drag Chu Tian out, and slap him to death. However, now was not the time. He had to endure it. His strength had not fully recovered, and the remaining poison in his body had not been completely purged. He could not unleash the full power of his martial arts. I'll let you live for 2 more days. Gu Fei forcefully suppressed the anger in his chest. He had no choice but to do this. He had to kill Chu Tian in his peak state, because Chu Tian was not simple. If he failed to kill him in one strike and allowed him to escape, it would be a source of trouble in the future. Needless to say, South Wilderness was really vast. After walking on the avenue leading to Dragon Emperor City for 2 days, Zhang Tai could vaguely see a huge city at the end of the endless primeval woods like a wild beast in the prehistoric wilderness. That was Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness. Nobody knew when Dragon Emperor City was built, not even the old fogies on the continent. Perhaps Dragon Emperor City had existed for a long time. As a result, people's memory about Dragon Emperor City had been eroded by the merciless time. It was said that Dragon Emperor City had existed in South Wilderness since far ancient times. However, this rumor couldn't be verified. Even the oldest classics on the continent didn't record when this huge city appeared. The setting sun was as red as blood, which dyed all the clouds in the skyline into fiery red, forming brilliant fiery clouds. On the avenue, the fleet of carriages stretched for miles. Noisy people and horses neighed. In front of the fleet was the most powerful and well-equipped Rising Sun caravan with fluttering flags. 300 to 400 yellow-robed guards were riding black-armored battle horses and guarding the carts of goods in an awe-inspiring manner. After the Rising Sun caravan were 7 to 8 small caravans that had gathered on the road over the past 2 days. In this way, the fleet of carriages stretched for miles on the avenue. Actually, these small caravans behind the Rising Sun caravan had the same idea as Boss Zheng, the salt merchant from the Central Plains. They were all using the Rising Sun caravan's power to intimidate others. By staying close to the Rising Sun caravan, they could avoid robbers by relying on the power of the Rising Sun caravan. Over the past 2 days, Gu Fei, who was hiding in the fleet of Boss Zheng, finally got rid of all the remaining toxins in his body and recovered to his peak state. He planned to launch an attack tonight. Chu Tian dared to use despicable methods to harm him. His actions were unforgivable. Only by using Chu Tian's blood could he quell his anger. The light between the heavens and the earth receded and darkness gradually descended. Night came quietly. The endless stars in the sky were like shy girls slowly removing their veils, sprinkling down endless starlight. After a day's journey, the people and horses were tired. When night fell, the fleet of carriages that stretched for miles also stopped. They set up camp by the roadside and lit bonfires. Some people directly walked into the forest by the roadside and hunted a few wild animals, or untied their rations from the carriages and swallowed them with coarse wine. Outside, it was fine as long as they could fill their stomachs. There was not much to be concerned about. While no one was paying attention, Gu Fei slipped out of the carriage and entered the dense forest by the roadside. He passed through the dense forest. His movements were like a phantom, like a ghost, avoiding the people's eyes and ears as he quickly moved forward. In the campsite of the Rising Sun Caravan, a large purple tent was set up. The tent was brightly lit and there were 2 guards standing at the entrance. Inside the tent, 2 people were leisurely playing chess. One of the 2 people playing chess was a young man in luxurious clothes, and the other was a middle-aged scholar in green clothes, holding a feather fan and silk scarf. How many people have been bewitched by you 19 times? I lost again. Mr. Ning's chess skills can be said to be unparalleled in the present age. I admire you. The young man in luxurious clothes stared at the chessboard and pondered for a long time before finally saying these words. The scholar in front of the young man gently waved his feather fan. 3 strands of black beard hung down to his chest, his face was as white as jade, and his phoenix eyes and long eyebrows made him look strange and elegant. When he smiled, he gave people a feeling that he was extraordinary. The middle-aged scholar, Mr. Ning, was about to speak. Suddenly, his expression changed and he waved the feather fan in his hand toward the chessboard on the table. The chessboard immediately flew up and the black and white chess pieces on it fell to the ground. The chessboard went around the young man and blocked his back. The engraved lines on the chessboard seemed to come to life, rushing out and crisscrossing each other, like a net being laid out. Chapter 117. Under the curtain of night, the campsite of the Rising Sun Caravan was very peaceful. The guards and workers were cooking and feeding the horses as usual. However, when a white figure appeared, the tranquility of the campsite was instantly broken. A white figure dashed out from the primitive jungle beside the main road like lightning. Before the guards could react, the white figure had already appeared beside the big tent in the center of the campsite. He directly broke open the tent and stepped into the tent. Boom! The campsite of the Rising Sun Caravan was instantly in an uproar. The yellow-robed guards who had woken up turned pale with fright. They picked up their weapons and rushed towards the tent in the center from all directions. However, at this moment, there was a scene in the tent. A cold-looking young man with long hair fluttering in the wind and a murderous aura was punching towards the young man in embroidered clothes who was sitting beside the table in the tent. The pneuma was vast and mighty, and the misty 5-colored aura surged forward like a surging river. Pang! The dust on the ground seemed to have been lashed by a whip, rushing up and spreading in all directions. All of this happened too suddenly. When the young man broke open the tent and entered, the young man in embroidered clothes was startled by the enemy's attack. He turned pale with fright and stood up from the chair. However, the response of the middle-aged scholar opposite the young man was extremely fast. When the young man broke open the tent, the feather fan in his hand swept across the chessboard in front of him. The chessboard immediately burst out with misty light, bypassing the young man in embroidered clothes and moving forward to block the young man in embroidered clothes. The 19 vertical and horizontal lines on the chessboard seemed to have come to life. They rushed out from the chessboard and interweaved into a net. The net quickly spread out and caught the young man's incoming fist energy. Seeing this, the young man could not help but be startled. He seemed to have not expected that there was such an expert by Chu Tian's side. However, the young man's fist momentum did not change. His fist was like a meteorite falling from the sky, but also like a meteor streaking across the sky. The green-robed scholar, Mr. Ning, could not help but be moved at this moment. The newcomer was incomparably powerful and the strength he displayed was frightening. An expert, definitely a rare expert. The energy net instantly collided with the young man's fist, making a sound like cloth being torn apart. The big net that was trapping him was immediately shattered by the punch. The fist, which was surrounded by 5-colored divine light, broke through the energy net. Bang! It directly hit the chessboard. Buzz! The chessboard shook violently from the punch, and it was sent flying back towards the young man in embroidered clothes who had a shocked expression on his face. Ha! Mr. Ning let out a loud shout. He formed a seal with his hand and pointed at the chessboard that was flying backwards. The chessboard immediately spun and stopped in midair. Gu Fei, is that you? At this moment, the young man in embroidered clothes cried out in alarm, and his mind shook violently. He retreated a few steps and even knocked over the table in front of him. Humph! Chu Tian, today is the day you die. The white-clothed youth who had suddenly charged in was Gu Fei, who had taken advantage of the darkness of the night to seek revenge. Gu Fei, listen to me, this is all a misunderstanding. At this time, Chu Tian had also lost his calm. Gu Fei's unparalleled strength and killing intent made him tremble in fear, and he lost his previous calm. Misunderstanding? How can there be so many misunderstandings in this world? Gu Fei looked around and said, where are those two guys? Call them out. At this time, there was a clamor of people outside. Shouts rose and fell, and heavy footsteps quickly moved towards this place. Dozens of yellow-robed guards had already rushed in from the big hole behind Gu Fei with swords and sabers in their hands. A man who seemed to be the leader of the guards pointed at Gu Fei with a long sword in his hand. The dozens of yellow-robed guards immediately brandished the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Gu Fei like wolves and tigers. Don't! Chu Tian hurriedly shouted, but it was already too late. Courting death! Gu Fei instantly turned around and rushed into the crowd like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. Bang, bang, bang! The heads of 5 guards were directly smashed into their chests, and the chests of 7 guards caved in, and they flew out with their chests sticking to their backs. The leader of the guards had the worst ending. His weapon was directly smashed by Gu Fei's punch, and the broken pieces of the weapon were like thousands of sharp flying knives, shooting back. Puff, 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 puff. The leader's body was full of holes. Even though he was wearing a soft armor inside, it was still pierced, like a water bag being pierced through, and blood spurted out from the leader's body. The inside of the tent suddenly became a slaughterhouse. Dozens of guards were instantly killed by Gu Fei in a flash, and the pungent smell of blood filled the tent. The middle-aged scholar with a feather fan and Chu Tian, the young master of the rising sun, both changed their expressions. Gu Fei's power immediately deterred the group of guards who were about to rush in. An ominous glint flashed in Gu Fei's eyes, like a peerless, ferocious beast. He coldly glanced at the people outside, and the group of guards outside the tent immediately became restless. They looked at each other, and for a moment, no one dared to enter the tent again. Gu Fei, I really didn't poison you, it was those 2 bastards Dongfang Long and Beideng Ao who did it. After all, Chu Tian was used to big scenes. Although he was shocked, he quickly calmed down. In fact, Chu Tian relied on Mr. Ning beside him to have such courage. This middle-aged scholar, Mr. Ning, was actually a strange person. Moreover, we only met for the first time that day. I have no reason to harm you. Chu Tian quickly said again. He could see that Gu Fei was a decisive person, and this kind of person was not to be trifled with. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. Chu Tian's words seemed to be reasonable, and it was impossible for Chu Tian to make a move on a stranger without any reason. Dongfang Long Beideng Ao? Could it be? When Gu Fei thought of this, his eyes shone brightly, and a heart-palpitating evil qi surged out from his body, and everyone immediately felt an indescribable pressure. Gu Fei's action made the hearts of the 2 people opposite him jump. Mr. Ning even suspended the chessboard in front of him, and looked at Gu Fei with a serious expression. If Gu Fei made any strange movements, he would mercilessly attack. This chessboard had actually been refined into a treasure by Mr. Ning, and the power displayed just now was just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, a white strange bird flew in from outside the tent and landed on Chu Tian's shoulder. This strange bird was only the size of a fist, and its feathers were as white as snow. It had a pair of sharp golden claws, and there was a strand of bright red feathers on its head. If one didn't look closely, one would think that it had a red flesh crown. There was a cylinder tied to the strange bird's leg. Chu Tian quickly untied the cylinder from the bird's leg, and then took out a roll of paper from it. Gu Fei, I know where Baiting Ao is. You can go find him directly, and prove that what I said is true. Chu Tian opened the roll of paper, and said to Gu Fei after reading it anxiously. He is there. Gu Fei asked. He had already vaguely guessed that this matter was not that simple, and it might be a disaster. Dongfeng family. Gu Fei felt a burst of irritation. They are confronting the Haotian caravan 30 li ahead. Chu Tian said quickly. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind suddenly blew within the tent. Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared from the tent. A white figure quickly rushed out of the Rising Sun caravan's campsite. Chapter 118. Gu Fei left in the blink of an eye. The battle didn't break out. Chu Tian instantly relaxed his tense nerves, making him feel exhausted. Only then did he realize that his clothes had long been soaked in cold sweat. Gu Fei gave him a terrifying feeling. He was like a deity or a demon. Gu Fei was decisive in killing. In a split second, he had killed over a dozen guards with the force of a thunderbolt. Looking at the mess in front of him and the pungent smell of blood rushing into his nose, Chu Tian's face was still extremely pale. He couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't doubt Gu Fei's determination to kill him at all. If Mr. Ning was not present, he might have died here with a grievance. If he was really killed by Gu Fei, then Chu Tian would have died in vain. The guards that were killed by Gu Fei were in an incomparably miserable state. All of them had their bones and tendons broken, their flesh turned into mud, and their bodies were no longer in human shape. These well-trained guards were nothing more than ants before Gu Fei. Who is this person? Why did you offend such a powerful figure? Mr. Ning waved his sleeve and put the chessboard in front of him into his sleeve. He's called Gu Fei, and he's an ascetic cultivator. However, his identity shouldn't be simple. That Dongfeng Long and Beideng Ao seemed to be extremely afraid of him, and they didn't hesitate to use despicable methods to kill him. Chu Tian didn't conceal anything and told Mr. Ning about the sequence of events. Dongfeng clan of Eastern Qi and Beiteng clan of Southern Yen. When did these two cultivation clans get together? Strange. Who could make them afraid? Mr. Ning slightly waved his feather fan. After listening to Chu Tian's story, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, on the ancient road leading to Dragon Emperor City, there was a camp about 15 kilometers ahead of the camp of the Rising Sun caravan. This camp was larger and had more people than the camp of the Rising Sun caravan. However, at this time, the camp was brightly lit, and the sound of people clamoring could be heard. A group of black-clothed people were confronting hundreds of cyan-clothed guards in front of the camp. They were led by a tall and straight young man in black and a middle-aged man in black with a pale face and no facial hair. Although the young man was handsome and his eyes were like cold stars, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man gave people a very strange feeling. Especially his eyes, which were incomparably deep and emitted a dense chill. Cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over that thing, or else. The black-clothed young man looked maliciously at the white-clothed young man, who was standing in front of hundreds of guards. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. This young man was the mysterious person who had tried to assassinate Gu Fei twice. Beiteng Ao, if you know what's good for you, then quickly retreat. Offending our Ling clan won't do your Beiteng clan any good. Beside the handsome white-clothed young master stood an old servant in a cyan gown. It was this old servant who spoke those words. Li Zhong, your surname is not Ling. If you're willing to hand over that thing, I might consider sparing your life. At this moment, the black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward and impatiently said to the old servant. The black-clothed middle-aged man was filled with a dangerous qi. An extremely obscure strength was surging inside his body. He was like a ferocious beast lurking in the dense woods, ready to launch a fatal strike at any passing prey. Undoubtedly, the middle-aged man's prey were the members of Hao Yin clan. That handsome young master was Ling Luoyen, who was disguised as a man, while that old servant in a cyan gown was Grandad Zhong. Dragon Emperor City was over 100 miles away from the ancient road. However, Ling Luoyen and the others could never imagine that their caravan could encounter members of Beitang clan outside Dragon Emperor City. Seeing Beitang Ao's unbridled gaze roaming around her body, Ling Luoyen's face turned ashen. She gripped the long sword at her waist, wishing she could rush forward and dig out Beitang Ao's eyeballs to feed to the wild dogs. This person was really too hateful. As the beloved daughter of the head of Ling clan, nobody had ever dared to look at Ling Luoyen in such a blatant manner. She was extremely disgusted by Beitang Ao's gaze. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have what you want." Grandad Zhong's aged words contained a kind of decisiveness. He looked straight at the black-clothed middle-aged man and emitted a majestic aura as he confronted the powerful enemy in front of him. Although he was old, his battle spirit was not. As a martial artist, Grandad Zhong displayed a kind of fearless spirit. Although the enemy was powerful, he would never hesitate in a battle. "You don't know? I think you're just pretending to be crazy." The black-clothed youth, Beitang Ao, stared at Grandad Zhong and said coldly, "Since you don't want to hand it over yourself, then I have to take it myself." The middle-aged man said with a cold expression as he stepped forward and wanted to attack Grandad Zhong. Clang! Hundreds of green-clothed guards immediately unsheathed their weapons and pointed them forward. The green-clothed guards of the Haotian merchant group were well-trained. Their movements were neat and uniform, and a fierce aura immediately spread out. Obviously, these guards were real martial artists who had seen blood and killed people on the battlefield. The killing intent of hundreds of people gathered together. Even a young expert like Beitang Ao could not help but be moved. "So what if you have more people? In my eyes, you're just a group of ants." The middle-aged man looked at the hundreds of green-clothed guards in front of him and said indifferently. At the same time, a majestic and heavy energy fluctuation spread out from the middle-aged man's body. He was not being arrogant, nor was he speaking nonsense. This middle-aged man definitely had the strength to sweep away hundreds of green-clothed guards. Grandad Zhong's face was ashen. He knew that he was probably doomed tonight. This middle-aged man was definitely a rare expert in the Beitang clan, and he was not his opponent. The Beitang clan was one of the top cultivation clans in the Yen kingdom. It had a long history, and no one knew what kind of foundation this clan had. They only knew that this clan was definitely not simple. To be able to not be buried in history and continue to be passed down, such a cultivation clan must have something extraordinary. "Uncle, why do you need to kill these people personally? It's better for me to get rid of these ants." Beitang Ao said disdainfully. He did not put the people of the Haotian merchant group in his eyes at all. "All right, quickly bring the things over. I don't want to have any more problems." The middle-aged man nodded and retreated. This place was not far from the Dragon Emperor City. It would not be good if they attracted the attention of other experts. "Humph! That..." Beitang Ao strode forward and stretched out his right hand. Pang! A green light burst out from his palm. A large amount of green silk threads immediately shot out from his palm. Like countless tentacles, they entangled towards Grandad Zhong. Those were not real silk threads, but energy threads condensed from energy. This was a kind of magical ability that Beitang Ao had mastered. It was an extremely powerful magical ability. The green energy threads could cut through anything. "Xiao Cui, Xiao Yu, protect the young master and retreat," Grandad Zhong shouted in a deep voice. Then, he took a step forward and shook the long sword in his hand. "Oum!" A dragon-like sword cry resounded as a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. The dazzling sword light, like a silver dragon, soared up to meet the entangling green energy strands. Unparalleled sword chi constantly shot out and destroyed the thousands of green strands. Then, Grandad Zhong soared into the sky, turned around in the air, and waved the long sword in his hand. The tip of the sword turned into many cold stars and fell down from the sky, shrouding Baiting Ao under the endless starlight, blocking all of his escape routes. Grandad Zhong's sword move was very marvelous. Heh! Baiting Ao's face revealed a trace of evil smile. Reversal of heaven and earth. With a light shout, Baiting Ao waved his hands, and a wave of bizarre energy fluctuations suddenly surged out from his hands. In an instant, Grandpa Zhong felt like the world was spinning. It was as if the universe had turned upside down. In the next moment, a horrifying scene appeared in front of him.